Aphorisms by Friedrich Schlegel, from the Lyceum and the Athenaeum, 1797 to 1800, translated by Louis H. Gray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aphorisms by Friedrich Schlegel. Perfect understanding of a classic work should never be possible, but those who are cultivated, and who are still striving after further culture, must always desire to learn more from it. If an author is to be able to write well upon a theme, he must no longer feel interest in it. The thought which is to be soberly expressed must already be entirely past, and must no longer personally concern the writer. So long as the artist invents and is inspired, he is in an unfavorable situation, at least for communicating his concepts. He will then wish to say everything, a false tendency of young geniuses, or an instinctively correct prejudice of old bunglers. In this way he mistakes the value and the dignity of self-restraint, although for the artist, as for the man, this is the first and the last, the most needful and the highest. We should never appeal to the spirit of antiquity as an authority. There is this peculiarity about spirits: they cannot be grasped with the hands and be held up before others. Spirits reveal themselves only to spirits. Here, too, the briefest and most concise course would doubtless be to prove, through good works, our possession of the faith which alone gives salvation. He who desires something infinite knows not what he desires, but the converse of this proposition is not true. In the ordinary kind of fair or even good translation, it is precisely the best part of a work that is lost. It is impossible to offend a man if he will not be offended. Every honest author writes for no one or for all men. He who writes that this one or that one may read him deserves not to be read at all. In the poetry of the ancients we see the perfection of the letter. In that of the moderns we divine the growth of the spirit. The Germans are said to be the foremost nation in the world as regards artistic sense and scientific genius. Very true, only there are very few Germans. Almost all marriages are only concubinages, morganatic wedlock, or rather, provisional attempts and remote approximations to a real marriage, the peculiar essence of which consists in the fact that more than one person are to become but one, not in accordance with the paradoxes of this system or that, but in harmony with all spiritual and temporal laws. A fine concept, although its realization seems to have many grave difficulties. For this very reason there should be the least possible restriction of the caprice, which may well have a word to say when it becomes a question of whether one is to be an individual in himself or is to be merely an integral part of a corporate personality. Nor is it easy to see what objections on principle could be made to a marriage à quatre. If the state, with a capital S, however, is determined to hold together, even by force, the unsuccessful attempts at marriage, it thereby impedes the very possibility of marriage, which might be furthered by new and perhaps happier attempts. A regiment of soldiers on parade is, according to some philosophers, a system. A man can only become a philosopher. He cannot be one. So soon as he believes that he is one, he ceases to become one. The printed page is to thought what a nursery is to the first kiss. The historian is a prophet looking backward. There are people whose entire activity consists in saying no. It would be no small thing always to be able rightly to say no, but he who can do nothing more surely cannot do it rightly. The taste of these negationists is an admirable shears to cleanse the extremities of genius, their enlightenment a great snuffer for the flame of enthusiasm, and their reason a mild laxative for immoderate passion and love. Every great philosopher has always so explained his predecessors, often unintentionally, that it seemed as though they had not in the least been understood before him. As a transitory condition, skepticism is logical instruction. As a system, it is anarchy. Skeptical method would thus be approximately like insurgent government. At the phrases, quote, his philosophy, end quote, my philosophy, end quote, we always recall the words of Nathan the Wise, quote, who owns God? What sort of a God is that who is owned by a man? End quote. What happens in poetry happens never or always, otherwise it is no true poetry. We ought not to believe that it is now actually happening. Women have absolutely no sense of art, though they may have of poetry. They have no natural disposition for the sciences, though they may have for philosophy. They are by no means wanting in power of speculation and intuitive perception of the infinite. They lack only power of abstraction, which is far more easy to be learned. That is beautiful, which is charming and sublime at the same time. Romantic poetry is a progressive, universal poetry. Its mission is not merely to reunite all the separate categories of poetry and to bring poetry into contact with philosophy and with rhetoric. It will, and should, always now mingle and now amalgamate poetry and prose, genius and criticism, artistic poetry and natural poetry. Make poetry living and social, and life and society poetic. Poeticize wit, and fill and saturate the forms of art with sterling material of every kind, and inspire them with the vibrations of humor. It embraces everything, if only it is poetic, from the greatest system of art which, in its turn, includes many systems within itself, down to the sigh, the kiss, which the musing child breathes forth in artless song. It can so be lost in what it represents that it might be supposed that its one and all is the characterization of poetic individuals of every type. And yet no form has thus far arisen which would be equally adapted perfectly to express the author's mind. So that many artists who desired only to write a romance have more or less described themselves. Romantic poetry alone can, like the epic, become a mirror of the entire world that surrounds it and a picture of its age. And yet, free from all real and ideal interests, it too, most of all, can soar midway between that which is presented to him who presents on the wings of poetic reflection. It can ever re-intensify this reflection and multiply it as in an endless series of mirrors. It is capable of the highest and of the most universal culture, not merely from within outward, but also from without inward, since it organizes similarly all parts of that which is destined to become a whole. Thus the prospect of an endlessly developing classicism is opened up to it. Among the arts, romantic poetry is what wit is to philosophy, and what society, association, friendship, and love are in life. Other types of poetry are finished and can now be completely analyzed. The romantic type of poetry is still in process of development. Indeed, it is its peculiar essence that it can eternally only be in process of development, and that it can never be completed. It can be exhausted by no theory, and only a divinatory criticism might dare to wish to characterize its ideal. It alone is infinite, even as it alone is free, and as its first law it recognizes that the arbitrariness of the poet brooks no superior law. The romantic style of poetry is the only one which is more than a style, and which is, as it were, poetry itself, for in a certain sense all poetry is, or should be, romantic. In the ancients, every man has found what he needs or desires, especially himself. The French Revolution, Fichte's Wissenschaftsern, Doctrine of Science, and Goethe's Wilhelm Meister are the three greatest tendencies of the age. Whoever is offended at this juxtaposition, and whoever can deem no revolution important that is not boisterous and material, has not yet risen to the broad and lofty viewpoint of the history of mankind. Even in our meager histories of culture, which for the most part resemble a collection of variant readings accompanied by a running commentary, the classical text of which has perished, many a little book of which the noisy rabble took scant notice in its day plays a greater role than all that this rabble did. It is very one-sided and presumptuous to assert that there is only one mediator, with a capital M, to the ideal Christian, and in this respect the unique Spinoza comes nearest to being one. Everyone ought to be a mediator, with a capital M. He alone can be an artist who has a religion of his own, an original view of the infinite. It is a peculiar trait of humanity that it must exalt itself above humanity. Plato's philosophy is a worthy preface to the religion of the future. Man is free when he brings forth God or makes him visible, and thereby he becomes immortal. The immortality of a book lies not in its theme or in the relation of the writer to his public, but in the spirit of the treatment. If this breathes the full abundance of humanity, it is moral. If it is merely the work of an isolated power and art, it is not moral. He is an artist who has his center within himself. He who lacks this must choose a definite leader and mediator outside himself, naturally, not forever, but only at the first. For without a living center man cannot exist, and if he does not yet have it within himself, he can seek it only in a human being, and only a human being and his center can arouse and awaken the artist's own. End of Aphorisms by Friedrich Schlegel.
The First Man-Carrying Aeroplane Capable of Sustained Free Flight by Albert Francis Zahm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Man-Carrying Aeroplane Capable of Sustained Free Flight, Langley's Success as a Pioneer in Aviation by Albert Francis Zahm. It is doubtful whether any person of the present generation will be able to appraise correctly the contributions thus far made to the development of the practical flying machine. The aeroplane as it stands today is the creation not of any one man, but rather of 3 generations of men. It was the invention of the 19th century. It will be the fruition, if not the perfection, of the 20th century. During the long decades succeeding the time of Sir George Cayley, builder of aerial gliders and sagacious exponent of the laws of flight, continuous progress has been made in every department of theoretical and practical aviation. Progress in accumulating the data of aeromechanics, in discovering the principles of this science, in improving the instruments of aerotechnic research, in devising the organs and perfecting the structural details of the present-day flying machine. From time to time, numerous aerial craftsmen have flourished in the world's eye, only to pass presently into comparative obscurity, while others, too neglected or too poorly appreciated in their own day, subsequently have risen to high estimation and permanent honor in the minds of men. Something of this latter fortune was fated to the late Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution. For a decade and a half, Dr. Langley had toiled unremittingly to build up the basic science of mechanical flight, and finally to apply it to practical use. He had made numerous model aeroplanes propelled by various agencies, by India rubber, by steam, by gasoline, all operative and inherently stable. Then, with great confidence, he had constructed for the War Department a man flyer which was the duplicate, on a fourfold scale, of his successful gasoline model. But on that luckless day in December 1903, when he expected to inaugurate the era of substantial aviation, an untoward accident to his launching gear badly crippled his carefully and adequately designed machine. The aeroplane was repaired, but not again tested until the spring of 1914, 7 years after Langley's death. Such an accident, occurring now, would be regarded as a passing mishap, but at that time it seemed to most people to demonstrate the futility of all aviation experiments. The press overwhelmed the inventor with ridicule. The great scientist himself referred to the accident as having frustrated the best work of his life. Although he felt confident of the final success of his experiments, further financial support was not granted, and he was forced to suspend operations. Scarcely could he anticipate that a decade later, in a faraway little hamlet, workmen who had never known him would with keenest enthusiasm rehabilitate that same tandem monoplane and launch it again and again in successful flight, and that afterwards in the national capital it should be assigned the place of honor among the pioneer vehicles of the air. When in March 1914 Mr. Glenn H. Curtiss was invited to send a flying boat to Washington to participate in celebrating Langley Day, footnote, May 6, the anniversary of the famous flight of Langley's steam model aeroplane in 1896, is known in Washington as Langley Day and has been celebrated with aerial maneuvers over land and water. End footnote. He replied, "I would like to put the Langley aeroplane itself in the air." Learning of this remark, Secretary Walcott of the Smithsonian Institution soon authorized Mr. Curtiss to recanvass the original Langley aeroplane and launch it either under its own propulsive power or with a more recent engine and propeller. Early in April, therefore, the machine was taken from the Langley laboratory and shipped in a boxcar to the Curtiss Aviation Field beside Lake Keuka, Hammondsport, New York. In the following month it was ready for its first trial since the unfortunate accident of 1903. The main objects of these renewed trials were, first, to show whether the original Langley machine was capable of sustained free flight with a pilot, and, secondly, to determine more fully the advantages of the tandem type of aeroplane. The work seemed a proper part of the general program of experiments planned for the recently reopened Langley Aerodynamical Laboratory. It was, indeed, for just such an experimentation that the aeroplane had been given to the Smithsonian Institution by the War Department, at whose expense it had been developed and brought to completion prior to 1903. After some successful flights at Hammondsport, the famous craft could, at the discretion of the Smithsonian Institution, either be preserved for exhibition or used for further scientific study. To achieve the two main objects above mentioned, the aeroplane would first be flown as nearly as possible in its original condition, then with such modifications as might seem desirable for technical or other reasons. Various ways of launching were considered. In 1903 the Langley aeroplane was launched from the top of a houseboat. A car supporting it and drawn by lengthy spiral springs ran swiftly along a track, then suddenly dropped away, leaving the craft afloat in mid-air, with its propellers whirring and its pilot supplementing, with manual control, if need be, the automatic stability of the machine. This method of launching, as shown by subsequent experimentalists, is a practical one and was favorably entertained by Mr. Curtis. He also thought of starting from the ground with wheels, from the ice with skates, from the water with floats. Having at hand neither a first-rate smooth field nor a sheet of ice, he chose to start from the water. In the accompanying illustrations, plates 1 and 2 show the appearance of the Langley flying machine after Mr. Curtis had provided it with hydro-aeroplane floats and their connecting truss work. The steel mainframe, the wings, the rudders, the engine and propellers all were substantially as they had been in 1903. The pilot had the same seat under the mainframe and the same general system of control as in 1903. He could raise or lower the craft by moving the big rear rudder up and down. He could steer right and left by turning the vertical rudder. He had no ailerons nor wing warping mechanism, but for lateral balance depended upon the dihedral angle of the wings and upon suitable movements of his weight or of the vertical rudder. And here it may be noted that Langley had placed the vertical steering rudder under and to the rear of the center of gravity. So placed, it served as a fairly good aileron by exerting a turning movement about the longitudinal axis of the machine. After the adjustments for actual flight had been made in the Curtis factory, according to the minute descriptions contained in the Langley memoir on mechanical flight, the aeroplane was taken to the shore of Lake Keuka beside the Curtis hangars and assembled for launching. On a clear morning, May 28, and in a mild breeze, the craft was lifted onto the water by a dozen men and set going, with Mr. Curtis at the steering wheel, ensconced in the little boat-shaped car under the forward part of the frame. Many eager witnesses and cameramen were at hand, on shore and in boats. The four-winged craft, pointed somewhat across the wind, went skimming over the wavelets, then automatically headed into the wind, rose in level poise, soared gracefully for 150 feet, and landed softly on the water near the shore. Mr. Curtis asserted that he could have flown farther, but, being unused to the machine, imagined the left wings had more resistance than the right. The truth is that the aeroplane was perfectly balanced in wing resistance, but turned on the water like a weather vane owing to the lateral pressure on its big rear rudder. Hence, in future experiments, this rudder was made turnable about a vertical axis as well as about a horizontal axis used by Langley. Henceforth, the little vertical rudder under the frame was kept fixed and inactive. After a few more flights with the Langley aeroplane, kept as nearly as possible in its original condition, its engine and twin propellers were replaced by a Curtis 80-horse motor and direct connected tractor propeller mounted on the steel frame, well forward as shown in the photographs. It was hoped in this way to spare the original engine and propeller bearings, which were none too strong for the unusual burden added by the floats. In 1903 the total weight of pilot and machine had been 830 pounds. With the floats lately added, it was 1,170 pounds. With the Curtis motor and all ready for flight, it was 1,520 pounds. But notwithstanding these surplus additions of 40% and 80% above the original weight of the craft, the delicate wing spars and ribs were not broken, nor was any part of the machine excessively overstrained. Owing to the pressure of other work at the factory, the aeroplane equipped with the Curtis motor was not ready for further flights till September. In the absence of Mr. Curtis, who had gone to California in August, a pupil of his aviation school, Mr. Elwood Doherty, volunteered to act as a pilot. During some trials for adjusting the aeroplane controls and the center of gravity, Mr. Doherty, on the afternoon of September 17, planed easily over the water, rose on level wing, and flew about 450 feet at an elevation of 2 or 3 yards, as shown by the accompanying photographs of that date. Presently 2 other like flights were made. Mr. Doherty found that with the forewings at 10 degrees incident, the rear ones at 12 degrees, and the pilot's seat on the main frame about midway between the wings, the flyer responded nicely to the movements of the pilot wheel. A slight turn of the wheel steered the craft easily to left or right, a slight pull or push raised or lowered it. The big double tail or rudder, which responded to these movements, was the only steering or control surface used. The breaking of the 8-foot tractor screw terminated these trials for the day. The waves indicate the strength of the wind during the flights. On September 19, using a 9-foot screw, Mr. Doherty began to make longer flights. A pleasant offshore breeze rippled the water, but without raising whitecaps. A dozen workmen, lifting the great tandem monoplane from the shore, with the pilot in his seat, waded into the lake and set it gently on the water. A crowd of witnesses near at hand, and many scattered about the shores and on the lofty vine-clad hills, stood watching expectantly. When some of the official observers and photographers, in a motorboat, were well out in the lake, a man in high top boots, standing in the water, started the propeller and stepped quickly out of the way. Then, with its great yellow wings beautifully arched and distended, the imposing craft ran swiftly out from the shore, gleaming brilliantly in the afternoon sun. At first the floats and lower edges of the rudders broke the water to a white surge, then as the speed increased they rose more and more from the surface. Presently the rear floats and the rudders cleared the water, the front floats still skipping on their heels, white with foam. The whole craft was now in soaring poise. It quickly approached the photographers, bearing on its back the alert pilot, who seemed to be scrutinizing every part of it, and well satisfied to let it race. Then it rose majestically and sailed on even wing 1,000 feet, sank softly, skimmed the water, and soared another 1,000 feet, grazed the water again, rose and sailed 3,000 feet, turned on the water and came back in the same manner, and, as it passed the photographers, soared again nearly half a mile. The flights were repeated a few minutes later, then, owing to squally weather, were discontinued for 11 days. On October 1, 1914, the aeroplane was launched at 11 a.m. in an offshore breeze strong enough to raise whitecaps. Hovering within 30 feet of the water and without material loss of speed, it made in quick succession flights of the following duration, as observed by 4 of us in a motorboat and timed by myself: 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 65 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds. As the speed through air averaged about 50 feet per second, the through-air lengths of these flights were, respectively, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 3,250 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 2,250 feet. As the aeroplane was now well out from shore among the heavy billows and whitecaps, Mr. Doherty landed it upon the water and turned it half about for the homeward flight. Thereupon the propeller tips struck the waves and were broken off, one casting a splinter through the center of the left wing. The pilot stopped the engine, rested in his seat and was towed home by our motorboat. The flights were witnessed and have been attested by many competent observers. As to the performance of the aeroplane during these trials, the pilot Mr. E. Doherty reports, and we observed, that the inherent lateral stability was excellent, the fore and aft control was satisfactory, and the movement of the craft both on the water and in the air was steady and suitable for practical flying in such weather. Apparently the machine could have flown much higher and thus avoided touching the water during the lulls in the breeze, but higher flying did not seem advisable with the frail trussing of wings designed to carry 830 pounds instead of their 1,520 pounds actual weight. At the present writing, the Langley aeroplane is in perfect condition and ready for any further tests that may be deemed useful. But it has already fulfilled the purpose for which it was designed. It has demonstrated that, with its original structure and power, it is capable of flying with a pilot and several hundred pounds of useful load. It is the first aeroplane in the history of the world of which this can be truthfully said. If the experiments be continued under more painstaking technical direction, longer flights can easily be accomplished. Mr. Manley, who designed the Langley engine and screws and who directed the construction and tests of the large aeroplane up to December 8, 1903, reports that he obtained from the propulsion plant a static thrust of 450 pounds, and that he once ran the engine under full load for 10 hours consecutively. This thrust is nearly 100 pounds more than that commonly obtained at Hammondsport with the same plant, and 20 pounds more than the static thrust obtained with the Curtiss motor on the day when it flew the aeroplane with 1,520 pounds aggregate weight. Hence, by restoring the engine and propellers to their original normal working condition, they should be able to drive the aeroplane in successful flight with an aggregate weight of nearly 1,600 pounds, even when hampered with the floats and their sustaining trusswork. With a thrust of 450 pounds, the Langley aeroplane, without floats, restored to its original condition and provided with stronger bearings, should be able to carry a man and sufficient supplies for a voyage lasting practically the whole day. Dr. Langley's aerotechnic work may be briefly summarized as follows. 1. His aerodynamic experiments, some published and some as yet unpublished, were complete enough to form a basis for practical pioneer aviation. 2. He built and launched in 1896 the first steam model aeroplane capable of prolonged free flight and possessing good inherent stability. 3. He built the first internal combustion motor suitable for a practical man-carrying aeroplane. 4. He developed and successfully launched the first gasoline model aeroplane capable of sustained free flight. 5. He developed and built the first man-carrying aeroplane capable of sustained free flight. End of The First Man-Carrying Aeroplane Capable of Sustained Free Flight, Langley's Success as a Pioneer in Aviation, by Albert Francis Sam. Read by Availle in December 2013.
Lincoln's First Public Speech. From an Address to the People of Sangamon County, March 9, 1832, by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in. That every man may receive at least a moderate education, and thereby be enabled to read the histories of his own and other countries, by which he may duly appreciate the value of our free institutions, appears to be an object of vital importance even on this account alone, to say nothing of the advantages and satisfaction to be derived from all being able to read the Scriptures and other works, both of a religious and moral nature, for themselves. For my part, I desire to see the time when education, and by its means morality, sobriety, enterprise, and industry, shall become much more general than at present, and should be gratified to have it in my power to contribute something to the advancement of any measure which might have a tendency to accelerate that happy period. With regard to existing laws, some alterations are thought to be necessary. Many respectable men have suggested that our estray laws, the law respecting the issue of executions, the road law, and some others, are deficient in their present form and require alterations. But considering the great probability that the framers of those laws are wiser than myself, I should prefer not meddling with them, unless they were first attacked by others, in which case I should feel it both a privilege and a duty to take that stand which in my view might tend to the advancement of justice. But, fellow citizens, I shall conclude. Considering the great degree of modesty which should always attend youth, it is probable that I have already been more presuming than becomes me. However, upon the subjects of which I have treated, I have spoken as I have thought. I may be wrong in regard to any or all of them, but holding it a sound maxim that it's better only to be sometimes right than at all times wrong, so soon as I discover my opinions to be erroneous, I shall be ready to renounce them. Every man is said to have his peculiar ambition. Whether it be true or not, I can say for one that I have no other so great as that of being truly esteemed of my fellow men by rendering myself worthy of their esteem. How far I shall succeed in gratifying this ambition is yet to be developed. I am young and unknown to many of you. I was born and have ever remained in the most humble walks of life. I have no wealthy or popular relations or friends to recommend me. My case is thrown exclusively upon the independent voters of the county, and if elected, they will have conferred a favor upon me for which I shall be unremitting in my labors to compensate. But if the good people in their wisdom shall see fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined. Your friend and fellow citizen, A. Lincoln. End of Lincoln's first public speech by Abraham Lincoln.
Speech by Ellen Wilkinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry.
Comments by Sir Arthur Salter, read by Peter Yearsley.
Speech in favour of ratifying the Charter of the United Nations, given to the House of Commons on the 23rd of August 1945 by the Minister of Education, Ellen Wilkinson. The Prime Minister has asked me to intervene in this debate, not as Minister of Education, but as the only other member of the present Cabinet who was in the Labour delegation. The Minister of Works completed the Labour trio. But while I do not speak as Minister of Education, I feel I must just say this. The most destructive atomic bomb yet discovered is the human mind. Today, we see the trail of destruction that its misapplied energy has produced. Many speakers in this debate so far have emphasised that we must harness this newly developed weapon, this newly discovered energy, for the purposes of peace and not for war. To do that, it is not only necessary that we should produce first-class scientists and technicians. We must educate a whole generation of men and women to be fit to use the immense powers that are about to be discovered. On 6th August 1945, a new era opened for mankind, the era of atomic energy. The only thing comparable to it in our history is the discovery of steam power 150 years ago, and how small a thing that seems compared to what we are now facing. Then, very belatedly, reluctantly, and in the most parsimonious spirit, the nation started the education of the people who had to use that power. Now we see the result of that parsimony, and we must learn the lesson. If we are to reap the fruits of this charter we are discussing, we have to be willing for big new advances and a much bigger conception of the whole process of the education of our communities. I wish to emphasise that I am not saying this as a sales talk for my department. I am just issuing a blunt warning. I will reply to as many as I can of the interesting points raised in yesterday's debate in the course of a speech which I do not wish to be too long. But it was thought that the House might first like to have a picture of the very human assembly which produced the charter we are now discussing. After that I will deal briefly, but in more detail than he was able to do, with the Social and Economic Council, the section of the work to which the Prime Minister referred in passing yesterday. Returning to England while the conference was still in progress, I was struck with the great difference in the attitude of the press and of the country generally in this country as compared with America. It is true that we in Britain were very preoccupied just then with our own affairs, but San Francisco meant a lot to America. There were two very strong emotional reasons for that. Very dramatically, and in very tragic circumstances, a most beloved president, whose presence was terribly missed at the conference, had just died. He had set all his hopes for the peace of mankind on that conference, and it was felt by us all, but especially by the Americans, that that was to be his legacy to mankind. Even those who had opposed him most bitterly when he was alive felt, perhaps because of that the conference must be a success. Also, America is a very neighbourly country, and they felt perhaps a little uncomfortable lest the fact that they had kept out of the League of Nations in the First World War was at any rate one of the factors that went to the making of the Second. I must say that both the government and the people of the United States, I am sure the right honourable gentleman will agree with me, did everything they humanly could to make the conference a success, and certainly the city of San Francisco performed wonders of hospitality. One of the occasions they arranged I think none of us who were there will ever forget. It was a night when, to a vast audience of delegates and diplomats, the great violinist Menuhin played Beethoven's Violin Concerto. I think the feeling swept through us then that somehow in that great music the torch of the culture of the old world was being passed on through that young genius to the new world that we were assembled in San Francisco to bring to birth. To the ordinary folk of San Francisco, every delegate wearing the beautiful conference badge seemed somehow a being set apart, specially consecrated to the work of bringing peace to mankind. One could hardly go into a shop without finding oneself the centre almost of a public meeting, and I think it was that tremendous friendliness, that belief that we had come to bring something of the message of peace to mankind, that helped us so much in the conference itself. The Prime Minister has paid many tributes, very well-deserved tributes, to his colleagues, particularly to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the late Foreign Secretary, but I think our present Prime Minister, who was then Deputy Prime Minister, also deserves a tribute. I remember his first press conference. American press conferences are fearful things. They are battles of wits between hard-boiled American pressmen and hard-pressed American statesmen. The Deputy Prime Minister assumed that his audience were sensible men with a job to do, to get news. He gave it to them, and he said no, when he could not, and explained why. This eminently businesslike way of dealing with the situation appeared to make a journalistic sensation. One of the most famous of American commentators said to me after that press conference, "Your British Labour Party has got something there." At the recent general election, the British people showed that they agreed with that opinion. One of the biggest problems of the conference, here I know I am treading on rather delicate ground, was the underrepresentation of Europe. All the states on and bordering the American continent were represented, while many European states were occupied by the enemy. The honourable and gallant member for West Dorset, Major Digby, asked about the membership at San Francisco. The conference, by definition, was an assembly of peace-loving states, and no state could be considered peace-loving on the conference formula unless it had declared war by 1st April 1945. So neutrals, who had not declared war on anybody, did not come within the definition. We had 23 American countries, and that is including the 48 United States as one, compared with 12 European countries. In justice, I must make it clear that the Americans did their best not to take advantage of that fact, but by sheer weight of numbers, it was a fact, and the debates on some of the most difficult problems took place in a rather unreal atmosphere. As regards the future, the United Nations had already said at the Potsdam Conference that neutrals, and even enemy states, will be allowed to become members at an early date, provided that their governments are recognised by the United Nations, and that they show that they wish to carry out the obligations of the Charter, and that we can trust them to do this. The main attention that San Francisco has received in this country, and also in this debate, has naturally been centred on the composition and power of the Security Council, and the machinery for the prevention of disputes and dealing with them when they have occurred. The speeches of my honourable friends, the members for Edmonton, Mr. Durbin, and Eton and Slough, Mr. B. Levy, and the honourable member for Cheltenham, Mr. Lipson, all dealt with this point, but as the Foreign Secretary will himself be replying tonight, the whole of these correlated questions, and the question of the veto, which is part of it, will be dealt with in extenso by him. I want to deal with what I think is something even more fundamental, and which has been raised by many members, that is, the establishment of positive international action and collaboration to tackle the basic causes of international unrest and dislocation. I may, in passing, say here to the Honourable Member for Cambridge University, Mr. Wilson Harris, with whose very helpful maiden speech I will deal later, that His Majesty's Government have been very much alive to the points he raised about the Secretariat, and they will certainly do all they can to ensure both the efficiency and independence of that Secretariat. One of the great weaknesses of the League of Nations was that it did not succeed in dealing with those essential economic problems which lie at the root of war. Had positive international planning been in existence to prevent that world economic crisis, the circumstances which enabled Hitler and his fellow dictators to rise to power might never have arisen. The peoples of Europe, it seems clear to us now, only flocked into the camps of the aggressor when they really saw no hope of employment or security anywhere else, and, unless, this time, the enormous social and economic problems which we are facing now as the legacy of the war are tackled on an international basis and a planned basis, and unless jobs and food and homes are provided not by individuals but by common action, it seems to us on this side of the House, and I am sure the others will not disagree, that no security measures yet devised will prevent new demagogues arising to plunge the world into misery and into further war. That is why, in my view, the chapters of the Charter dealing with international, economic and social cooperation, dealing, in fact, with the Economic and Social Council, the Declaration concerning non-self-governing territories, which we include in the term international trusteeship, are really among the most important achievements of San Francisco. I am proud to recall the part that was played by the British delegates and the Dominions delegates, who thought out these problems very carefully in the preliminary meetings we had here in London. I think it was a happy circumstance that the committee dealing with social and economic planning was presided over by a very distinguished Indian, for, if there is a country in this world that does need to talk economics instead of some of the things that it spends its time talking about, it is India. The United Nations stand committed by Article 55 of the Charter to joint and separate action to promote, I will quote textually, A. Higher standards of living, full employment, and conditions of economic progress and development. B. To the solution of international economic, social and health problems and international cultural and educational cooperation. And C. Universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language or religion. I admit that the world has a long way to go and many difficulties to overcome before those brave words can become a reality. But they must be made into a reality. It is really the worst form of deception to have high-sounding phrases about a new world, leading the people of the world to believe that something on these lines is going to be done, and letting the people see the diplomats and statesmen going on in the same old way. We really have tried to see ways by which this declaration can be translated into action, and to have a machine to do the job, because words are meaningless without the machine to implement them. The Economic and Social Council has been created as one of the principal organs of the United Nations, under the authority of the General Assembly. It is no use criticising that now. It has not, of course, begun in any real sense. The main thing about that council is its tremendous possibilities for the future, if properly used. I think we ought to put our minds to thinking how it can be used, rather than criticising the instrument as it is at the moment, and before it can be tried. Obviously, the status and success of the Council's work will depend on the constructive lead that is being given by just those nations which, by virtue of their economic position, can make or mar successful international planning. In the Council, representatives of the various economic systems now functioning in the world will meet together, and it is important that we are quite realistic about this. It is no use pretending that because people say the same words they mean the same thing to all the different countries. Surely now we are no longer dealing with an entirely pacifist world. We are dealing with a world in which very different economic systems are flourishing side by side. It is surely the gospel of despair to say that that must necessarily lead to clashes and to war. I think people who have very different ideas on how their countries should be run, and who are running their countries according to those ideas, will just have to get together to find out ways by which, in the interests of all, they can achieve international collaboration. We, in this country, were credited at San Francisco, and I am not quite sure whether this is regarded as a compliment or not, with standing midway between the two extremes of the economic system. If so, the greater our responsibility to find means by which they can work together. Under the authority of the General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council is the organ responsible for entering into agreements with the various specialised agencies, that is a technical term now, which are playing a role of increasing importance in building up experience in the various forms of international cooperation. This matter was raised in the debate by the senior burgess for Oxford University, Sir A. Salter, who was dealing with his experiences of this great problem of international planning and cooperation. The ILO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, UNRRA, the proposed International Monetary Fund, are all forms of planning which will help us on these lines. The Council will also have the task of coordinating their activities and will, of course, initiate negotiations among the states if it is felt that new agencies are needed for this purpose. I am hopeful that one will come from the United Nations Conference, which, on the initiative of the Allied Ministers of Education, is to be held in London this autumn. Of course, the Allied Ministers' Conference was started by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Saffron Walden, Mr. R.A. Butler, when he was Minister of Education in the coalition government about 2 years before San Francisco, which, I think, proves the Right Honourable Gentleman's foresight. The British delegation desired to see the International Labour Office, in view of its great record and achievements, formally associated with the new organisation. There were difficulties, and certain questions were raised as to its constitution, but I understand that changes are being considered at the present time to meet the difficulties that were raised. We, in this country, and the trade unions especially, are aware that the ILO has, in the past, done much to raise the standard of life and the conditions of the working people in many different countries. And, quite frankly, we understand that conditions in this country too depend for their preservation and improvement on the general standards of living throughout the world. As an agency for giving detailed and practical effect to many of the ideas and policies of the World Organisation, the ILO, because of its experience, has a great contribution to make. Whether it continues to work under that name, whether some different agency with the same name is used, or whether the same agency works under another name, the things which the ILO represents must be part of the new organisation. These are not the only forms of economic planning. We are at the end of a great war, and we have seen in the course of that war many other experiments in international and economic planning on the very widest scale. The military authorities of the United Nations have learned to work together in great detail. That has been even more difficult than getting politicians to work together, but they have done it, not only in planning warlike operations, but also in dealing with the economic problems which the liberation of Europe, and now of Asia, are constantly bringing to their attention. Many of the functions exercised by SHAEF on the economic side are already being sadly missed, especially in Western Europe, and UNRRA, the first body of the United Nations to attempt to handle these problems in practice, has a role very strictly limited in scope. As has been said, some of us, who are the last people in the world to be considered militarists, may yet miss the speed with which the military authorities have been able to handle some of these apparently insoluble problems. Well, they are men who now have experience. The change of clothes does not, after all, take their experience out of their minds and hearts, and we hope that the best of these men will be available for the work that is rapidly developing in Europe. Before all this work is allowed to disappear, it is clear that some other agency of a more permanent and constructive nature must be developed to coordinate all this vast work of rehabilitation and reconstruction. And, of course, it must be on a much more permanent basis than that which is necessary with the rapid improvisation of the military mind. The nucleus of such an agency may well be found to exist in the Emergency European Economic Council and in the various ad hoc advisory bodies that have been set up in connection with it. In other regions further afield, much spade work has already been done in international economic cooperation and planning. The Middle East Supply Council, for example, has achieved great results in planning trade and shipping, supplying technical services to agriculture and industry, and dealing with problems of pest control. Those are just a handful of the many jobs they are doing, and doing with success, in areas which may cover as many as a dozen quite independent countries. We have also had experience, jointly with the United States, in the Caribbean Commission, which is at present dealing with just those problems which are arising out of the war, problems such as crop diversification, labour distribution, re-employment, monetary problems, and all the rest. This could very easily develop into a fully fledged body for economic planning. Australia and New Zealand have invited the United Kingdom, America and France to cooperate in the working of the South Seas Regional Economic Commission to secure the welfare and advancement of the native peoples in the Pacific. The Honourable Member for North Islington, Dr. Hayden Guest, raised the importance of this development in Africa. In West Africa, there has been close consultation with the French and the Belgian governments, and that is obviously essential to the satisfactory economic development of that area. We must see that all this machinery is not dissipated, as this work is very important. It is so easy to think, when any kind of machinery is set up, when it is working and dealing with its problems, that if only you just scrap that machine and get together half a dozen sensible men, as every speaker thinks, like himself, how one could cut through red tape and all the rest of it. The newspapers are going to say, what is the use of all this bureaucratic machinery? And we have to be on our guard against that kind of propaganda. When we set up these economic planning bodies and give them a job to do, and when they are building up their experience, so long as they are tackling the problems, they should be left to tackle them, and not, as so often is the case, be pestered by other bodies of a similar nature being pushed into the same field, with inevitable muddle and friction that arises in these cases.
I entirely agree that we must keep and adapt this very complex machinery of executive bodies. What I am concerned with is whether the government are considering, with our major allies, whether they would put at the top of this machine something like the Economic Council, which can coordinate and give direction with power. It is not a matter of finding a certain number of wise men, it is a matter of getting together people who are vested with power, and who can transmit energy of consistent quality.
That is the intention of the Economic and Social Council. Let us remember that that is where governments are represented.
Ultimately, perhaps. But we have in this next year, in fact in these next months, work which certainly the Economic and Social Council will not be prepared to direct. And I do earnestly press upon the government the necessity for having a body from which power and policy can emanate.
I appreciate the Right Honourable Gentleman's view. I would point out, however, that as he said, it is an immediate question, and what I'm dealing with is the machinery that was set up as the result of the San Francisco Conference. Quite obviously, we were not dealing with just the immediate planning problems that are arising out of the war. I need not say to the Right Honourable Gentleman that if he wishes to do a little propaganda on those lines, the Foreign Secretary will be speaking at a later hour, and the opportunity will be there for him. Speaking again about the Economic and Social Council, I want to point out also that it has a wide variety of powers and duties. It may make reports and recommendations to the General Assembly, prepare draft conventions, and call international conferences. It may furnish information to the Security Council, and must give it assistance when required. With the approval of the General Assembly, it may perform services at the request of members of the United Nations, and it is to be hoped that many of them will make good use of this service. Altogether, therefore, the powers and duties of the Council as laid down in the Charter are wide and flexible, and they do provide immense opportunities for progress if, and this is the if in all these questions, they are properly used, and if there is passion behind them to see that they are used. After all, it does depend on the spirit and energy put into this side of the work how far these powers are used to prevent what is really the shadow over all this, and the bogey in the back of all our minds, the bogey of another terrible international depression. This country, it seems to me, is well fitted to take the lead in seeing that this machinery, which after all is but an extension of much that we are doing in this country, is used to the fullest possible extent. All of these fine principles enunciated by the 50 nations at San Francisco depend on whether people are prepared strenuously to fight to see them put into practice. It is fairly obvious to all of us that there are many narrow but powerful interests who may stand in the way of operating the Charter with that energy, to put it mildly, that was so often absent from the League. Had this and other countries remained faithful to their pledges in the Covenant, and given a determined, constructive lead on these economic matters, a good many of the political problems that have plagued us need never have reached such tremendous and devastating proportions. Our international machinery is still lagging many centuries behind the developments of technical science. That has nothing to do with the atomic bomb. Our social machinery is really not equipped to deal with the scientific progress that we have had. Never mind this new age of energy into which we are being ushered. I do not claim, and the government do not claim, that the Charter of the United Nations is a perfect instrument, but what we do say is that it was the best that could be achieved in the circumstances of the time, and, this is very important, it does contain within itself provisions for its own amendment and improvement. Our task now is to see that the thing works. Governments can do a lot in that way. After all, it is in governments that power rests. But I feel that governments can only use that power effectively if there is a great feeling among the people that this charter does represent something that is theirs, that it has been planned for them, that it is not just a treaty between governments, and not just another piece of international machinery, about which a large amount of paper will now begin to circulate around the country. I think all of us as representatives of the people, whatever may be our own personal views on problems in this country, are united in the view that now is the time constructively to prevent the next war, and that we should not want to start thinking about it when it is already looming on the horizon. We now know that papers, resolutions and conferences will not stop it.
What then will stop it? The passion of the people will stop it.
I think it is up to us to make this charter a success by harnessing to it the passion of the people for peace, for economic security, and above all, for enabling the ordinary man and woman to build their homes and have their families, and plan ahead instead of living under this continual menace, which is a man-made menace. Here we have, in this Economic Council, the possibility of laying the axe on some of the economic roots of this foul thing called war. In commending this charter to the House, I hope I have been successful in answering some of the questions which have been raised concerning it. End of speech. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on November 15th, 2011.
The laws of cricket, as devised by the Melbourne Cricket Club and adopted by the Worcester Cricket Club. This is a LibriVox recording. Our LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The laws of cricket, as adopted by the Worcester Cricket Club. 1. The ball must weigh not less than 5 ounces and a half, nor more than 5 ounces and 3/4. It must measure not less than 9 inches, nor more than 9 inches in the core and circumference. At the beginning of each innings, either player may call for a new ball. 2. The bat must not exceed 4 inches in 1/4 in the last part. It must not be more than 38 inches in length. 3. The stumps must be 3 in number, 27 inches out of the ground. The barrels 8 inches in length. The stumps are equal and sufficient width to prevent the ball from passing through. 4. The ball crease must be in line with the stumps, 6 feet 8 inches in length. The stumps in the center, with the return crease at each end towards the ball at right angles. 5. The ball crease must be 4 feet from the wicket and parallel to it, unlimited in length, but not shorter than the ball crease. 6. The wickets must be pitched opposite to each other by umpires at a distance of 22 yards. 7. It should not be lawful for either party during the match without the consent of the other to alter the ground by rowing, watering, covering, mowing, or beating except at the commencement of each innings, when the ground may be swept or rolled at the request of either party, such request to be made to allow the umpires within 1 minute after the conclusion of the former innings. This rule is not meant to prevent the striker from beating the ground with bat near to the spot where he stands during his innings, nor to prevent the ball from filling out holes with sawdust etc. when the ground is wet. 8. After rain, the wickets may be exchanged with the consent of both parties. 9. The ball shall deliver the ball with 1 foot on the ground and behind the bowling crease and within the return crease, and he shall bowl 4 balls before he change wickets, with which he shall be permitted to do only once in the same innings. 10. The ball must be bowled, not thrown or jerked, and the end must not be above the shoulder and delivery, and whenever the ball shall so clearly infringe on this rule in other particulars as to make it difficult for the umpire the ball striker to judge whether the ball has been delivered or in the true intent of the man this rule or not, that I shall call no ball. 11. He may require the striker at the wicket from which he is bowling to stand on that side of it which he may direct. 12. If the ball shall toss the ball over the striker's head or bowled so wide that in the opinion of the umpire it shall be fairly within the reach of the batsman, he shall adjust 1 run to the prior received innings, either with or without an appeal, which shall be put on the score of 5 balls. Such balls shall not be regulars one of 4 balls, but the batsman shall be by any means bring himself with the reach of the ball, one should not be adjudged. 13. If the ball with a no ball or white ball, the shell shall be rewarded as many ones as he can get, and shall not be put down out except by running out. And if then no one's been attained by any other means, the one ball shall have the score of no balls or white balls as the case may be. Or once attained for white balls to be scored as white balls. And as the balls with ball white balls, no balls in future to be placed in the score to show the prize but in either steps or is made. If the ball shall first touch any part of the striker's stress or person except his hands, then it shall call wake by. At the beginning of each innings, the umpire shall call play. From that time to the end of the innings, no 12 balls shall be awarded to any bowler. 15. The striker shall either the balls be bowled off or the stump be bowled out of the ground. 16. Or if the ball from the stroke of the bat or hand, but not the wrist, be out before it touched the ground, although it be hurt to the body of the catcher. 17. Or if in striking or any other time where the ball shall be in play, both feet shall be over the point crease, and his leg put down and extend his bat being grown within it. 18. Or if in striking at the ball it down his wicket. 19. Or if under any pretense of running or any otherwise, either the strikes prevent the ball from being caught, the strike of the ball is out. 20. Or if the ball be struck and he will free strike again. 21. Or if in running the wicket be struck down by a throw or by a thrower's arm with ball in hand, before his bat in hand, or some part of the person be grounded over the strike crease, but if both balls be off, the stump must be struck out of the ground. 22. Or if any part of the stress knocked down the wicket. 23. Or if striker touch the or take out the ball while in play, unless they create opposite pie. 24. Or if any part of the person is not the ball, which appear umpire the wicket, shall be pitched a straight line from it to the strike wicket and would fit it. 25. If the players have crossed each other, either at once for the wicket which is put down is out. 26. But having caught no one shall be reckoned. 27. A striker being one out, that one which in his power attended should not be reckoned. 28. If the last ball be called, the striker shall be rewarded 6 runs, but if more than 6 shall have been won before both last ball shall have been called, the striker should have all which have been won. 29. After the ball shall have been finally restored at the wicket-keeper's or bowler's hand, it shall be considered dead. But when the bowler is about to deliver the ball, if the striker go outside the point crease before such actual delivery, the said ball may point out unless, reference to the transfer law, his bat in hand or some part of the person be within the point crease. 30. The striker should not retire from this wicket and return to it to complete his innings, and after has been in, and without a considered of supply. 31. No substitute shall in any case be allowed to stand out or run between wickets for another person without a considered opposite pie. In case any person shall be allowed to run for another, the shell should be out if either is the substitute be off the ground in mention or 17-21 with the balls in play. 32. In all cases where substitutes shall be allowed, the considered opposite pie shall also be attached to the person's substitute, and place the field which he shall take. 33. If any person stop the ball with his bat, the ball shall be considered dead, and the also pie shall 5 runs to score. If they be run, they shall have 5 in all. 34. The ball having been hit, the striker may go striker with his bat when he passed by extending his hand, that the 3-foot rule may not be disobeyed. 35. The wicket-keeper shall not take the ball for the person throwing until it has passed the wicket. He shall not move until the ball be out of the ball's hand. He shall not be by any noise incommode the striker. If any part of the person be over or before the wicket, or for the ball be in it, the striker should not be out. 36. The umpires are sole judges of fair or unfair play, and all disputes shall be determined by them. Each his own wicket, but in case of catch where the umpire's wicket ball occurs sufficiently to start upon, he may by the umpire, whose decision shall be conclusive. Phase 7. The umpires all measures shall pitch fair wickets, and the umpire shall toss off to his innings. That way shall change triggers on the of highest at 1 innings. Phase 8. There shall allow 2 minutes for each striker to come in, and 10 minutes between each innings. Now I shall call player to play his physical play shall lose the match. Phase 9. The not to all the striker was appeared to by the first weeks. 40. But if one of the ball's feet be on the ground beyond the bowling crease and within the returning crease, when it is shot with the ball, umpire still unasked must call no ball. 41. If either the strikers from the shot 1, the umpire must call 1 shot. 42. No umpire shall be allowed to bid. 43. No umpire is to be changed to a match, and rest will to consider both parties, except in the case of violation for a second war. The umpire may dismiss the transgressor. 44. At the referee 4 balls, the umpire must call over, but not until the ball should be foully still in the wicket carries or ball's hand. The ball shall then be considered dead. Nevertheless, if an idea be entertained that either of the strikers is out, the question may be put previously to, but not out of the referee next ball. 45. The umpire must take special care to call no ball instantly upon the referee, white balls are served by the striker. 46. The players who go in second shall follow the innings if they have attained 81 stress antagonists, and send an all match through to only 1 day's play, when now shall be rated to 60 instead of 80. 47. If either strikers should have been put out, the use of badge should not be allowed to any person until the next strike shall come in. Note: the Committee of Development Club think it desirable that previously to commence with the badge, one of its shall should declare the badge offered, and that the new laws with respect to such suits may be carried out in the spirit of fairness and mutual concession. He instead wished that such suits be allowed in all reasonable cases, and that the umpire should inquire if it is done with consideration of the opposite side. Complaints have been made to the players of some players when they enter wicket to also go off a footing, but it appeared that the umpire should be empowered to prevent it. Preliminary instructions, condensed with additions, for the offer of the cricket field. First beginning. First, provide yourself with funnels, etc., as per our own lists. To play a single ball without grass or pads endangers a wounded shin or broken finger. Grass will cover all. The more inexperienced the player, the more blows it will receive on the hands and ankles. Second, show a club. A sort of good players attentively. Cricket while skating is learned gradually by the eye on the natural principle of unconscious imitation. In batting, bowling and fielding, there is a right way and a wrong. Inquire and ascertain the right way in each, and practice that and that only. It is harder to unlearn than to learn. Once form a bad habit, and a spasmodic twitching of the muscles in the wrong direction will betray you ever after. Fielding and bowling are good practice even for batting, because the train and an eye are together, and the possession of pace and distance are essential to both, and are the same in both. Bowling. First, his history. Bowling was originally hand-to-hand. Mr. Wells of Kent is said to have scattered round bowling, but Mr. E. Budd and Lambert in their days of Mrs. Ward, Alderston, Bodham, Robinson and the Baldridges first bowled this new way in the match at Goodwood. Where and Baldridge were present, to the hint, were one bowling to perfection, and after 30 years opposition, had the honour of establishing the game in its present perfect state. In the year 1823, Wright went to his side at Brighton, and it was then that he and Baldridge achieved for many years a complete mastery for Sussex over all other countries, but the severity and superiority of the world hand bowling. In course of time, the system was adopted by Surrey, Kent, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, and other counties. The result has been closely occasionally asked by attack and defence by eminent batsmen H. L. Nicholson, ESQ, C. G. Taylor, ESQ, the Honourable S. Sponsley, C. G. Winch, ESQ, W. Nicholson, ESQ, Anderson, G. Parr, Gaffin, Sampson, John Wheelwright, Hunt, J. Caesar, F. Pilch, and a great many more too numerous to mention. Not only have their talents and skills made the bowling at the present day comparatively easy, but well nigh gave the ascendancy over it which for many years the bowling maintained over the batsman. Therefore, if the game is less interesting to some, it has become the initiated the game of more science and exciting rivalry. Second, the theory of bowling. Ask some professional bowler to explain to you what is implied in the rule. 1. The bowling must be straight. 2. Of a good general length. 3. With spin and bias, and as we saw the spin produced more lively delivery from the fingers, for the ball must not come dull and dead from the whole of the hand. And 4. Creeping the ground. When also from various dodges, secretly feel on bowling, of 1. With an eye toss, 2. With associated play, 3. Change of pace, 4. Playing for catch dummy, and all the mysteries of headwork which Lambert taught Clark, and in which Willie White Sr. and James Burridge had never been excelled. Third, the price of bowling. Willie White used to recommend a short one to deliver the ball to save unnecessary fatigue, and there were 60 inches beyond the crease to save no ball. Shoes intruders preferred much to rising balls. In the field, the short strip or the draw is as easy as place of a bowler. He should save his hand from ant for throws from the fieldman, and he should save the ball be to return to him as easy catch, the safe stretching and reaching afterward. Such exertions in bowling put the ball out of his form and position. In running, can solve a ball of experience as to style serve to your strength and keep it. Be fast or slow only, desire once, and press once only. Precision before pace. Wrestler's command of the ball with wrestling pace is too much for any but a very powerful man ever to dream of. Never break a point of fast bowling. If pace does not come naturally, it will defy good pitch and precision. Understand your style and the number of steps to deliver and alphabet delivery, for which good advice and concentration is required, press for the least variation. By trying different ways, you form conflicting efforts, and your delivery can never be fixed and natural. An accurate bowler has always a certain mechanical uniformity in his start, his swung, and his delivery. Harriet breaks him into a kind of movement catapult. He seems to be naturally in the side swing. This is associated with bowling, and this record swing depends on uniform press. Again, bowl if it be only a dozen balls to you every day, as form but continuous action. But the ball till you're tired is to take the turn out of your muscles and is possibly injurious to learner. Press both sides of the wicket, also against the wind to be referred for every distance of age. The reason so few men went bowling is that they don't style too violent to be present. Balls of moderate pace are generally found to exercise a tact and manoeuvring. Temper and patience and the resolution not to be put off your bowling by ill luck are indispensable. Bowl of an object, before your force bent upon it, with calm but resolute decision. Bowling in great matches is now analysed, and Cosby shirked to score its true test of superiority. See Cricket Field chapter on bowling. Fielding. Practice catching, press left hand more than right, press forward the first throw of the arm, or with a single step at most. Pick up and in at once. A low elbow throw, no time wasted in the air is best, the toe of the barrels, and the catch if possible, if not a good skirting long hop. Press fielding but long stopping. Place yourself occasionally so as to depend on the weight and dexterity of the left hand. A good fielder uses both hands alike. When to rush in without missing. A certified fielder is Mr. E. V. Walker, Catherine, and John Willie White, and co-direction. Apply your body to anticipate, and to start before the ball is hit, and to place yourself well according to the play. First class science, it must be learned in all its parts, but so exercises as he suggested, and with great attention study the game. Not only press catching in a circle, but failing in a circle. When someone throw or bat the ball to you to try how much you can cover to right and left, rush in and throw. To command yourself full speed, the start summary, and the stop in good form all must be practiced. There is a style thing as with batting. Nature provides an appropriate attitude of every exertion, and the art is to attain it. While a man bats balls of first awkwardly, he cannot make the most of his capabilities. The wicket-keeper is the best man for general Should if possible give orders by motion of hand, unseen by the striker. The first one must be everywhere to do signals. Every player should practice wicket keeping. The fair in 11 of a good wicketkeeper is very great, excellence here is very rare. It is fine players and high and judge of links, so wicket-keepers are almost always good batsmen. Press the left hand. Split one will give a stay and unwinking eye. When attitude from some great men such as Smallheer or Mr. Nicholson. At first rate when Mr. Jenner Fomley will catch a draw near point and strip was so bowling. He was ever attentive to save the bowler, but fancy and quietly tossing him the ball. Short strip takes the wicket-keeper's space to else the ball, throw to the wicket-keeper and rest the ball course. For the wicket-keeper is always at the wicket, and you should take the ball's hands. A bowler to preserve his form and position, shove his will strain and stretching out the ball as possible. He may be incapacitated by the ball's hands. He may break the point shake or lose insensibility. Point must stand near or far from 5 yards to 15 according to the player's play. He signs point power for catches, and sometimes with fast bowling good airs almost a fieldsman safe runs. Point must never stand nearer than he can stay to catch. May a slow man everything staying where only a sharp man could be of any use. Point should stand behind short strip, and onside it is almost all the backing up to do, so must be very attentive to run across the line. Every fieldsman must be careful to stand to save either one or two. The essence of cover point, for instance, is to be able to stand up far off and yet save the 1-1. For the further off, the more ground you can cover, and the shorter distance to run the ball past you. Cover point and long strip or cover strip, when cover strip is not made from man up, require particular practice to well curl the ball, so also does strike sometimes. Late point straight off should be able to throw well. His station is to cover the bowler and middle wicket, and now far enough generally to save 2 runs. The long field on is on the other side to the ball's right. He also saves the ball. He also covers the bowler and stands the fish tree to save 2 runs. This but also requires an excellent thrower. The long way for the straight hitter should stand at right angles to the striker's wicket. Some batsmen will hit later in the ball than others. If so, this person must stand sharper. He should be able to throw and run well, and start a failing by the ball off the bat. He must practice catching with throws of some 30 yards, or will not judge the ball correctly. The long stop should practice throwing with a quick action to toe the wicket, or by will only be obtained. He has also to cover many steps of the bat, both to the way and offside. The neatest feeling is here required, also patient and continued attention. Bias can be pace if once the long strip fails to press asked. Short strip. The situation for the service between the wicket-keeper point, but nearer to the former. Much depends on staying right for the play. The fieldsman should be constantly on his guard, as the balls usually come from the bat with considerable swiftness. In backing up, the serve should come next to the wicket-keeper, and many a one out has been missed because strip walked away to take restless place. The long strip is generally placed between short strip and point, but is sometimes required behind strip. This is the station of the first responsibility of fast bowling. The middle wicket, on or off, should stand about 11-13 yards from anywhere of the ball's wicket. The situation requires the person's good judgment and activity. There is no place in the field where so many struggles occur to get one, as also catches and spirits. Cover, middle, wicket and point is a situation where many hard hits are made. Cover should follow the direction of the batsman and get the start of the ball. This first is sometimes brought in to save the 1-1, but only when the ball is the first rate. He should not wait and let the ball come to him, but dash immediate and follow the quick motion that toward the stumps to the wicket-keeper or ball's hand. If done neatly and quickly, it will effect, and it's a good feeling. Many runner will start on dashing cover, pin up and return all on action. The young cricket we cannot too frequently repeat the activity, observation and steadiness as valuable qualities. Having players that become master at both the bat and ball, he will require will advice and good management. The batsman. We address young players, but presuppose the real knowledge. Yet many old players today do not press all the fine rules. Stand well up to your work. Fix the right as the pivot foot, keeping the left as the movable and bounce leg. Proficiency grants may be a little more favorable, and even step in to over-pitched balls, but no learner will ever attain the right form and command unless he begins firmly one leg. As the best spot to tell you if you drink away. Thus, it will keep your eye on the wire in the middle stump, and the more steady your figure, the less uninterrupted in the wire sight. Men who stoop and wise and bother about their heads, and consequently their eyes, from one rail to another, can all spare a good side of the ball. The rest press the scarcely move till they are judged the length and nature of the ball, and then by one decides spirit, find themselves to glance into the posture the play requires. Whereas bad players turn to shuffle, and stoop and wise a dozen times waste. Every unnecessary movement rests the command hand and the accuracy of the eye. Press pendulum play. When the bear boot true is the pendulum the wire the ball stand and wicket. If once the bear is taken out with the point out of the sign, the play must be crossed. But lift up your bat correctly, the point being thrown back to the line of the wicket, and then as the ball comes, now it cannot be brought to bear upright, then upright or straight play. Try to experiment the bat and ball on the carpet. Press also in the room with different attitudes that movers of the bat. By string across the room. I used to spin a short softball, a large cold kind, and went to use the arms and wrists. Campbell pressed excellently in this way. Also walk along the path of field, and bear ball continually before you. Therefore true resource for all art hitting is stand firmly legs and press resolutely without hesitation. If you form right, you will play wrong. To play over the ball, we all know it is good to keep it down, but that is not to play so much over as to kill the ball or waste the hit against ground. Stand by a good player's wicket and watch him. Good players could almost be infection, that unconsciously becomes a shell of the mind. Since they have to play for officials, and ask them to tell you what house you have. A person cannot see himself, when a player loves neighbour's awkwardness and unconsciously does the same thing. A love for the place. In betting there is indeed a time for all things. Good balls are the pace is serious at a time. Play the ball and trace it every inch from the end to the bat. Don't shut your eyes, don't play the pitch, but concentrate on official force without breaking on the ball line. Playing form back. Any player explains this great difficulty of playing, knowing when to play for the pitch and when to play back of the wise. All depends on credit judging how far forward you can play upright and well over the ball. Play the ball forward with which you can reach forward. Never is all shooting to swell the pitch, but once they will drive, those stressing lines still shooting propensities, so dangerous to the wicket. The easier ball is to play forward the more difficult, because the short side, to play back. When once you can play straight and upright, and spirit in hurry forward, whether while scheduled forage or allowing for motion, within a range of say 9 feet before you crease, then all these 9 feet have become 7 stone ground, and every ball pitcher within it is a certain hill drive. Create space to terra firma, for a new term the scholar wanting to denote it. Pitchers for a turn or safeguard, they still can perfectly stretch forward such short feet, which must ask when the ways to make the best of your reach, and consequently of your height, a thing to study, before you will stand your terra firma to full extent. Remember, however, the most dangerous balls are those which pitch just outside it, and is almost not quite within your reach. Wheel riding craft never had a better edge than this. They shall terrify a wheel further and a wheel shorter, and a wheel higher and a wheel lower, Chubb said nil to they are, and the first time person which touched the wing from the time for play is said to be a mistake. Therefore, the great point in batting is the effort definite terra firma, which be eyed to a nicety, and is done intuitively in the glance, and yet never will discern accurately, save for Richard Abbott, but pressed the same way frequently in the same way, for the west screw spray will set you wrong for week, and then before the ball pitches, the player in unnecessarily fall back a swing class. If you doubt, you're lost. Every class is poor action, and nothing characterizes an old hand like a quiet natural curve decision and a methodical and arbitrary series of movements. Since if the ball less stable caused by action. Things done well are done burst by the raw intention, sanctuary for an effort, and 30 almost unconsciously, and because you cannot keep it. The whilst is a stage of perfection, denied the ever formed, and excuse of philosophy, you never can bet very well till you play by habit, and let ambitious and experiment again with new ways, having by starts and nothing long, into which challenges and betray so much by the officials, there's one conflicting efforts, and no gaiety shall create the bad ever so easy to find than to part with. Therefore the common error of thinking ban the old cricket, may fair ban a forte, and your ban almost take care of itself. Good first said always say once, or the rest ought to make none. To play a good length barrel ball. All good players as the ball is to with it, or at least is in sight, for the point of the bat back so as to have the end out of the line with the bowler. In this position, if the bat be quite in wide of the wicket, you find to look hard at the ball, and you hardly play long. This issue shows you being in time for quick with the ball, because the bat is already prepared for the radius ball, whereas if not previously thrown back and straight to wicket, you would have to follow the ball and make a complicated movement instead of a simple one. Also the same. Throwing back the point that the bat straight to the wicket and receiving the ball, which you see good players do for 3 ways of rifle style, is there for all 3 hitting. If not thrown back freely, the ball cannot stand with force upon the ball, nor make a brilliant hit. It is this that produces crisp play, without which no bearing so much. From this position, the stopper shooter is comparatively easy, if eyeing to shot down and meet the ball, whereas bad players always seen running back out of a ball. The available point of strong defense is to have a good length ball to shoot, and you will be in time if it rises, but if looking too equally for the rise, you are too high if it shoots. Commence the innings very carefully, to achieve your defensive. To be eager for once is fair error. A good person goes in to play the game. If there is any in the ball, he likes to make it. If not, he will wait for an hour rather than it for any sake. Many men stop thinking about it before the ball is bowled. When the ball comes to the knot, he is by himself, and down goes the wicket. If our shot defense, no measure of level will choose you for your bay. First to 3 Barry style play. The big about with arms good aside, taking interest in your body and stuff when your arms go for shoulder, now you do it for small boy. Make the bossy height. Look at par. It's not adrenalizing, but it's just like the bat who had the full use of every limb. On taking the bat, being in no hurry about making ones, they had the first over or 2 to get eyes open and survey the body past attack, and suppose the Aeroplane, you find the ball as a scouty weak point, say the weak stump, and then set ball to it. In this case, endeavour not to let one other pitch or white ball go unpaged. Third plan for send 1 or 2 to the chance of being the square hit. Now it puts the ball so much off his stroke as short hitting, however gentle. Also, one to answer this attack. A good general on 5 makes 3 men instead of 2 on the onside, may have alterations to suit your play. When you see this, may only use the opening fast course. This may bring the man back to his place where if they hit. This is why still increase the best reach. This also has a size, which also has to touch the feet to answer without bending the knees. I believe the batsman could by pressing a long reach of bat, right size than above mirror, increase bend the foot. If an inch gain reach in forward play turns so many more dangerous balls to 7 easy stops, if not tries and runs. Avoid play the bat too heavy to air comfortably. Bends from 2 pounds to 2 pounds 2 ounces are used. That can never be so clear as the eye, and never better increase your difficulties very considerably. Geometry be extemporaneous. How do you deal with all kinds of textures to seriously affect your sight? Avoid stimulants. Get students to have become play of body and why you choose to kill a state of mind. End of the Worcester Cricket, as regards to the Variable Cricket Club and adopted by the Worcester Cricket Club. Recording by Glenn O'Brien.
President Fillmore's letter to the Emperor of Japan. Japanese reply to the President's letter. Commodore Perry's letter to Senior Counselor Hayashi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. President Millard Fillmore's letter to the Emperor of Japan, presented by Commodore Perry on July 14, 1853. Millard Fillmore, President of the United States of America, to His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of Japan, great and good friend. I send you this public letter by Commodore Matthew C. Perry, an officer of the highest rank in the Navy of the United States, and commander of the squadron now visiting your Imperial Majesty's dominions. I have directed Commodore Perry to assure your Imperial Majesty that I entertain the kindest feelings toward your Majesty's person and government, and that I have no other object in sending him to Japan but to propose to your Imperial Majesty that the United States and Japan should live in friendship and have commercial intercourse with each other. The Constitution and laws of the United States forbid all interference with the religious or political concerns of other nations. I have particularly charged Commodore Perry to abstain from every act which could possibly disturb the tranquility of your Imperial Majesty's dominions. The United States of America reach from ocean to ocean, and our territory of Oregon and state of California lie directly opposite to the dominions of your Imperial Majesty. Our steamships can go from California to Japan in 18 days. Our great state of California produces about $60 millions in gold every year, besides silver, quicksilver, precious stones, and many other valuable articles. Japan is also a rich and fertile country, and produces many very valuable articles. Your Imperial Majesty's subjects are skilled in many of the arts. I am desirous that our two countries should trade with each other, for the benefit both of Japan and the United States. We know that the ancient laws of your Imperial Majesty's government do not allow of foreign trade, except with the Chinese and the Dutch. But as the state of the world changes and new governments are formed, it seems to be wise from time to time to make new laws. There was a time when the ancient laws of your Imperial Majesty's government were first made. About the same time, America, which is sometimes called the New World, was first discovered and settled by the Europeans. For a long time there were but a few people, and they were poor. They have now become quite numerous, their commerce is very extensive, and they think that if your Imperial Majesty were so far to change the ancient laws as to allow a free trade between the two countries, it would be extremely beneficial to both. If your Imperial Majesty is not satisfied that it would be safe altogether to abrogate the ancient laws which forbid foreign trade, they might be suspended for 5 or 10 years, so as to try the experiment. If it does not prove as beneficial as was hoped, the ancient laws can be restored. The United States often limit their treaties with foreign states to a few years, and then renew them or not, as they please. I have directed Commodore Perry to mention another thing to your Imperial Majesty. Many of our ships pass every year from California to China, and great numbers of our people pursue the whale fishery near the shores of Japan. It sometimes happens, in stormy weather, that one of our ships is wrecked on your Imperial Majesty's shores. In all such cases we ask and expect that our unfortunate people should be treated with kindness, and that their property should be protected, till we can send a vessel and bring them away. We are very much in earnest in this. Commodore Perry is also directed by me to represent to your Imperial Majesty that we understand there is a great abundance of coal and provisions in the Empire of Japan. Our steamships, in crossing the great ocean, burn a great deal of coal, and it is not convenient to bring it all the way from America. We wish that our steamships and other vessels, should be allowed to stop in Japan and supply themselves with coal, provisions, and water. They will pay for them in money or anything else your Imperial Majesty's subjects may prefer, and we request your Imperial Majesty to appoint a convenient port in the southern part of the Empire where our vessels may stop for this purpose. We are very desirous of this. These are the only objects for which I have sent Commodore Perry with a powerful squadron to pay a visit to your Imperial Majesty's renowned city of Yedo. Friendship, commerce, a supply of coal and provisions, and protection for our shipwrecked people. We have directed Commodore Perry to beg your Imperial Majesty's acceptance of a few presents. They are of no great value in themselves, but some of them may serve as specimens of the articles manufactured in the United States, and they are intended as tokens of our sincere and respectful friendship. May the Almighty have your Imperial Majesty in his great and holy keeping. In witness whereof, I have caused the Great Seal of the United States to be hereunto affixed, and have subscribed the same with my name, at the city of Washington, in America, the seat of my government, on the 13th day of the month of November, in the year 1852. Seal attached. Your good friend, Millard Fillmore, President. Translation of Japanese reply to President Fillmore's letter. The return of Your Excellency, as Ambassador of the United States to this Empire, has been expected according to the letter of His Majesty the President, which Your Excellency delivered last year to His Majesty the Emperor of this nation. It is quite impossible to give satisfactory answers at once to all the proposals of your government. Although a change is most positively forbidden by the laws of our imperial ancestors, for us to continue attached to ancient laws seems to misunderstand the spirit of the age. Nonetheless, we are governed now by imperative necessity. At the visit of Your Excellency to this empire last year, His Majesty the former Emperor was sick and is now dead. Subsequently, His Majesty the present Emperor ascended the throne. The many occupations in consequence thereof are not yet finished, and there is no time to settle other business thoroughly. Moreover, His Majesty the new Emperor at his succession to the throne promised to the Princess and high officers of the Empire to observe the laws. It is therefore evident that he cannot now bring about any alterations in the ancient laws. Last autumn, at the departure of the Dutch ship, the Superintendent of the Dutch trade in Japan was requested to inform your government of this event, and we have been informed in writing that he did so. The Russian ambassador arrived recently at Nagasaki to communicate a wish of his government. He has since left the said place, because no answer would be given to whatever nation that might communicate similar wishes. We recognize necessity, however, and shall entirely comply with the proposals of your government concerning coal, wood, water, provisions, and the saving of ships and their crews in distress. After being informed which harbor Your Excellency selects, that harbor shall be prepared, which preparation it is estimated will take about 5 years. Meanwhile, commencement can be made with the coal at Nagasaki by the first month of the next Japanese year, 16th of February, 1855. Having no precedent with respect to coal, we request Your Excellency to furnish us with an estimate, and upon due consideration this will be complied with, if not in opposition to our laws. What do you mean by provisions, and how much coal will be required? Finally, anything ships may be in want of that can be furnished from the production of this empire shall be supplied. The prices of merchandise and articles of barter to be fixed by Kurokawa Kahei and Moriyama Einosuke. After settling the points before mentioned, the treaty can be concluded and signed at the next interview. Seals attached by order of the High Gentleman. Signed, Moriyama Einosuke. Commodore Perry's letter to Senior Counselor Hayashi, March 10, 1854. United States flagship Powhatan, at anchor off the town of Yokohama, Edo Bay, 10 March, 1854. To His Highness Hayashi, Daigaku no Kami, etc., etc., etc. Your Highness, in reply to the communication of Your Highness, which was brought to me yesterday by Kurokawa Kahei and the chief interpreter, Moriyama Einosuke, I hasten to remark that it has given me the greatest satisfaction to learn from its contents that the Imperial Government of Japan has at last awakened to a conviction of the necessity of so altering its policy with respect to foreign nations as to consent to an interchange of friendly intercourse with the United States. Though the propositions set forth in the communication of Your Highness furnish strong evidence of the enlightened spirit with which the Imperial Commissioners are disposed to meet the suggestions which I have had the honor to submit, they fall far short of my anticipations, and I do not hesitate to say that they would not satisfy the views of the President. I cheerfully accede to those of the propositions of Your Highness which offer to guarantee kind treatment to such vessels of the United States as may hereafter visit the parts of Japan, or be wrecked upon its coasts with protection, and suitable hospitality to the people who may belong to them. Also, that provisions and other supplies shall be furnished to them and payment received for the same. Also, that American steamers shall be supplied with reasonable quantities of coal and at fair and equitable prices. These are all very well so far as they go, and can be incorporated in the treaty which I shall expect to make, but my instructions require me to look for an intercourse of a more enlarged and liberal character, and I feel assured that the Imperial Government, in consideration of the spirit of the age, and with the full knowledge of my strong desire to conduct my mission in peace and friendship, will no longer hesitate to enter with cordiality into a treaty that will be mutually honorable and advantageous to both nations. The convenience of the immense and growing commerce of the United States in these seas will require, certainly, as many ports of resort in Japan as are specified in the treaty with China, and these must be free from any restrictions not recognized by the usages of free and independent nations. In a word, I again earnestly urge upon Your Highness the policy of fixing upon some written compact that will be binding as well upon the citizens of the United States as the subjects of Japan. It would be needless in me again to express the sincerest desire of my heart to bring these negotiations to an amicable and satisfactory termination. Nor will I again allude to the importance of such an issue, important as well to save time as to prevent the necessity of sending from America more ships and men, and possibly with instructions of more stringent import. I have the power and the wish to meet the Imperial Commissioners in all good faith, believing that there can be no more favorable time than the present to settle all the questions under consideration in such manner as will bring about a good understanding between two nations, whose geographical positions, lying in comparative proximity, would seem to enjoin, as a measure of wise foresight, a mutual interchange of those acts of kindness and good-will which will serve to cement the friendship happily commenced, and to endure, I trust, for many years. With the most profound respect. Signed, M. C. Perry, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces, East India, China, and Japan Seas, and Special Ambassador to Japan. End of letters.
Letter to Miss Grace Norton by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Miss Grace Norton, 131 Mount Vernon Street, Boston, July 28, 1883. My dear Grace, before the sufferings of others I am always utterly powerless, and your letter reveals such depths of suffering that I hardly know what to say to you. This indeed is not my last word, but it must be my first. You are not isolated, verily, in such states of feeling as this, that is, in the sense that you appear to make all the misery of all mankind your own. Only I have a terrible sense that you give all and receive nothing, that there is no reciprocity in your sympathy, that you have all the affliction of it and none of the returns. However, I am determined not to speak to you except with a voice of stoicism. I don't know why we live. The gift of life comes to us from I don't know what source or for what purpose, but I believe we can go on living for the reason that always, of course, up to a certain point, life is the most valuable thing we know anything about, and it is therefore presumptively a great mistake to surrender it while there is any yet left in the cup. In other words, consciousness is an illimitable power, and though at times it may seem to be all consciousness of misery, yet in the way it propagates itself from wave to wave so that we never cease to feel, and though at moments we appear to, try to, pray to, there is something that holds one in one's place, makes it a standpoint in the universe which it is probably good not to forsake. You are right in your consciousness that we are all echoes and reverberations of the same, and you are noble when your interest and pity as to everything that surrounds you appears to have a sustaining and harmonizing power. Only don't, I beseech you, generalize too much in these sympathies and tendernesses. Remember that every life is a special problem which is not yours but another's, and content yourself with the terrible algebra of your own. Don't melt too much into the universe, but be as solid and dense and fixed as you can. We all live together, and those of us who love and know live so most. We help each other, even unconsciously, each in our own effort. We lighten the effort of others. We contribute to the sum of success, make it possible for others to live. Sorrow comes in great waves. No one can know that better than you. But it rolls over us, and though it may almost smother us, it leaves us on the spot. And we know that if it is strong, we are stronger, inasmuch as it passes and we remain. It wears us, uses us, but we wear it and use it in return. And it is blind, whereas we, after a manner, see. My dear Grace, you are passing through a darkness in which I myself in my ignorance see nothing but that you have been made wretchedly ill by it. But it is only a darkness. It is not an end or the end. Don't think, don't feel any more than you can help. Don't conclude or decide. Don't do anything but wait. Everything will pass, and serenity and accepted mysteries and disillusionments and the tenderness of a few good people and new opportunities and ever so much of life, in a word, will remain. You will do all sorts of things yet, and I will help you. The only thing is not to melt in the meanwhile. I insist upon the necessity of a sort of mechanical condensation, so that however fast the horse may run away, there will, when he pulls up, be a somewhat agitated but perfectly identical G.N. left in the saddle. Try not to be ill, that is all, for in that there is a failure. You are marked out for success, and you must not fail. You have my tenderest affection and all my confidence. Ever your faithful friend, Henry James. End of Letter to Miss Grace Norton by Henry James. Read by Winston Tharp.
Life in a Chinese City by Mrs. Archibald Little. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Life in a Chinese City, from Intimate China, by Mrs. Archibald Little. Chungking has been so fully described in my husband's volume, Through the Yangtze Gorges, I will not here enter upon a description of it, further than to say that it is situated, like Quebec, at the junction of two rivers. It a little recalls Edinburgh. It is about the size of Lyon, has walls all round it, and its gates are shut at sunset, all but two, which remain open an hour or two longer, except when the country is in commotion. It is built upon a rock, and as the summer progresses all the rock warms up, till the heat is very great indeed. The streets are mostly covered over, both as a protection against the sun and the rain, which is very frequent. There is thus no possibility of fresh air getting into its streets, short of a gale occurring, and there is only very rarely any wind, as is shown by the large shade trees on the tops of the hills, and the awnings to keep the sun off the houses, which are supported on bamboos, and which in this windless region are taken up even over the roofs of the houses. Now all the missions have built European houses, but a little while ago all foreigners lived in Chinese houses within the walls of the city. To describe one: you enter off a dirty alley by a large gateway, the only opening in the lofty fireproof walls that surround the whole property, for fire is the great danger of a Chinese city. And a whole quarter of Chungking has been burnt down since we have lived there. You pass into a sort of courtyard. From that you proceed by a long passage to another gateway, thence into a courtyard ornamentally laid out with pots and flowers. The house door opens from this, and, entering by it, you find yourself in the lofty entrance hall used by Europeans as a dining room. Passing through an ornamental screen with open doorways, over which hang portières, you find yourself in a sitting room, of which one wall and two half walls consist of paper windows, with occasional panes of glass. On either side of these two principal rooms are long, narrow ones, only 13 feet wide, which for convenience their English occupants had divided into two, the end wall being in both cases again paper windows with occasional glass. Paper ceilings had been put in to prevent the dust falling through from the tiled roof above, but the sun would shine through this, as well as the tiles, quite brilliantly at times. None of the partition doors had handles or latches, and the outer walls, as well as the inside partitions, were all alike of thin planks of wood, not overlapping, and which would shrink in dry weather so as to leave quite large openings between them. It will thus be realized that, whatever was the temperature outside the house, the same was the temperature inside, with the additional disadvantage of draughts on rainy, wintry days, and in winter it generally rains in Chungking. Europeans always took care to secure wooden floors for themselves, but these floors were not uncommonly rotting away under their feet. And picturesque though the houses are, with their lofty roofs, their solid wooden pillars, black rafters and white plaster, their highly decorated exteriors, little pictures in black and white under the eaves, richly carved and heavily gilded ends to the beams, etc., it became increasingly evident each year that Europeans could not hope for health in them. Chinese in winter wear heavily wadded and fur-lined clothes, in which it is impossible to take exercise, and inside of which they loll about in a semi-comatose condition, much as if in bed. The streets, although wide for a Chinese city, are very narrow in comparison with English streets, being only 8 feet at the widest, and extraordinarily crowded. Passing through them is a continual pushing through a crowd of foot passengers, of sedan chairs carried by coolies, with sometimes one or two men running before to clear the way, and if it be necessary beat back the crowd, of mules, donkeys, or ponies with loads, and of numbers of carrying coolies, a bamboo across their shoulders, and from either end a basket hanging by strings. Everything that can be done in the streets is done in them. Peddlers go by with great quantities of goods for sale. Men are mending broken china with little rivets after a fashion in which the Chinese are great experts. Here is a barber shaving a man's head. There are two women menders, on little stools very neatly dressed, pursuing their avocation. Here is a man working at an embroidery frame. There a cobbler mending shoes. Here some pigs. There some chickens. Here a baby in a hen coop. There a pussy cat tied to a shop counter. And in the evenings street preachers, in the afternoons vast crowds pouring out from theatres. At night, in going out to dinner, we used always to pass at least 3 street preachers. These men wear official caps, and are, as a rule, I believe, reading or expounding the sacred edicts. There is always a little crowd listening, though often a very small one. In the better streets every attention is paid to decency. In the lesser streets none is apparent. At the street corners there are often large tanks full of water, as a precaution against fire. These are invariably grown over with weed. A vast army of coolies is every day going down the steep flights of steps to the river to bring water, which drips from the buckets as it is carried along. Another army is carrying out the sewage of the city to be used as manure. A very soft coal is used for fuel, and baskets of coal are constantly being carried in, 2 dangling from a pole across a coolie's shoulders. The coal dust and the smoke and the drippings and the bustling crowd all make the streets rather an unpleasant place to walk in. Yet, although every one told me it was impossible for an English lady to walk in them, I felt it was impossible for me to live in Chungking unless I did. For in summer no one could walk out till sunset, and then the gates are closed. So, after showing myself about as much as I could in a sedan chair, with the curtains up, unlike the other ladies, who all kept theirs down in those days, I determined to attempt a walk, with my sedan chair, of course, following behind to show I had some claim to respectability. In a few minutes 200 or 300 men and boys were following me. As long as they kept behind and did not press upon me, it did not so much matter. But the boys have a knack of clattering past, and then turning round to stare into one's face in the most insulting and annoying manner, and I felt I could not go back home with all this rabble following, as of course they would all try to press into our house after me, and then there would probably be a row. So I turned into the official residence of the principal magistrate of the city, hoping that the guardians of his gate might stop both me and my following, as I supposed it would be their duty to do, and then I might somehow detach myself. Into the first courtyard every one has a right to go, but as we proceeded farther, soldiers came up and remonstrated with me. "Well, do your duty. Shut us out," I said. "Do shut the people out, and then I won't go any farther." But they did not do their duty, and so, not seeing what else to do, I set up the camera and photographed the crowd and the soldiers not doing their duty and turning them out. After that I got into my chair, and the people, curiously enough, satisfied that that was what I had come out for, dispersed, and I arrived at home unattended. But many a walk since then have I taken through these same streets, and the people have got so accustomed to the sight of me, that they now do not turn round to look. One of the most fatiguing things about Chinese life is the presence. Whatever you do, you ought to take or send a present. Every lady who goes out to dinner takes a present to the hostess, and at a certain period of the dinner all sorts of things are done up in a heterogeneous mass for each guest to take home to her children, if she has any, whilst the hostess pays all her friends chair coolies, and the guest tips the hostess's servants, especially the cook, who has a great title of honour in China. If ladies care to call, they generally bring presents too, rolled up in a handsome coloured handkerchief. The most curious present I have received at a dinner party was a white cat, that could hardly see out of its eyes. The general present seems to be sponge cakes or fruit. Cats are very much prized in a Chinese city because of the fierce depredations of the rats, and in Chungking cats are always kept prisoners and only occasionally let loose at night. It is sad to see the poor things tied up, and we have never been able to make up our minds to keep our cats thus chained. The consequence is they are always stolen, and have a miserable life of it, tied up, and probably far less well fed than they would have been with us. Fowls and pigs are both kept in Chinese cities, and the eggs get a most unpleasing flavour from the vile nature of the places where the poor hens have to lay them. When I pay a call on a lady, my chair has to be carried over the thresholds of the various courtyards, and set down quite close to the guest room where the lady of the house receives, so that I may at once step out of the chair into the house. A woman servant, almost certainly a slave, comes to offer her shoulder as a help to my tottering footsteps, and I am conducted into the guest room, round the walls of which there are little tables, large carved wooden chairs with straight backs being placed one on either side of each table against the wall. The ladies bow after the Chinese ladies' fashion, placing the right hand on the top of the left against the chest, and moving the right hand slowly up and down. The servants are ordered to bring tea, and then conversation commences. It is never very interesting. The floors are as often as not made of hard mud, the walls whitewashed, with long shaped pictures or kakemonos hanging upon them, often with epigrammatic sentences in the decorative Chinese character. At one end of the room is the altar-like table, above which is the ancestral tablet, and on it stand generally candlesticks made of pewter, flower vases, an incense burner, and a small vase for incense sticks. Embroideries are not hung over this table and on the backs of the chairs, unless it is the Chinese New Year time or a dinner party. When the tea is brought, little sugared cakes accompany it, and men say the etiquette is to go away directly you have sipped the tea. But I have never known ladies observe this etiquette. Indeed, the chief fault in Chinese visits is that they are interminable. As no one exerts herself to talk more than she feels inclined, there is, indeed, no reason why they should ever come to an end. Chinese ladies appear very affectionate, and are very caressing. Whether they really do like me or not, they almost always succeed in making me think they do, and I think other European ladies would say the same. But as to whether the holding one's hand and occasionally stroking it means anything, I really do not know. They never have shown me anything, unless they wanted to sell it, except their children. At an artist's house pictures are brought out, but they are all carefully rolled up and put away again; and, at other houses, embroideries worked by various brides of the family have been shown me, but this was in order to see if I would buy them. It must be recollected that to the Chinese a foreign woman's tight-fitting dress, showing her figure, is very indecent. It also seems to them very shocking for a lady to go about unattended by a woman, and for a woman to stand up firmly on her feet and walk on them like a man seems far more indelicate than it does in England to wear so-called rationals. Thus there are great difficulties to be got over at first. They are, indeed, greatly concerned about our indecency, for they have heard no European woman wears trousers, and that their first great anxiety is to examine under our petticoats, and see whether this is really true. Trousers are the one essential garment to a woman in China. Sometimes they ask, "Do you really eat with your waist girt in like that? How do you manage then?" But this they have only once had the opportunity of asking of me, for knowing it to be considered objectionable, I avoid wearing anything that shows the figure, in China, as far as I can. After all, tea jackets admit of many pretty varieties. A European man's dress is, of course, a still greater scandal, and to Chinese the only explanation of it is that the poor fellow had not enough cloth to cover himself properly. After spending any length of time amongst Orientals, I think every one must feel that our European dress is lacking in grace and elegance. It takes longer to get a letter the 1,500 miles from Shanghai to Chungking than it does to get a letter the 13,000 from England to Shanghai. Freight of goods is a great deal higher. Indeed, a ton of goods costs £6 from Shanghai to Chungking, and £36 to get it to Talifu in Yunnan. Once I wrote to England on Christmas Eve for stockings, saying I was in such need of them I should like to have them sent out by post, and yet I never received those stockings till the following spring year. In an ordinary way, with good luck, you ought to get an answer to a letter from England in 4 months. Therefore, if you keep up a very animated correspondence with an English friend, always answering every letter directly you receive it, you write 3 letters a year. And curiously enough, whatever you may do at Chungking, the sense of its being so very far away deters other people from writing to you. Charles Lamb has written a beautiful essay upon this. He explains it by the suggestion that the writer, thinking of the great distance the letter has to travel, fancies it growing tired. Anyhow, the result tends to heighten the sense of isolation, which is perhaps nowhere so much felt as among Chinese. Whether it is their expressionlessness, their want of sympathy, or the whole character of their civilization being so different from ours, very few Europeans can spend more than a year amongst Chinese without suffering from it. Some go mad with it, and all are accused of growing odd. There is no doubt that most of us become somewhat self-centered and unduly impressed with the importance of our own affairs, but the depression that often overtakes people, women especially, is sadder to witness. In sending out missionaries, this is a point that ought to be specially considered. Have they enough strength of character to continue the work of an apostle without any outside spiritual or inspiriting influences whatsoever? It is not long since a man I had thought so ardent said to me, "I am going away, and I never mean to return. I cannot go on giving out and having no spiritual help myself." Yet, just because they are trying to live for others, missionaries stand this trial best. I have known other men who, from the moment they arrived in a Chinese town, found no pleasure but in counting the days. One more spent here, one less to spend. And this without even the least idea of when they would go away. To Chinese children, I always think life in a Chinese city must be very pleasant. There are the great festivals, the Chinese New Year, with all its countless crackers; the Dragon Boat Festival, when each district of the city mans a boat shaped like a dragon, and all paddle like mad, naked to the waist, and with a strange shout that must be very dear to children. Then there are the visits to the graves, when all the family goes out into the country together, and the long processions when the officials are carried through the city in open chairs and long fur gowns, hundreds of umbrellas of gay colors going before them, and their retainers also riding in pairs and in fur coats of inferior quality. All the beggar children of the city have a high day then. With fancy dress of various sorts over their rags, they walk or ride or are carried round the city, sometimes as living pictures, sometimes representing conquered aborigines, sometimes even Englishmen in short square coats and tight trousers. In the springtime a procession goes out to meet the spring, and sacrifice an ox in the river bed in its honor. And strangely enough, the day in February on which this is done is always the most genial, spring-like day, though after it is over winter sets in with renewed severity. At other times it is the image of the fire god that is carried round, to show him the buildings he is honored to protect. Then again, one evening there will be about 4 miles of little lanterns sent floating down the great river in honor of the dead. Or there will be the baking of the glutinous rice cakes, accompanied by many curious ceremonials. And in it all the child takes his part, and his elders are very kind to him, and never bother him with cleaning up or putting on clothes to go out. He strips to the waist or beyond it in summer; then, as the winter comes on, puts on ever another and another garment, till he becomes as broad as he is long. At night time, perhaps, he takes off some clothes, but they are all the same shape, all quite loose and easy. Then he never need be afraid of breaking anything or spoiling anything, for most things are put away, and Chinese things are not like European. The shining black polished table, for instance, can have a hot kettle stood upon it, and be none the worse. No one ever tells the Chinese child to hold himself up, or not to talk so loud, or to keep still; so he shouts and wriggles to his heart's content. And European children grow like him in this respect, and when readmitted to European houses, their feet are forever rubbing about, and their hands fidgeting with something, which spoils, as European things will spoil. Although there is so much rain in the west of China, and when it does not rain the air is generally damp to saturation point, yet sometimes there is a long continuance of summer heat. One year, although according to the Chinese calendar the ending of the great heat had come, and indeed also the beginning of autumn, when, if it does not rain according to the saying, no rain will fall for 40 days, yet no rain fell, no thunder cooled the air. The ground was growing harder and harder, and the hills acquiring the yellow baked look so familiar down river, but not so unusual in Chungking. The south gate was not closed. The idea is that heat comes in from the south; therefore, when it is too hot, the south gate is always closed. There was, however, too much traffic through it, but no meat, fowls, nor eggs were allowed to go in thereat, and the various cooks and coolies sent in on foraging excursions from the hills returned disconsolate. If any one sold anything, it was with the air of a thief, one man reported. Europeans were beginning to consider what they would have to eat if this prohibition were strictly enforced. Already for 2 days the killing of pigs had been forbidden. Outside most houses in the cities stood a tub of water ready to be dashed over the too dry woodwork. Already report had been busy destroying the thriving and populous city of Luchou higher up the river by fire. But on a telegram being sent to inquire, the report was found to have arisen in people's own heated imaginations. The danger of fire is ever with us in China, with our wooden houses all dry as tinder, and our closely packed, opium smoking population. As to the amount of dirt, then concentrated in Chungking, it was shocking to think of, for the place had not been washed out for 6 weeks. There is an old saying that drought never wrought England harm. One has the same feeling in Szechuan. And when day by day the beautiful red golden glow spreads along the range beyond range of mountain tops, and the sun arises upon a cloudy sky, we cannot help thinking these clouds must gradually get lower, and rain come to cool the air and refresh the country. At night, as we see the lightning flash on the clouds south and west of us, and feel the cool breath of distant rain, we again think it must be on its way. Only during the long hot day there seems no prospect of it. The clouds reveal themselves as summer clouds. The sun shines, and we think how hot it must be in that southern region from which the hot wind comes to us, and wonder whether it is in Tongking, or where there has been a tremendous rainfall. Has there been somewhere some great convulsion of nature? Or is it again all a case of sunspots? When it is so very hot, what can one think of but the weather? I never saw the thermometer mark higher than 120 Fahrenheit in our sitting room, but then, when it got to that, I always went down into the cellar and did not come out again till evening. The Chinese have cool, dark places dug out of the rock into which they retire to shua, i.e., enjoy themselves. All the guild gardens round Chungking are provided with such places. The worst of them is there is no air in them. But, then, everyone has a fan. Even the man heavily laden like a beast of burden has his fan stuck into his waist belt. The soldier has his fan. It is not a luxury, but a necessary of life, in a Chinese city in summer. In the springtime, what can be prettier than the environs of a Chinese city? The rape fields are all fragrant with their bright yellow flowers, whilst the still sweeter scent of the bean blossom makes it a real pleasure to walk along the narrow paths by the riverside. Every one is walking about with a bunch of roseate peach blossom, and the tangle of trees in the gardens are all flowering and all scented. Then, a little later, the poppy fields become gorgeous almost up to the city gates, only shortly afterwards give out a poisonous exhalation most irritating to the mucous membrane. After that, everything trembles and glitters with the scorching sunshine, all the leaves droop, gigantic sunflowers are running to seed, and the large pink and white lily flowers of the lotus float upon the waterside. Every woman has a white gardenia flower stuck on the left side of her glossy black hair, and all outside the city is inspiriting, when the sun shines and the blue rivers laugh back at the blue sky. But inside the city it is still all dark and dank, and all is pervaded by a sickly sweet odor, the emanation from the opium pipe; while the lean ribs and yellow faces of the opium smokers controvert without the need of words all the scientific assertions about the non-volatilization of the opium poison, with opium dens all over the place, with exquisite opium pipes, and all the coquetries of opium trays and other accessories in the houses of the rich. How is it that we all give warning to a servant when we hear that he is taken to opium? How is it that the treasure on a journey is never confided to a coolie who smokes? How is it that every man shrinks with horror from the idea of an opium smoking wife? And this in a land in which all important business dealings are concluded over the opium couch, where, indeed, alone, with heads close together, is privacy to be obtained, and in which all important military posts are confided to opium smokers, not to speak of most of the important civil offices. There is, it is true, an immense difference between the man who smokes and him who has the yin, or craving, that must at all costs be satisfied, just as there is at home between the moderate drinker and the dipsomaniac. But in China, people refuse to employ the moderate smoker to sweep out their rooms for them. Yet they will confide an army to him. These, however, are secrets of state, not to be got to the bottom of simply by life in a Chinese city. There is one other matter, however, I must touch upon: the all-pervading babble, row I had almost called it, of the boys in the schools, here, there, and everywhere, so that it is almost impossible to get out of earshot of them, all at the top of their boy voices, shouting out the classics as they painstakingly day after day and year after year commit them to memory, with the sickly sweet smell of the opium, and to the sound of the vast ear-drum splitting army of China's schoolboys. All must forever associate life in a Chinese city. And through it all, and up and down its flights of stairs, painfully hobbles the Chinese girl-child, the most ungraceful figure of all girl-children. Poor little mutilated one, with her long stick and dreadful dark lines under her sad young eyes. Whatever the men may be, certainly the little girls of China are brought up as Spartans even never were, and those who survive show it by their powers of endurance. End of Life in a Chinese City, by Mrs. Archibald Little.
The New Japan, by Toru Hoshi. An article from the November 1897 issue of Harper's Magazine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Japan, by the Japanese Minister to the United States. It has been charged that recent events have revealed a tendency toward self-glorification in the Japanese character. The writer trusts that nothing in these pages will lend color to such a criticism. They contain the expression of his personal views merely, and while they recapitulate much that his country has already done, they will fall far short of the object he has in view if they convey the impression that he, or any thoughtful Japanese, believes that what has been done amounts to the full measure of national development which they hope to see Japan attain. The air of romance, which Japan's immersion from the seclusion of centuries has thrown around her, is a favorite topic of popular comment. This is natural, no doubt, but I trust that the time has come when the romance in Japan's career will not be allowed to obscure the less picturesque but more important facts of her actual progress. It is true that 40 years ago, Japan emerged from a state of almost total isolation, and that within a very brief space of time, a political system, distinctly medieval and feudal in many of its features, was changed to one more in harmony with the present age. But this, although perhaps the most striking phase of recent Japanese history, was by no means the result of accident or of unguided impulse. Japan did not attain her present stage of national development by a theatrical coup. The germ of her modern progress is to be found in her ancient institutions. Her people underwent no sudden or radical transformation when they abandoned the old order and took up the new. Not they, but the conditions of their environment, changed. No doubt, the versatility and adaptability which characterized them as a race aided them in conforming to the new conditions. But equally without question, their ancient national training and traditions exercised a potent influence. Only a brief review of the state of affairs in Japan prior to the time of Commodore Perry's expedition is needed to show that the anomalous position of the nation at that time had become untenable, not only for external but also for internal reasons. Everyone is familiar with the form of government under which the empire was then ruled. It has been usual to term it a dual sovereignty, wherein the tenno, mikado, exercised one set of functions, and the shogun, taikun, another. But in reality, whatever might be said of the possession of actual power, the tenno alone, or, as we now say, the emperor, was regarded as the real fountain of all authority. The attitude of the people toward the imperial family, which had ruled in unbroken succession for centuries, was one of genuine reverence. So much so that the powerful Tokugawa clan, which held the shogunate for 2 centuries and a half, always maintained the greatest outward semblance of respect toward the imperial throne and its prerogatives. It is true that the great Ieyasu, the founder of the Tokugawa clan, and his grandson, the almost equally great Iemitsu, framed the system under which the actual power of the imperial house was reduced to a shadow. But neither the one nor the other, even in the plenitude of the great authority wielded by each of them, felt strong enough to brave the popular storm which would have followed any hostile action against the throne. This may not seem especially significant now, but it certainly had peculiar significance at a time when dynastic changes were the rule rather than the exception in other parts of the world. If the reader will recall the number of such changes which have occurred in Europe even since the Middle Ages, and will then remember that in Japan, long before that time and ever since, the reverence and loyalty of the people have recognized but one genuine source of imperial authority, he will doubtless admit that this sentiment cannot fail to have been a potent factor in Japan's progress. A people swayed by feelings of devoted loyalty, who, under the guidance they respect and revere, are willing to enter boldly upon new and seemingly hazardous experiments, to toil much and, if need be, to sacrifice much, cannot but accomplish a great deal. Let me hasten to explain that I am not attempting to arrogate to my countrymen any especial merit or to claim for them qualities that other men do not possess. I only mean to say that one of the ancient, as well as the present, advantages which Japan possesses is this fortunate relation between the throne and the people. The undeviating loyalty of the people to the throne made possible the complete revolution in the control of public affairs which occurred in 1868. The same sentiment of confidence and devotion eased the progress of the nation through the changes, some of them drastic and far-reaching, which occurred thereafter, and today it stands forth preeminent as the strongest guarantee of the permanence of national development. I do not need to point out here how fully this feeling has been reciprocated and repaid by the wise and beneficent leadership which has guided Japan to the place among nations which she occupies today. That will naturally form another part of the narrative of Japan's progress. My present object is merely to enumerate some of the reasons for that progress, not always borne in mind by those who note its results, without studying its causes. It is usual to designate the government of ancient Japan as a despotism. Broadly speaking, the definition is not wholly incorrect, but in certain essential details it fails to give an exact idea of the political system which prevailed in Japan from the end of the 16th to the middle of the 19th century. The Tokugawa shogunate was the real governing power, but it maintained most peculiar relations, on the one hand with the throne, and on the other with the territorial nobility. As already intimated, the shogunate never dared openly to violate or to offend the popular reverence for the imperial family. The court at Kyoto was gradually shorn of all actual power, but this was done by means of cunning pretexts having all the appearance of loyalty. Still, the line of sovereigns enthroned at Kyoto always remained a menace to the usurper, an effectual bar to his full assumption of power, and a rallying point for national loyalty and patriotism. As regarded the territorial nobility, daimyo, an equally anomalous condition of things existed. For example, so far as the details of administration were concerned, the territorial extent over which the powers of the government of the shogunate were operative was limited to the domains under the direct sway of the shogun himself. The territories under the control of the daimyos, even including the fiefs held by the junior branches of the Tokugawa family, enjoyed almost complete autonomy. Such measures as were necessary to control the feudal lords and to prevent them from acquiring dangerous independence were enforced by indirect methods rather than openly, but otherwise they enjoyed in their respective domains the rights and prerogatives of independent sovereignty. They could not declare war, conclude peace, or coin money, but they exercised autonomous control in almost all other important matters pertaining to the executive power of a state. This system of semi-independence extended also to other classes of the population. The predominant influence acquired in the course of time by the military order is a matter of common knowledge. But it is not so well known that the farmer, the merchant, the craftsman, and others of the common people enjoyed under the law rights and privileges, lesser in degree and in extent, but equally well recognized and respected. The communal and municipal systems established from early days afford an example of this. Within certain limits, the people of the cities, towns, villages, and rural neighborhoods controlled their own local affairs. This control formed an important part of the governmental machinery, and although the limits of its operation were circumscribed, it could not but have contributed to the formation of a certain independence in the national character, and of some degree of familiarity with the fundamental principles of self-government. Respect for law and instinctive obedience to its mandates have always been notable characteristics of the Japanese people. To such an extent is this the case that some foreign critics attribute to us the tendency to over-legislation as a national foible. However that may be, it is easy to see what a most useful purpose this quality has served in the critical period through which Japan has passed since the Restoration. Happy for us that by tradition and by immemorial usage, the law has held such a high place in the estimation of our people. Without this solid sentiment to depend upon, there have been times when the path of our national progress might have remained indefinitely obstructed by obstacles which only unquestioning obedience to the law could aid in removing. It is interesting to note that this national characteristic also descends to us from ancient times. In Japan, the rules of rank were rigorously enforced, but no man, no matter how high his station, was above the law, and none so humble that he might not safely appeal to it. As is well stated in the narrative of Commodore Perry's expedition, however absolute may have been the authority of the shogun in the beginning, it has subsequently been very much modified, and certain it is that at this day the reign of the shogun is by no means arbitrary. He cannot do just what he pleases. The laws of the empire reach him as much as they do the meanest subject. Although this was written at a time when the prestige of the shogunate had appreciably declined, it may safely be taken as a correct presentation of what was the case even at a much earlier date. And so far as regards the impartial enforcement of the law and the universal deference shown to it, the same conditions prevail in Japan today. This national characteristic, joined to the loyalty of the people and to the spirit of independence fostered by circumstances already described, goes far toward explaining the apparent ease and rapidity with which Japan has accomplished some of the changes which have attracted the world's attention. Do not understand, however, that I intend to convey the impression that these qualities alone were sufficient to effect a complete transformation in the social and political conditions by which Japan had been so long enthralled. They are cited merely as examples of some of the influences which have aided in bringing that transformation to the point it has now reached. It is superfluous to say that no people could remain for more than 2 centuries wholly aloof from the rest of the world without suffering harm from the isolation. That was the case with Japan, but happily for her people, the unnatural seclusion in which they had lived had not sapped all the forces of national vitality. Enough remained to overcome the inertia developed by the past and to gather force for an advance. The ancient national spirit, loyal, law-abiding, and independent, was a powerful ally in the struggle for reform, and afforded a solid basis for a feeling of confidence in ultimate success, even under the most discouraging circumstances. The Restoration of 1868 found the empire in a disordered and impoverished condition. The resumption of all the imperial prerogatives by the emperor, and the relegation of the shogun to private life, were not the results of a sudden uprising or of a hastily planned revolution. The seeds of discontent had been long sown, the fruit was long in maturing, the government of the shogun had served its appointed purpose, and was tottering to its fall. Doubtless it would have gone down in any event before internal feuds and domestic dissensions. But, strangely enough, the immediate cause of its overthrow was one of the most creditable acts of its existence, the conclusion of the treaties with foreign powers. The Japanese conservatives of that day objected strenuously to what they termed foreign intrusion, and the successful agitation against the shogunate was largely due to their initiative. But that the prejudice against foreigners did not extend to the leaders of the movement was shown conclusively by subsequent events. Their aim was the destruction of the illogical and unwieldy dual form of administration and the centralization of the powers of government under its legitimate head. To accomplish this, they availed themselves of all the various forms of discontent and opposition to which the anomalous administrative conditions then prevailing had given rise, the anti-foreign clamor among the rest. But the true motive underlying the movement to restore the imperial prerogatives was manifest at the outset and long before the design had been successfully consummated. It was declared by the emperor himself when, on March 14, 1867, in the presence of court nobles and feudal lords, he made solemn oath that from that time forth administrative affairs should be decided by general deliberation, that both government and people should labor for the good of the nation, that the evil customs hitherto prevailing should be corrected, and that the country should be strengthened by adopting the systems of defense employed in foreign lands. This oath, as was clearly understood, was intended to be the foundation of constitutional government. One of the first acts of the emperor after the Restoration was the promulgation of an edict abolishing the laws against foreign religions and their propagation among the people. Hence it came to pass that for the first time in centuries, the doctrine and tenets of Christianity could be freely preached and taught in Japan. Mention of this momentous event naturally suggests some consideration of the question of religious faiths in Japan, and of their influence upon the intellectual and moral growth of the nation. One interesting fact immediately discloses itself, and that is that, up to the time when Japan was closed to the world, foreign religions had not only been tolerated, but had even been eagerly welcomed and espoused. This is notably true of Christianity and Buddhism. The latter was introduced about 552 A.D. Until that time, Shintoism was the only religion of the people. The coming of Buddhism, as one of our historians says, wrought a complete change in the mind of the nation. Hitherto, the people's conception of religion had been of a most rudimentary character. They merely believed that the gods must be revered, relied on, and feared. In their simple faith, they attributed every happy or unhappy event, every fortunate or unfortunate incident, to the volition of the deities, to whom, therefore, they offered sacrifices that evil might be averted. The transition from pantheism of this description to belief in a faith which inculcated virtue and well-doing, and announced the doctrine of future rewards and punishments, might naturally be regarded as difficult, but it was accomplished in Japan in a surprisingly brief period. The introduction of Buddhism did not, however, destroy reverence for the ancient Shinto faith. The two existed side by side. In some cases they were even partially amalgamated through the skillful adoption by Buddhist propagandists of some features of the Shinto belief as a part of the Buddhist tenets. Buddhism in Japan, as elsewhere, was divided into many sects, some of whom adhered to the practice of self-denial and to the asceticism inculcated by the original teachings. But Buddhism in general became more and more a religion of outward display, of gorgeous vestments and pompous observances, wherein the ceremony was placed before the essence of worship. Shintoism, on the other hand, retained its original simplicity, and its doctrines were clarified rather than perverted with the lapse of time. Still, it never had a hold upon the people as a popular religion, but existed rather as a cult among the educated few. Christianity was introduced into Japan by Portuguese missionaries in the latter half of the 16th century. The Jesuits were the first to enter the field, followed within a short interval by the Dominicans. Like Buddhism, the new faith was welcomed, and soon spread rapidly, without check, throughout the southwestern part of the empire. The missionaries were kindly received by the shogun, Hideyoshi, who was noted no less for his moderation than for his ability. But the spirit of intolerance, which their teachings seemed to arouse, and the sectarian quarrels leading to serious disorders which ensued, exhausted his patience, and he issued an edict forbidding the propagandism of the foreign faith. The law, however, was not rigorously enforced, but remained practically a dead letter, until Ieyasu became shogun, when a new edict was issued, expelling the foreign missionaries and commanding Japanese converts to abjure their faith, on pain of exile or death. Then ensued a series of conflicts, assuming at times the proportions of civil war, which terminated in the extinction alike of the foreign religion and of its devotees. However much we may deplore this episode, it should not be forgotten that the Japanese Christians were not victims of religious intolerance or persecution. They suffered for political reasons, because the manner in which their religion was propagated appeared to entail the gravest danger to the public tranquillity, and to menace even the safety of the government. Humble and conciliatory at first, the foreign propagandists became arrogant with success. They sought to extend their influence to secular affairs, and, where other means failed, they were not averse to proselytism by the sword. They quarreled bitterly among themselves, Jesuits against Dominicans, each striving to thrust the other out of the field, by the same means which were finally employed for the expulsion of all. Happily, this dark chapter in Japanese history was closed forever, and a new era of religious freedom begun, with the removal of ancient restrictions. Christianity has again spread to every part of the empire, and freedom of conscience is assured, not alone by public sentiment, but also by an express stipulation in the Constitution itself. The question of religion has always played an important part in determining the relations of Christian and non-Christian countries. The former deal with each other upon terms which they will not grant to the latter. The two do not meet upon an equal footing, but one demands from the other capitulations and guarantees which imply a certain degree of moral inferiority. In the past, the custom was doubtless founded upon solid and sufficient reasons. But so far as Japan is concerned, I believe it is not presumptuous for us to claim that it is no longer operative. We may not be a Christian nation in the strict sense of the expression, but we have omitted no effort to assimilate to our use the substance of Christian civilization. We adhere to no form of bigoted religious belief which inculcates unreasoning intolerance or the feeling of fancied superiority over others. On the contrary, we cherish the spirit of tolerance, not only because it is morally right, but also because it is the surest safeguard against that slothful inertia which blind adherence to a narrow creed must produce. So far as the law and unrestricted liberty can accomplish it, the mind of the nation is open to the truth. Time and the manifold influences of an enlightened and progressive age must do the rest. The attitude of the leading minds of the nation is well expressed in the following extract from the Commentary on the Constitution. Freedom of conscience concerns the inner part of man, and lies beyond the sphere of interference by the laws of the state. To force upon a nation a particular form of belief by the establishment of a state religion is injurious to the natural intellectual development of the people and prejudicial to the progress of science. No country possesses, by reason of its political authority, the right or the capacity to enact an oppressive measure touching abstract questions of religious faith. The reorganization of the whole fabric of public administration was one of the first cares of the imperial government after the Restoration. It is not necessary to set forth in detail here all the changes which were made. It may be said in general terms that the aim was to establish an administrative system based as far as practicable upon Western models. As a necessary result, the feudal lords surrendered their fiefdoms to the central government, and all the administrative powers and functions which had hitherto been widely distributed among subordinate dignitaries and officials were concentrated under the imperial control. One of the most significant changes was the abolition of hereditary office and the elevation of men of comparatively low rank to offices of the highest dignity and influence. Such other changes as experience showed to be necessary were adopted from time to time, until in 1885 the present executive system was established. It consists of a cabinet composed of the ministers of the several executive departments, presided over by the Prime Minister, and of a Privy Council, which acts in an advisory capacity. The empire is divided into prefectures under governors appointed by the central government. Constitutional government was established in Japan in 1890. It was the direct result of the promise made by His Majesty in the solemn oath above recorded, and was a spontaneous gift of some of the imperial powers and prerogatives to the people. Steps had been taken previously to pave the way for the adoption of parliamentary institutions by extending the rights and privileges of the people, most notably by the creation of the prefectural assemblies, which exercise a certain degree of control over local affairs. Whether or not such measures were of essential value, it is not necessary to inquire in this place. In any case, it can now be truthfully stated that parliamentary government in Japan has passed the experimental stage and is established among the permanent institutions of the land. Of course, this has not been accomplished without friction between the executive and legislative branches of the government. Political storms rage in Japan just as in other countries, but the new institutions have stood the strain of all conflicts. Every such struggle has been carried on scrupulously within the limits defined by the Constitution, and every disputed question has been settled in accordance with its provisions. The Constitution is revered by the people as the foundation of the self-government graciously conferred upon them by their sovereign, and its mandates are universally regarded as sacred and inviolable. The improvement of the law and the elevation of the judiciary were among the earliest reforms undertaken by the imperial government. The laws have been thoroughly systematized and codified in harmony with the principles of Western jurisprudence. So also the judicial organization has been placed on the highest possible plane. The judiciary has been made entirely independent by constitutional guarantee, and no effort has been spared to ensure the ability and the rectitude of its members. The question of public education has received the most careful attention. A complete system of schools has been established in every part of the empire, including primary, middle, and normal, up to the University of Tokyo. Nor has any distinction been made between the sexes, but schools have been founded for the education of women as well as of men. Besides, there are a number of private educational establishments, both secular and denominational, some of an ordinary grade, but others of a very high class. The material progress which Japan has made is too well known to require detailed explanation. Public works of all description have been diligently pushed, and private enterprise has ably seconded the efforts of the government. Railways, steamship lines, manufactories, mining, agriculture, commerce, in a word, all the enterprises and pursuits that add to national wealth and prosperity have been promoted and fostered, until today Japan occupies a most enviable position in all these regards. In like measure, our fiscal system has been made the subject of careful study and of improvement wherever possible. All are familiar with the recent adoption of the gold standard by Japan. That is only one example of many important trials and experiments relating to the national finances, which circumstances have from time to time forced our government to make. The question of national taxation, in particular, has been complicated and perplexing. After the Restoration, an entirely new system of national finance had to be constructed. This was successfully accomplished under very great difficulties. Not the least was that regarding the method of levying the taxes and distributing the burdens of the public revenue. Under the shogunate, the land bore almost all the burden of taxation, the rate having been from 40 to 50% of the gross income. Now, however, the revenues are derived from many other sources, by means of diversified taxation, so applied as not to bear too heavily upon any special class or avocation. The land tax is only 2.5% on a very low estimate of the net income, and the taxation per capita is not quite 7 yen, or about $3.50. It is sometimes alleged that undue prominence is given to militarism in Japan. That, however, is a mistake. The profession of arms did at one time carry with it great privileges, but that time has passed. In fact, one of the greatest difficulties which confronted the imperial government at the time of the Restoration, and for some years after, arose from the presence of an influential class among our people, I might almost say the predominant class, soldiers by birth and training, some of whom were loath to surrender the peculiar immunities and prerogatives which had been enjoyed by the caste for centuries. That difficulty was overcome in time, and its recurrence was prevented by the law of conscription, which makes everyone in the empire, from the highest to the lowest, liable to military service. At present, we have a well-organized army and a good navy, but we maintain and strengthen them as a means of defense and not of offense. Our national policy in this respect has been uniform and consistent throughout. It is the policy enjoined by the Emperor in 1867 to strengthen the country by adopting the means of defense employed in foreign lands. There have been occasions in our history when we sadly felt the need of such strength, and now that we have the opportunity to acquire it, we would fall far short of what we owe to the honor and the safety of our country if we did not utilize it. But this in no wise implies the presence of an aggressive or a quarrelsome spirit. We have done no more in the way of strengthening our military and naval resources than the most ordinary caution demands of a people situated as we are, and confronted by the potentialities of danger to which Japan is exposed. The stirring events which followed immediately after the Restoration appeared for the time being to give undue prominence to the spirit of militarism. But our progress since then has been greatest on other lines, and today the military establishment has only its appointed place in the body politic, with no greater privileges or power than of right belong to it. Naturally, the Army and the Navy hold a high place in the nation's regard, but it is one they have earned by proving themselves the patriotic and obedient instruments of the will of the state. Any commentary upon Japan's progress since the Restoration would be incomplete which did not give some account of the revision of her conventional relations with Western powers. The Perry Treaty of 1854, supplemented by the Treaty of 1858, negotiated on behalf of the United States by Mr. Townsend Harris, was followed by treaties with the principal European powers framed on substantially the same lines. Under these compacts, Japan was bound by the conditions which it is usual to include in treaties with Oriental nations, involving, among other things, the surrender of jurisdiction over foreigners within her territories, and the restriction of her right to levy and collect imposts and taxes in excess of rates agreed upon. These treaties, moreover, contained favored nation clauses, which were so broadly construed that amelioration of any part of the instruments was practically out of the question. Hence it followed, by the construction insisted upon by most of the powers, that Japan must continue to remain bound by the treaties, no matter how odious and burdensome they might have become, so long as even a single power objected to a change. Under these treaties also, the empire was closed to foreign residence and travel. Although the government did subsequently permit foreigners to travel in the interior for stated periods and certain specific objects, strictly speaking, the citizens and subjects of the treaty powers could only live at the open ports within closely defined limits. It needs no argument to demonstrate that this condition of affairs was unnatural. Undoubtedly it was necessary at first, but in time it might very well have been modified to the advantage of all concerned. Some of the treaty powers, notably the United States, as the circumstances of Japan changed, manifested willingness to agree to terms more in harmony with the altered conditions. But others were reluctant, and for years nothing resulted from Japan's earnest efforts to secure a revision of her treaties. But as time passed, the pressing need of some solution of the question became clear to every disinterested observer of Japanese affairs, and it was evident that the question could no longer safely be left unsettled. It was closely interwoven with matters which directly affected the welfare of the Japanese people, and it touched no less directly every foreign interest in Japan. The adoption of a constitutional form of government rendered the ancient treaty engagements absolutely untenable. The commercial and industrial progress of Japan, and especially the extension of railways throughout every part of the empire, made them impracticable and oppressive. Representations in this sense were urged upon the treaty powers, and finally new treaties were concluded, which are to go into effect in 1899, and by the terms of which Japan recovers all of the prerogatives temporarily suspended by the operation of the old treaties. This change in Japan's conventional status has a significance peculiarly its own. For the first time in the history of the international relations of Eastern and Western countries, an Oriental nation will be received upon a footing of perfect equality by Christian powers. Naturally, the Japanese people are gratified with this result. But that does not imply that those who inspire and direct national thought and progress regard this great change as a cause for self-gratulation merely. On the contrary, they fully understand that it will bring fresh cares and onerous responsibilities. They realize that Japan will be placed upon trial, as it were, and that the judgment of Christendom will depend upon the manner in which her government and her people acquit themselves of their new obligations. Under these circumstances, it would be folly to speak overconfidently, but I sincerely believe that my countrymen will pass through the ordeal with the approbation of just and impartial observers. I say this because I am certain that their ambition that Japan shall be recognized as a member of the family of nations, enjoying all the prerogatives of national sovereignty which belong to an independent commonwealth, has a more solid foundation than merely sentimental reasons or the gratification of self-esteem. The upward struggle of Japan has been steady and unremittent. Like all human effort, it has been marred by errors of judgment and mistakes in performance, but the patient purpose to attain a higher plane of national existence has always been present. This fact is understood by some of those foreign observers who have studied our progress, but others, and I regret to say the greater number, do not view our efforts so seriously. It is not a gracious thing to say, but many persons who discourse learnedly upon things Japanese never get farther than the discovery that Japan is in Asia. because Asiatic nations do not, as a rule, care for those things or attempt those things which Japan values and seeks to attain, it appears to be taken for granted by such critics that Japan, being an Asiatic nation, has no serious purpose in striving to adopt Western civilization. Such reasoning has no weight, of course, with impartial students of human progress. But unfortunately, it does lead astray many who lack either the inclination or the opportunity to discover the truth. The answer is obvious. Asiatic peoples may differ as widely from each other as those of Europe or America. Because with one Asiatic nation, religion is an insuperable bar to progress, because another is perfectly satisfied with its present condition and refuses to adopt even the most obviously useful products of modern invention, it does not follow that all Asiatic nations are bigoted or lethargic. The difficulty, it seems to me, with many of those who attempt to explain our racial characteristics and national development is that they approach the subject with a preconceived idea of mysteries which do not exist. They are inclined to search for concealed motives and for hidden springs of action, when a simple and reasonable explanation lies upon the surface. Granted sincerity of purpose and honesty of effort, and there is nothing inexplicable in Japan's career during the past 30 years. The question of race has no valid title to prior consideration in the case, certainly none as a decisive factor. For a people who have shown aspiration for improvement and ability to attain a higher standard, the only legitimate test is one that estimates the earnestness of effort and the measure of capacity. Whether Japan will finally succeed or fail under such a test remains to be seen. Thoughtful Japanese, while confident of ultimate success, recognize the obstacles which lie in the way. Experience has shown some of the difficulties in accomplishing a harmonious transition from the old to the new. Others remain to be overcome. The rapid change from a feudal to a constitutional form of government, with its attendant effects upon social conditions, has created incongruities which only time can efface. Although a great deal has been accomplished, a great deal remains to be done. Our material civilization is already sufficiently far advanced. The moral and intellectual development of our people must be relatively much slower. For that we must depend upon the diffusion of all the influences of Western civilization, which we welcome and promote by every legitimate means. We have laid the foundation. It now remains to complete the superstructure. That, I believe, we can safely leave to the agencies already at work. With an intelligent people, willing to assimilate to their own use those elements of Western civilization which tend to promote the welfare and happiness of mankind, and with a land rich in natural resources, it is safe to predict that the present transitory period will be safely passed. Japan is so new as a factor in the world's calculations, so little studied and so little understood, that her motives and her actions are sometimes seriously misconstrued. This is a topic upon which I must speak with due caution, but even at the risk of seeming impropriety, I cannot allow the opportunity to pass of saying a word upon subjects which have lately been attracting widespread attention. No citizen of this country should be ignorant of the fact that among the people of Japan there is a genuine and deeply rooted attachment to the United States. It is not a merely sentimental liking, but a feeling founded upon the memory of many kindnesses received. The United States has been a friend to Japan, helpful in the hour of need, considerate at all times. If there was a nation upon whose sympathy they could rely in the effort to improve their condition and of whose appreciation they were certain in whatever successes they might gain, that nation, the Japanese people have thought, was the United States. Such being the case, the tone of many recent utterances in the American press will be to them like an angry blow from a friend. That the American people should regard Japan as an aggressor, lustful of aggrandizement, eager to quarrel, and ready, if need be, for war, will seem to them incomprehensible. And that this clamor should have arisen because their government, in pursuance of clear and legitimate duty, has chosen to present, in a respectful, calm, and moderate way, certain reasons why a certain thing should not be done, will add to the mystery. There are jingoes in Japan, as a distinguished countryman of mine said the other day, but I have heard of none so forgetful of rights, of friendship, and of interest, as to make the declaration, recently attributed to Japan by a prominent American journal: "Let us send a few warships to the United States." This is a delicate subject, I know, but I cannot refrain from saying that Americans especially should appreciate the solicitude which Japan feels in the welfare of her subjects in foreign countries. The Japanese government has never permitted the establishment of anything like a coolie system among her people. If they go abroad, it desires that they shall go as men and not as numbers, and it asks and expects for them the same treatment and the same protection as are accorded to other strangers. Whatever may be said to the contrary, the Japanese are not an emigrating people. But, to provide for all contingencies, an immigration law has been enacted, carefully framed, to protect the emigrant, and to prevent him from going to countries where he would not be welcome. Japanese emigration to Hawaii involves this, among other questions. That emigration was instituted upon the solicitation of Hawaii under the strictly guarded stipulations of a special treaty. The welfare, much less the independence of Hawaii, has never been endangered by the operations of that treaty. On the contrary, Japanese immigration was zealously promoted and encouraged in the islands until political contingencies rendered another policy advisable. Japan did not seek the treaty, but her people have been induced to resort to Hawaii under the guarantees it provides, and certainly no one with any sense of justice can now blame her for endeavoring to conserve their rights. Touching upon another yet a cognate subject, it may be said most emphatically that the Japanese nation has no tendency toward territorial aggrandizement. Neither in the past history of the empire, nor in its modern annals, can there be found any trace of such a spirit. Formosa was taken from China, but that was in lieu of indemnity which it was inconvenient for China to pay. Besides, the status of Formosa as an appendage of China has not always been strictly maintained. At one time, the Japanese, Chinese, and Dutch simultaneously occupied different parts of the island. More recently, Japan sent an expedition thither, with the consent of China, as was supposed, to punish the savages for their cruelty to shipwrecked seamen. Historically, therefore, there were close relations between Japan and Formosa. The most conclusive reason, however, in favor of the cession of the island is that by geographical position it is a natural addition to the empire. The cession of the Liaotung Peninsula is the only other instance of the forcible acquisition of territory by Japan. The peninsula was returned to China, and although the return excited some popular disapproval, it was not so much on account of the loss of territory as because of the manner of retrocession. I repeat, therefore, that history affords no example of greed of territorial aggrandizement on the part of Japan. It is as foreign to the genius of her people as it is to the designs of her government. The charge that she intends, either by forcible seizure or by peaceful occupation, to acquire possession of a country thousands of miles distant and totally without the sphere of her territorial influence, can therefore only be accounted for in one of two ways. It is either prompted by ignorance or by interested motives. Japan's real ambition lies in quite another direction. In her geographical position, her natural resources, as well as in the capacity and adaptability of her people, she perceives the surest means of attaining national greatness. The watchwords of the Japan of today are enterprise and industry. The people have turned their attention to commerce, to manufactures, and to the arts. They realize the advantages their country possesses and are doing what they can to utilize them. They may not yet have reached the full measure of their ambition, but they look forward hopefully to the time when Japan will be the emporium of the Orient, firmly bound to her neighbors, East and West, by the strong ties of mutual interest. Toru Hoshi. End of The New Japan by Toru Hoshi.
The notion of action and agency entertained by Mr. Chubb and others. From the Inquiry into Freedom of the Will, Part 4, Section 2, by Jonathan Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. So that according to their notion of the act, considered with regard to its consequences, these following things are all essential to it, viz., that it should be necessary and not necessary, that it should be from a cause and no cause, that it should be the fruit of choice and design, and not the fruit of choice and design, that it should be the beginning of motion or exertion, and yet consequent on previous exertion, that it should be before it is, that it should spring immediately out of indifference and equilibrium, and yet be the effect of preponderation, that it should be self-originated, and also have its original from something else, that it is what the mind causes itself, of its own will, and can produce or prevent according to its choice or pleasure, and yet what the mind has no power to prevent, precluding all previous choice in the affair. So that an act, according to their metaphysical notion of it, is something of which there is no idea. If some learned philosopher who had been abroad, in giving an account of the curious observations he had made in his travels, should say he had been in Tierra del Fuego, and there had seen an animal, which he calls by a certain name, that begat and brought forth itself, and yet had a sire and dam distinct from itself, that it had an appetite and was hungry, before it had a being, that his master, who led him and governed him at his pleasure, was always governed by him, and driven by him where he pleased, that when he moved he always took a step before the first step, that he went with his head first, and yet always went tail foremost, and this though he had neither head nor tail. It would be no impudence at all to tell such a traveller, though a learned man, that he himself had no idea of such an animal as he gave an account of, and never had, nor never would have. End of The Notion of Action and Agency entertained by Mr. Chubb and others. From the Inquiry into the Freedom of the Will, Part 4, Section 2, by Jonathan Edwards.
The Part Played by Accident in Invention and Discovery by Ernst Mach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is characteristic of the naive and sanguine beginnings of thought in youthful men and nations that all problems are held to be soluble and fundamentally intelligible on the first appearance of success. The sage of Miletus, on seeing plants take their rise from moisture, believed he had comprehended the whole of nature, and he of Samos, on discovering that definite numbers corresponded to the lengths of harmonic strings, imagined he could exhaust the nature of the world by means of numbers. Philosophy and science in such periods are blended. Wider experience, however, speedily discloses the error of such a course, gives rise to criticism, and leads to the division and ramification of the sciences. At the same time, the necessity of a broad and general view of the world remains, and to meet this need, philosophy parts company with special inquiry. It is true, the two are often found united in gigantic personalities, but as a rule their ways diverge more and more widely from each other. And if the estrangement of philosophy from science can reach a point where data unworthy of the nursery are not deemed too scanty as foundations of the world, on the other hand, the thorough-paced specialist may go to the extreme of rejecting point-blank the possibility of a broader view, or at least of deeming it superfluous, forgetful of Voltaire's apothegm, nowhere more applicable than here, le superflu, chose très nécessaire. It is true, the history of philosophy, owing to the insufficiency of its constructive data, is and must be largely a history of error. But it would be the height of ingratitude on our part to forget that the seeds of thoughts which still fructify the soil of special research, such as the theory of irrationals, the conceptions of conservation, the doctrine of evolution, the idea of specific energies, and so forth, may be traced back in distant ages to philosophical sources. Furthermore, to have deferred or abandoned the attempt at a broad philosophical view of the world from a full knowledge of the insufficiency of our materials is quite a different thing from never having undertaken it at all. The revenge of its neglect, moreover, is constantly visited upon the specialist by his committal of the very errors which philosophy long ago exposed. As a fact, in physics and physiology, particularly during the first half of this century, are to be met intellectual productions which for naive simplicity are not a jot inferior to those of the Ionian school, or to the Platonic ideas, or to that much reviled ontological proof. Latterly, there has been evidence of a gradual change in the situation. Recent philosophy has set itself more modest and more attainable ends. It is no longer inimical to special inquiry. In fact, it is zealously taking part in that inquiry. On the other hand, the special sciences, mathematics and physics, no less than philology, have become eminently philosophical. The material presented is no longer accepted uncritically. The glance of the inquirer is bent upon neighboring fields, whence that material has been derived. The different special departments are striving for closer union, and gradually the conviction is gaining ground that philosophy can consist only of mutual, complemental criticism, interpenetration, and union of the special sciences into a consolidated whole. As the blood in nourishing the body separates into countless capillaries, only to be collected again and to meet in the heart, so in the science of the future all the rills of knowledge will gather more and more into a common and undivided stream. It is this view, not an unfamiliar one to the present generation, that I propose to advocate. Entertain no hope, or rather fear, that I shall construct systems for you. I shall remain a natural inquirer. Nor expect that it is my intention to skirt all the fields of natural inquiry. I can attempt to be your guide only in that branch which is familiar to me, and even there I can assist in the furtherment of only a small portion of the allotted task. If I shall succeed in rendering plain to you the relations of physics, psychology, and the theory of knowledge, so that you may draw from each profit and light, redounding to the advantage of each, I shall regard my work as not having been in vain. Therefore, to illustrate by an example how, consonantly with my powers and views, I conceive such inquiries should be conducted, I shall treat today, in the form of a brief sketch, of the following special and limited subject, of the part which accidental circumstances play in the development of inventions and discoveries. When we Germans say of a man that he is not the inventor of gunpowder, we impliedly cast a grave suspicion on his abilities. But the expression is not a felicitous one, as there is probably no invention in which deliberate thought had a smaller and pure luck a larger share than in this. It is well to ask, are we justified in placing a low estimate on the achievement of an inventor because accident has assisted him in his work? Huygens, whose discoveries and inventions are justly sufficient to entitle him to an opinion in such matters, lays great emphasis on this factor. He asserts that a man capable of inventing the telescope without the concurrence of accident must have been gifted with superhuman genius. A man living in the midst of civilization finds himself surrounded by a host of marvelous inventions, considering none other than the means of satisfying the needs of daily life. Picture such a man transported to the epoch preceding the invention of these ingenious appliances, and imagine him undertaking in a serious manner to comprehend their origin. At first, the intellectual power of the men capable of producing such marvels will strike him as incredible, or, if we adopt the ancient view, as divine. But his astonishment is considerably allayed by the disenchanting, yet elucidative revelations of the history of primitive culture, which to a large extent prove that these inventions took their rise very slowly and by imperceptible degrees. A small hole in the ground with fire kindled in it constituted the primitive stove. The flesh of the quarry, wrapped with water in its skin, was boiled by contact with heated stones. Cooking by stones was also done in wooden vessels. Hollow gourds were protected from the fire by coats of clay. Thus, from the burned clay accidentally originated the enveloping pot, which rendered the gourd superfluous, although for a long time thereafter the clay was still spread over the gourd, or pressed into woven wickerwork before the potter's art assumed its final independence. Even then the wickerwork ornament was retained as a sort of attest of its origin. We see thus it is by accidental circumstances, or by such as lie without our purpose, foresight and power, that man is gradually led to the acquaintance of improved means of satisfying his wants. Let the reader picture to himself the genius of a man who could have foreseen without the help of accident that clay handled in the ordinary manner would produce a useful cooking utensil. The majority of the inventions made in the early stages of civilization, including language, writing, money, and the rest, could not have been the product of deliberate methodical reflection, for the simple reason that no idea of their value and significance could have been had except from practical use. The invention of the bridge may have been suggested by the trunk of a tree which had fallen athwart a mountain torrent, that of the tool by the use of a stone accidentally taken into the hand to crack nuts. The use of fire probably started in and was disseminated from regions where volcanic eruptions, hot springs, and burning jets of natural gas afforded opportunity for quietly observing and turning to practical account the properties of fire. Only after that had been done could the significance of the fire drill be appreciated, an instrument which was probably discovered from boring a hole through a piece of wood. The suggestion of a distinguished inquirer that the invention of the fire drill originated on the occasion of a religious ceremony is both fantastic and incredible. And as to the use of fire, we should no more attempt to derive that from the invention of the fire drill than we should from the invention of sulphur matches. Unquestionably, the opposite course was the real one. I must not be understood as saying that the fire drill has played no part in the worship of fire or of the sun. Similar phenomena, though still largely veiled in obscurity, marked the initial transition of nations from a hunting to a nomadic life and to agriculture. Compare on this point the extremely interesting remarks of Dr. Paul Carus in his Philosophy of the Tool, Chicago, 1893. We shall not multiply examples, but content ourselves with the remark that the same phenomena recur in historical times, in the ages of great technical inventions, and further, that regarding them the most whimsical notions have been circulated, notions which ascribe to accident an unduly exaggerated part, and one which in a psychological respect is absolutely impossible. The observation of steam escaping from a tea kettle, and of the clattering of the lid, is supposed to have led to the invention of the steam engine. Just think of the gap between this spectacle and the conception of the performance of great mechanical work by steam for a man totally ignorant of the steam engine. Let us suppose, however, that an engineer, versed in the practical construction of pumps, should accidentally dip into water an inverted bottle which had been filled with steam for drying and still retained its steam. He would see the water rush violently into the bottle, and the idea would very naturally suggest itself of founding on this experience a convenient and useful atmospheric steam pump, which by imperceptible degrees, both psychologically possible and immediate, would then undergo a natural and gradual transformation into Watt's steam engine. But granting that the most important inventions are brought to man's notice accidentally and in ways which are beyond his foresight, yet it does not follow that accident alone is sufficient to produce an invention. The part which man plays is by no means a passive one. Even the first potter in the primeval forest must have felt some stirrings of genius within him. In all such cases, the inventor is obliged to take note of the new fact. He must discover and grasp its advantageous feature, and must have the power to turn that feature to account in the realization of his purpose. He must isolate the new feature, impress it upon his memory, unite and interweave it with the rest of his thought. In short, he must possess the capacity to profit by experience. The capacity to profit by experience might well be set up as a test of intelligence. This power varies considerably in men of the same race, and increases enormously as we advance from the lower animals to man. The former are limited in this regard almost entirely to the reflex actions which they have inherited with their organism. They are almost totally incapable of individual experience, and considering their simple wants are scarcely in need of it. The ivory snail, Eburna spirata, never learns to avoid the carnivorous actinia, no matter how often it may wince under the latter's shower of needles, apparently having no memory for pain whatever. A spider can be lured forth repeatedly from its hole by touching its web with a tuning fork. The moth plunges again and again into the flame which has burnt it. The hummingbird hawk moth dashes repeatedly against the painted roses of the wallpaper, like the unhappy and desperate thinker who never wearies of attacking the same insoluble chimerical problem. I am indebted for this observation to Professor Hatschek. As aimlessly almost as Maxwell's gaseous molecules, and in the same unreasoning manner, common flies in their search for light and air stream against the glass pane of a half-opened window and remain there from sheer inability to find their way around the narrow frame. But a pike, separated from the minnows of his aquarium by a glass partition, learns after the lapse of a few months, though only after having butted himself half to death, that he cannot attack these fishes with impunity. What is more, he leaves them in peace even after the removal of the partition, though he will bolt a strange fish at once. Considerable memory must be attributed to birds of passage, a memory which, probably owing to the absence of disturbing thoughts, acts with the precision of that of some idiots. Finally, the susceptibility to training evinced by the higher vertebrates is indisputable proof of the ability of these animals to profit by experience. A powerfully developed mechanical memory, which recalls vividly and faithfully old situations, is sufficient for avoiding definite particular dangers, or for taking advantage of definite particular opportunities, but more is required for the development of inventions. More extensive chains of images are necessary here, the excitation by mutual contact of widely different trains of ideas, a more powerful, more manifold, and richer connection of the contents of memory, a more powerful and impressionable psychical life heightened by use. A man stands on the bank of a mountain torrent, which is a serious obstacle to him. He remembers that he has crossed just such a torrent before on the trunk of a fallen tree. Hard by, trees are growing. He has often moved the trunks of fallen trees. He has also felled trees before and then moved them. To fell trees he has used sharp stones. He goes in search of such a stone, and as the old situations that crowd into his memory and are held there in living reality by the definite, powerful interests which he has in crossing just this torrent, as these impressions are made to pass before his mind in the inverse order in which they were here evoked, he invents the bridge. There can be no doubt but the higher vertebrates adapt their actions in some moderate degree to circumstances. The fact that they give no appreciable evidence of advance by the accumulation of inventions is satisfactorily explained by a difference of degree or intensity of intelligence as compared with man. The assumption of a difference of kind is not necessary. A person who saves a little every day, be it ever so little, has an incalculable advantage over him who daily squanders that amount, or is unable to keep what he has accumulated. A slight quantitative difference in such things explains enormous differences of advancement. The rules which hold good in prehistoric times also hold good in historical times, and the remarks made on invention may be applied almost without modification to discovery, for the two are distinguished solely by the use to which the new knowledge is put. In both cases, the investigator is concerned with some newly observed relation of new or old properties, abstract or concrete. It is observed, for example, that a substance which gives a chemical reaction A is also the cause of a chemical reaction B. If this observation fulfills no purpose but that of furthering the scientist's insight, or of removing a source of intellectual discomfort, we have a discovery. But an invention, if in using the substance giving the reaction A to produce the desired reaction B, we have a practical end in view, and seek to remove a source of material discomfort. The phrase, disclosure of the connection of reactions, is broad enough to cover discoveries and inventions in all departments. It embraces the Pythagorean proposition, which is a combination of a geometrical and an arithmetical reaction, Newton's discovery of the connection of Kepler's motions with the law of the inverse squares, as perfectly as it does the detection of some minute but appropriate alteration in the construction of a tool, or of some appropriate change in the methods of a dyeing establishment. The disclosure of new provinces of facts before unknown can only be brought about by accidental circumstances, under which are remarked facts that commonly go unnoticed. The achievement of the discoverer here consists in his sharpened attention, which detects the uncommon features of an occurrence and their determining conditions from their most evanescent marks, and discovers means of submitting them to exact and full observation. Under this head belong the first disclosures of electrical and magnetic phenomena, Grimaldi's observation of interference, Arago's discovery of the increased check suffered by a magnetic needle vibrating in a copper envelope as compared with that observed in a bandbox, Foucault's observation of the stability of the plane of vibration of a rod accidentally struck while rotating in a turning lathe, Mayer's observation of the increased redness of venous blood in the tropics, Kirchhoff's observation of the augmentation of the D line in the solar spectrum by the interposition of a sodium lamp, Schonbein's discovery of ozone from the phosphoric smell emitted on the disruption of air by electric sparks, and a host of others. All these facts, of which unquestionably many were seen numbers of times before they were noticed, are examples of the inauguration of momentous discoveries by accidental circumstances, and place the importance of strained attention in a brilliant light. But not only is a significant part played in the beginning of an inquiry by cooperative circumstances beyond the foresight of the investigator, their influence is also active in its prosecution. Dufay thus, whilst following up the behavior of one electrical state which he had assumed, discovers the existence of two. Fresnel learns by accident that the interference bands received on ground glass are seen to better advantage in the open air. The diffraction phenomena of two slits proved to be considerably different from what Fraunhofer had anticipated, and in following up this circumstance he was led to the important discovery of grating spectra. Faraday's induction phenomenon departed widely from the initial conception which occasioned his experiments, and it is precisely this deviation that constitutes his real discovery. Every man has pondered on some subject. Every one of us can multiply the examples cited by less illustrious ones from his own experience. I shall cite but one. On rounding a railway curve once, I accidentally remarked a striking apparent inclination of the houses and trees. I inferred that the direction of the total resultant physical acceleration of the body reacts physiologically as the vertical. Afterwards, in attempting to inquire more carefully into this phenomenon, and this only, in a large whirling machine, the collateral phenomena conducted me to the sensation of angular acceleration, vertigo, Florin's experiments on the section of the semicircular canals, etc., from which gradually resulted views relating to sensations of direction, which are also held by Breuer and Brown, which were at first contested on all hands, but are now regarded on many sides as correct, and which have been recently enriched by the interesting inquiries of Breuer concerning the macula acoustica, and Kreidl's experiments with magnetically orientable crustacea. Not disregard of accident, but a direct and purposeful employment of it advances research. The more powerful the psychical connection of the memory pictures is, and it varies with the individual and the mood, the more apt is the same accidental observation to be productive of results. Galileo knows that the air has weight. He also knows of the resistance to a vacuum, expressed both in weight and in height of a column of water. But the two ideas dwell asunder in his mind. It remained for Torricelli to vary the specific gravity of the liquid measuring the pressure, and not till then was the air included in the list of pressure-exerting fluids. The reversal of the lines of the spectrum was seen repeatedly before Kirchhoff, and had been mechanically explained, but it was left for his penetrating vision to discern the evidence of the connection of this phenomenon with the questions of heat, and to him alone, through persistent labor, was revealed the sweeping significance of the fact for the mobile equilibrium of heat. Supposing that such a rich organic connection of the elements of memory exists, and is the prime distinguishing mark of the inquirer, next in importance certainly is that intense interest in a definite object, in a definite idea, which fashions advantageous combinations of thought from elements before disconnected, and obtrudes that idea into every observation made, and into every thought formed, making it enter into relationship with all things. Thus Bradley, deeply engrossed with the subject of aberration, is led to its solution by an exceedingly unobtrusive experience in crossing the Thames. It is permissible, therefore, to ask whether accident leads the discoverer, or the discoverer accident, to a successful outcome in scientific quests. No man should dream of solving a great problem unless he is so thoroughly saturated with his subject that everything else sinks into comparative insignificance. During a hurried meeting with Mayer in Heidelberg once, Jolly remarked, with a rather dubious implication, that if Mayer's theory were correct, water could be warmed by shaking. Mayer went away without a word of reply. Several weeks later, and now unrecognized by Jolly, he rushed into the latter's presence, exclaiming, "Es ist so! It is so! It is so!" It was only after considerable explanation that Jolly found out what Mayer wanted to say. The incident needs no comment. This story was related to me by Jolly, and subsequently repeated in a letter from him. A person deadened to sensory impressions, and given up solely to the pursuit of his own thoughts, may also light on an idea that will divert his mental activity into totally new channels. In such cases it is a psychical accident, an intellectual experience, as distinguished from a physical accident, to which the person owes his discovery, a discovery which is here made deductively by means of mental copies of the world, instead of experimentally. Purely experimental inquiry, moreover, does not exist, for as Gauss says, virtually we always experiment with our thoughts. And it is precisely that constant corrective interchange or intimate union of experiment and deduction, as it was cultivated by Galileo in his dialogues, and by Newton in his optics, that is the foundation of the benign fruitfulness of modern scientific inquiry, as contrasted with that of antiquity, where observation and reflection ofttimes pursued their respective courses like two strangers. We have to wait for the appearance of a favorable physical accident. The movement of our thoughts obeys the law of association. In the case of meager experience, the result of this law is simply the mechanical reproduction of definite sensory experiences. On the other hand, if the psychical life is subjected to the incessant influences of a powerful and rich experience, then every representative element in the mind is connected with so many others that the actual and natural course of the thoughts is easily influenced and determined by insignificant circumstances, which accidentally are decisive. Hereupon the process termed imagination produces its protean and infinitely diversified forms. Now, what can we do to guide this process, seeing that the combinatory law of the images is without our reach? Rather, let us ask, what influence can a powerful and constantly recurring idea exert on the movement of our thoughts? According to what has preceded, the answer is involved in the question itself. The idea dominates the thought of the inquirer, not the latter the former. Let us see now if we can acquire a profounder insight into the process of discovery. The condition of the discoverer is, as James has aptly remarked, not unlike the situation of a person who is trying to remember something that he has forgotten. Both are sensible of a gap, and have only a remote presentiment of what is missing. Suppose I meet in a company a well-known and affable gentleman whose name I have forgotten, and who to my horror asks to be introduced to someone. I set to work according to Lichtenberg's rule, and run down the alphabet in search of the initial letter of his name. A vague sympathy holds me at the letter G. Tentatively I add the second letter, and am arrested at E. And long before I have tried the third letter R, the name Gerson sounds sonorously upon my ear, and my anguish is gone. While taking a walk, I meet a gentleman from whom I receive a communication. On returning home, and in attending to weightier affairs, the matter slips my mind. Moodily, but in vain, I ransack my memory. Finally, I observe that I am going over my walk again in thought. On the street corner in question, the selfsame gentleman stands before me and repeats his communication. In this process are successively recalled to consciousness all the precepts which were connected with the precept that was lost, and with them finally that too is brought to light. In the first case, where the experience had already been made and is permanently impressed on our thought, a systematic procedure is both possible and easy, for we know that a name must be composed of a limited number of sounds. But at the same time it should be observed that the labor involved in such a combinatorial task would be enormous if the name were long and the responsiveness of the mind weaker. It is often said, and not wholly without justification, that the scientist has solved a riddle. Every problem in geometry may be clothed in the garb of a riddle. Thus, what thing is it that M, which has the properties A, B, and C? What circle is that which touches the straight lines AB, but touches B in the point C? The first two conditions marshal before the imagination the group of circles whose centers lie in the line of symmetry of AB. The third condition reminds us of all the circles having centers in the straight line that stands at right angles to B in C. The common term or common terms of the two groups of images solves the riddle, satisfies the problem. Puzzles dealing with things or words induce similar processes, but the memory in such cases is exerted in many directions, and more varied and less clearly ordered provinces of ideas are surveyed. The difference between the situation of a geometer who has a construction to make and that of an engineer or a scientist confronted with a problem is simply this, that the first moves in a field with which he is thoroughly acquainted, whereas the two latter are obliged to familiarize themselves with this field subsequently, and in a measure far transcending what is commonly required. In this process, the mechanical engineer has at least always a definite goal before him, and definite means to accomplish his aim, whilst in the case of the scientist, that aim is in many instances presented only in vague and general outlines. Often the very formulation of the riddle devolves on him. Frequently, it is not until the aim has been reached that the broader outlook requisite for systematic procedure is obtained. By far the larger portion of his success, therefore, is contingent on luck and instinct. It is immaterial, so far as its character is concerned, whether the process in question is brought rapidly to a conclusion in the brain of one man, or whether it is spun out for centuries in the minds of a long succession of thinkers. The same relation that a word solving a riddle bears to that riddle is borne by the modern conception of light to the facts discovered by Grimaldi, Romer, Huygens, Newton, Young, Malus, and Fresnel, and only by the help of this slowly developed conception is our mental vision enabled to embrace the broad domain of facts in question. A welcome complement to the discoveries which the history of civilization and comparative psychology have furnished is to be found in the confessions of great scientists and artists. Scientist and artist, we might say, for Liebig boldly declared there was no essential difference between the two. Are we to regard Leonardo da Vinci as a scientist or as an artist? If the artist builds up his work from a few motives, the scientist discovers the motives which permeate reality. If scientists like Lagrange or Fourier are in a certain measure artists in the presentation of their results, on the other hand, artists like Shakespeare or Ruysdael are scientists in the insight which must have preceded their creations. Newton, when questioned about his methods of work, could give no other answer but that he was wont to ponder again and again on a subject. And similar utterances are accredited to D'Alembert and Helmholtz. Scientists and artists both recommend persistent labor. After the repeated survey of a field has afforded opportunity for the interposition of advantageous accidents, has rendered all the traits that suit with the mood or the dominant thought more vivid, and has gradually relegated to the background all things that are inappropriate, making their future appearance impossible, then from the teeming, swelling host of fancies which a free and high-flown imagination calls forth, suddenly that particular form arises to the light which harmonizes perfectly with the ruling idea, mood, or design. Then it is that that which has resulted slowly as the result of a gradual selection appears as if it were the outcome of a deliberate act of creation. Thus are to be explained the statements of Newton, Mozart, Richard Wagner, and others, when they say that thoughts, melodies, and harmonies had poured in upon them, and that they had simply retained the right ones. Undoubtedly, the man of genius, too, consciously or instinctively, pursues systematic methods wherever it is possible, but in his delicate presentiment he will omit many a task or abandon it after a hasty trial, on which a less endowed man would squander his energies in vain. Thus the genius accomplishes, in a brief space of time, undertakings for which the life of an ordinary man would far from suffice. I do not know whether Swift's Academy of Schemers in Lagado, in which great discoveries and inventions were made by a sort of verbal game of dice, was intended as a satire on Francis Bacon's method of making discoveries by means of huge synoptic tables constructed by scribes. It certainly would not have been ill-placed. We shall hardly go astray if we regard genius as only a slight deviation from the average mental endowment, as possessing simply a greater sensitiveness of cerebral reaction and a greater swiftness of reaction. The men who, obeying their inner impulses, make sacrifices for an idea instead of advancing their material welfare, may appear to the full-blooded Philistine as fools. Yet we shall scarcely adopt Lombroso's view, that genius is to be regarded as a disease, although it is unfortunately true that the sensitive brains and fragile constitutions succumb most readily to sickness. The remark of C.G.J. Jacobi that mathematics is slow of growth and only reaches the truth by long and devious paths, that the way to its discovery must be prepared for long beforehand, and that then the truth will make its long-deferred appearance as if impelled by some divine necessity, all this holds true of every science. We are astounded often to note that it required the combined labors of many eminent thinkers for a full century to reach a truth which it takes us only a few hours to master, and which once acquired seems extremely easy to reach under the right sort of circumstances. To our humiliation, we learn that even the greatest men are born more for life than for science. The extent to which even they are indebted to accident, to that singular conflux of the physical and the psychical life in which the continuous but yet imperfect and never-ending adaptation of the latter to the former finds its distinct expression, that has been the subject of our remarks today. Jacobi's poetical thought of a divine necessity acting in science will lose none of its loftiness for us if we discover in this necessity the same power that destroys the unfit and fosters the fit. For loftier, nobler, and more romantic than poetry is the truth and the reality. End of The Part Played by Accident in Invention and Discovery by Ernst Mach.
The Second Inaugural Address, March 4th, 1865, by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fellow countrymen, at this second appearance to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement somewhat in detail of a course to be pursued seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hope for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation. Both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union, even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we're in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. End of the Second Inaugural Address, March 4th, 1865, by Abraham Lincoln.
The Unconstitutionality of the Laws of Congress Prohibiting Private Mails, by Lysander Spooner, published 1844. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. To the public. The American Letter Mail Company present the following exposition on the grounds on which they assert their right to establish mails and post offices in competition with those of Congress. If the public are satisfied of the correctness of the principle, the company asks their patronage to enable them to sustain it. Argument. Of the following propositions, almost any one of them is sufficient, I apprehend, to prove the unconstitutionality of all laws prohibiting private mails. 1. The Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 8, declares that, quote, the Congress shall have power to establish post offices and post roads, end quote. These words contain the whole grant, and therefore express the extent of the authority granted to Congress. They define the power, and the power is limited by the definition. The power of Congress, then, is simply, quote, to establish post offices and post roads, end quote, of their own, not to interfere with those established by others. 2. The Constitution expresses neither in terms nor by necessary implication any prohibition upon the establishment of mails, post offices, and post roads by the states or individuals. 3. The Constitution expresses neither in terms nor by necessary implication any surrender on the part of the people of their own natural rights to establish mails, post offices, or post roads at pleasure. 4. The simple grant of an authority, whether to an individual or a government, to do a particular act, gives the grantee no authority to forbid others to do acts of the same kind. It gives him no authority at all relative to the acts of others, unless the acts of others would be incompatible or in conflict or collision with the act he is authorized to do. It does not authorize him to consider mere competition and rivalry as conflict, collision, or incompatibility. This doctrine fully admits that Congress, quote, have power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution their own power of establishing post offices and post roads, end quote. But then it asserts that every law they pass must, in order to be constitutional, be a direct, positive, affirmative step in actual execution of their own power. It must in some way contribute affirmatively to the establishment of their own mails. But the suppression of private mails is not an act at all in execution of the power to establish others. If Congress were to suppress all private mails, they would not thereby have done the first act in execution of the power given them by the Constitution to establish mails. The entire work executing their power of establishing mails would still remain to be done. This doctrine also fully admits the absolute authority of Congress over whatever mails they do establish. It admits their right to forbid any resistance being offered to their progress, and to prohibit and punish depredations upon them. But it at the same time asserts that the power of Congress is confined exclusively to the establishment, management, transportation, and protection of their own mails. 5. It cannot be said to be necessary to prohibit competition in order to obtain funds for establishing the government mail, because Congress, in order to carry out this power, as well as others, are authorized, if necessary, quote, to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, end quote, and this is the only compulsory mode mentioned in the Constitution for providing for the support of any department of the government. They are under no more constitutional constraint to make the post office support itself than to make the Army, the Navy, the judiciary, or the executive support itself. Footnote: there is not even a proprietary in making the post office support itself, any more than in making any other department of the government support itself. An important portion of the expenses of the department are incurred for public objects, such as the transmission of official correspondence, the private correspondence of official men, and of tons and hundreds of tons of political documents. If the government are bound to provide for all these things, it should be done at the general charge, and not by the partial and unequal mode of levying double or triple charges upon the private correspondence of individuals. If Congress cannot carry the letters of individuals as cheaply as individuals would do it, there is no propriety in their carrying them at all. The correspondence of private individuals, which is now sent through the public mails, could probably on an average be sent through private mails for 1/3 of the present expense. The overplus demanded by the government is an extortion for which there is no justification. 6. The power given to Congress is simply, quote, to establish post offices and post roads, end quote, of their own, not to forbid similar establishments by the states or people. The power, quote, to establish post offices and post roads, end quote, of their own, and the power to forbid competition are in their nature distinct powers, the former not at all implying the latter, any more than the power on the part of Congress to borrow money implies a power to forbid the people and the states to come into market and bid for money in competition with Congress. Congress could probably borrow money much more advantageously if they could prohibit the people from coming into the market and bidding for it in competition with them. But the advantage to be derived by Congress from such a prohibition upon the people would not authorize them to resort to it, even though the people were to offer so high a rate of interest that Congress could not borrow a dollar in competition with them. Congress must abide the competition of the people in borrowing money, be the result what it may. And they must abide the same competition in the business of carrying letters, and for the same reason, viz., because no power has been granted them to prohibit the competition. 7. The power granted to Congress on the subject of mails is both in its terms and in its nature additional to, not destructive of, the pre-existing rights of the states and the natural rights of the people. The object of the grant to Congress undoubtedly was to enable the government, in the first place, to provide for its own wants, and then to contribute incidentally, as far as it might, to the convenience of the people. But the grant contains no evidence of any intention to prohibit the states or people from using such means as they had, so far as those means might be adequate to their wants. Any other doctrine than this would imply that the people were made for the benefit of the department, and not the department for the benefit of the people. 8. In matters of government, the people are principals, and the government mere agents. And it is only as the servants and agents of the people that Congress can establish post offices and post roads. Now, it is perfectly clear that a principal, by simply authorizing an agent to carry on a particular business in his name, gives the agent no promise that he, the principal, will not also himself personally carry on business of the same kind. He plainly surrenders no right to carry on the same kind of business at pleasure. And the agent has no claim even to be consulted as to whether his principal shall set up a rival establishment to the one that is entrusted to the agent. The whole authority of the agent is limited simply to the management of the establishment confided to him. 9. It is a natural right of men to labor for each other for hire. This right is involved in the right to acquire property, a right which is guaranteed by most of the state constitutions, and not forbidden by the national constitution. No law which forbids the exercise of this right in a particular case can be constitutional, unless a clear authority be shown for it in the Constitution. No authority is shown for prohibiting the labor of carrying letters. 10. If there were any doubt as to the legal construction of the authority given to Congress, that doubt would have to be decided in favor of the largest liberty and the natural rights of individuals, because our governments, state and national, profess to be founded on the acknowledgement of men's natural rights, and to be designed to secure them, and anything ambiguous must be decided in conformity with this principle. 11. The idea that the business of carrying letters is in its nature a unit or monopoly is derived from the practice of arbitrary governments who have either made the business a monopoly in the hands of the government or granted it as a monopoly to individuals. There is nothing in the nature of the business itself, any more than in the business of transporting passengers and merchandise, that should make it a monopoly, either in the hands of the government or of individuals. Probably one great, if not the principal motive of despotic governments for maintaining this monopoly in their own hands is that in case of necessity they may use it as an engine of police, and in times of civil commotion it is used in this manner. The adoption of the same system in this country shows how blindly and thoughtlessly we follow the precedents of other countries without reference to the despotic purposes in which they had their origin. 12. An individual who carries letters cannot be said to usurp or even to exercise an authority that is granted to Congress, for Congress have authority to carry only such letters as individuals choose to offer them for carriage, whereas a private mail carries only those letters which individuals choose not to offer to the government mail. The authority of Congress over letters does not commence until the letters are actually deposited with them for conveyance, and therefore the carrying of letters that have never been deposited with them for conveyance does not conflict at all with the power of Congress to carry all the letters that they have any authority to carry. 13. It cannot be said that an individual who carries letters is doing the same thing that Congress are authorized to do. He is not doing the same thing, but only a thing of the same kind. This distinction is material and decisive. There is no objection to his doing things of the same kind as Congress, so far as he has the natural power and right to do them, unless the Constitution plainly prohibits it. 14. If Congress could forbid individuals doing a thing simply because it was similar to what the government had power to do, they might forbid his borrowing money, because to borrow money is one of the powers granted to Congress. They might also, on the same grounds, forbid parties to settle their controversies by referring them to men chosen by themselves, because government has established courts and given them authority to settle controversies, and references to other tribunals chosen by the parties is depriving this department of the government of a part of its business, and the marshals, clerks, and juries of the opportunity of earning fees. There is just as much ground in the Constitution for prohibitions upon the settlement of controversies without the aid of the government courts as there is for the prohibitions upon the transmission of letters without the aid of the government mail. 15. Suppose the Constitution had declared that Congress should have power, to establish roads and vehicles for the transportation of passengers and merchandise, instead of letters. Would such a grant have authorized Congress to forbid either the states or individuals to establish roads and vehicles in competition with those of Congress? Clearly not. Yet that case would be a perfect parallel to the case of the post office. 16. If Congress can restrain individuals from carrying letters on the ground that the revenues of the post office are diminished thereby, they may, by the same rule, prohibit any other labor that tends to diminish the revenues derived from any other particular source. They may, for instance, forbid the manufacture at home of articles that come in competition with articles imported on the ground that such home manufactures diminish the revenues from imports. 17. The extent of the power, to establish post offices and post roads, certainly cannot go beyond the meaning of the word establish. This meaning is to be determined by regarding, first, the persons using the word, and secondly, the object to which it is applied. The persons using it are, we the people, for the preamble to the Constitution declares that, we the people do ordain and establish this Constitution, The word then is used in its popular sense, in that sense in which it is ordinarily used by the mass of the people. Footnote. In the case of Ogden versus Saunders, 12 Wheaton 332, Chief Justice Marshall said that in construing the Constitution, the intention of the instrument must prevail, that this intention must be collected from its words, that its words are to be understood in that sense in which they are generally used by those for whom the instrument was intended. Mr. Webster, also, in a speech made in the Senate in 1840 on the bankrupt bill, declared the same principle of interpretation to be the true one. He said, "What then is the subject of bankruptcies, or in other words, what are bankruptcies? It is to be remembered that the Constitution grants the powers to Congress, by particular or specific enumeration, and in making this enumeration it mentions bankruptcies as a head of legislation, or as one of the subjects over which Congress is to possess authority. Bankruptcies are the subject, and the word is most certainly to be taken in its common and popular sense, in that sense in which the people may be supposed to have understood it when they ratified the Constitution. This is the true rule of interpretation. And I may remark that it is always a little dangerous, in construing the Constitution, to search for the opinions or understanding of members of the convention in any other sources than the Constitution itself, because the Constitution owes its whole force and authority to its ratification by the people, and the people judged of it by the meaning most apparent on its face. How particular members may have understood its provisions, if it could be ascertained, would not be conclusive. The question would still be, how did the people understand it? And this can be decided only by giving their usual acceptation to all words not evidently used in a technical sense, and by inquiring, in any case, what was the interpretation or exposition presented to the people when the subject was under consideration. That such is the true meaning of all the language of the Constitution is obvious from the consideration that otherwise we should be obliged to suppose that the people entered into a compact or agreement with each other without knowing what they themselves meant by the language they used. Besides, the word establish has no technical meaning whatever, nor had any, so far as we know, at the time the Constitution was adopted. But, secondly, the meaning of the word is to be inferred also from the nature of the object to which it is applied. Thus, We establish a principle by making it clear, proving it true, and thus fixing it in the mind. We establish a law by giving it force and authority. A man establishes his character by making it thoroughly known to the world. We establish a fact by the evidence necessary to sustain it. In these and other cases, the word establish has no exclusive meaning whatever other than this. It excludes what is necessarily inconsistent with, contradictory to, or incompatible with the establishment of the thing declared to be established. It does not exclude the establishment of any number of other things of the same kind, unless they would be necessarily inconsistent with the thing first established. Thus, the establishment of one truth does not imply the subversion or suppression of any other truth, because all truths are consistent with each other. The establishment of one man's character does not imply the destruction of any other man's character. When applied to matters of business, as for instance to the establishment of facilities for the transmission of letters, and the transmission of letters is a mere matter of business, the word establish has no meaning that implies an exclusion of competition. Thus, we speak of the establishment of a bank, a store, a hotel, a line of stages, or steamboats, or packets. But this expression does not imply at all that there are not other banks, stores, hotels, stages, steamboats, and packets established in competition with them. Neither does the establishment of certain roads as post roads imply the exclusion of all other posts than those of Congress from those roads. Congress establishes a road as a post road by simply designating it as one over which their posts shall travel. This designation clearly does not exclude the passage of any number of private posts over the same road, provided the government posts are not thereby actually obstructed or impeded in their progress. Because the establishment of any one thing implies the exclusion of nothing whatever, except what is absolutely inconsistent or incompatible with the thing established. The designation, therefore, or the establishment of a particular road as a post road excludes nothing except obstacles to the progress of the posts over that road. The prohibition, therefore, of Congress upon the passage of other posts over the same roads traveled by their own is going beyond the simple power of establishing those roads as post roads, and beyond the simple power of establishing their own posts upon those roads. Footnote. Congress themselves have uniformly adopted the above construction as being the true meaning of the word establish when applied to post roads, for in addition to their laws establishing certain roads as post roads, they have passed other laws specifically to exclude other posts than their own. If the simple establishment of a road by Congress as a post road excluded ipso facto all other posts, all their special laws of exclusion would be unnecessary. And footnote. If Congress owned the roads over which their posts travel, they would have a right to exclude all other posts from them, not, however, by virtue of their power to establish those roads as post roads, but by virtue of their power to control the use of their own property. 18. The word establish, when applied to any particular thing, does not imply that the thing established contributes either in whole or even in part to the necessary expenses of its own maintenance. For instance, Congress have power to establish forts, arsenals, and lighthouses, but it does not follow that the forts, arsenals, and lighthouses are expected to support themselves. Congress have power to establish courts, but it does not follow that the courts are to derive their support, either directly or indirectly, from the business done in them. The same is the case with the Army, the Navy, and all the departments of government. None of these establishments are expected to derive their support from their business. Yet no compulsory process except that of "laying and collecting taxes, duties, imposts, and excises" is authorized for the support of any of them. If individuals voluntarily send letters enough by the government mail to pay the expenses of the establishment, well. If not, the establishment must go down, or be sustained like all the other departments of the government, by general taxation, and not by restraints upon competition. 19. By the old Articles of Confederation, it was declared that, "The United States, in Congress assembled, shall have the sole and exclusive right and power of establishing and regulating post offices from one state to another throughout all the United States." When the Constitution came to be adopted, this phraseology was altered, and the words "sole and exclusive" were omitted. This alteration of the power from a sole and exclusive one to a simple power must certainly have been intentional, and it clearly indicates that the framers of the Constitution did not intend to give to Congress under the Constitution the same exclusive power that had been possessed by the Congress of the Confederation. 20. The 10th section of the first article of the Constitution contains an enumeration of various prohibitions upon the state governments. They are prohibited from entering into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, granting letters of marque and reprisal, coining money, emitting bills of credit, making anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, passing any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, laying any imposts or duties on imports or exports without the consent of Congress, except what may be necessary for executing their inspection laws, or, without the consent of Congress, laying any duty on tonnage, keeping troops or ships of war in time of peace, entering into any agreement or compact with other states or with foreign powers, or engaging in war, unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Among all these prohibitions, why is there none against establishing mails? The answer is obvious. The Constitution did not intend to prohibit them. 21. If the right granted to Congress to carry letters be an exclusive right, it is of necessity an exclusive right for the whole country, and not merely for such roads and offices as Congress may see fit to establish. And it would therefore be as much unconstitutional for individuals to establish mails on routes where Congress had not established any as where they had. And the consequence would be that the people would have no constitutional right to have any mails at all, except such as Congress might please to establish for them. 22. If the Constitution had intended to give to Congress the exclusive right of establishing mails, it would have required and not merely permitted Congress to establish them, so that the people might be sure of having mails. But now Congress are no more obliged to establish mails than they are to declare war. And in case they should neglect or refuse to establish them, the people could have no mails unless individuals or the states have now the right of establishing them. 23. It would have been as unconstitutional for individuals to establish mails, if Congress had neglected to do it altogether, as it is to establish them in competition with those established by Congress. For the unconstitutionality of private mails, if they are unconstitutional, consists not in the competition, but in the exercise of a right that belongs exclusively to Congress. 24. If the power granted to Congress be an exclusive right of establishing mails, then Congress have no authority even to permit individuals to establish mails on their own account, either on routes where Congress have, or on those where they have not established them. Such permission would be, so far, abdicating government in favor of such individuals. Congress have no more right to abdicate any power of this kind than to abdicate to an individual the power of making laws. 25. If the exclusive right of carrying letters has been granted to Congress, then it is unconstitutional for a person even to carry a single letter for a friend, and Congress are bound to punish such an act as an offense against the Constitution. 26. No one, I presume, has ever doubted that individuals would have a right to establish mails, but for the law of Congress forbidding them. Yet, if the Constitution had given Congress the exclusive right, private mails would have been unconstitutional, without the law. On the other hand, if the Constitution have not given Congress the exclusive right, then the law prohibiting private mails is without any constitutional authority. It is certain, therefore, that Congress, the courts, and the country have always been in an error, either as to the grant in the Constitution or the constitutionality of the law, if not as to both. 27. It may perhaps be pretended that an exclusive authority to establish mails is a prerogative of sovereignty, and therefore of the government. But this is a notion borrowed wholly from arbitrary governments. Our governments have no prerogatives of sovereignty except such as are granted to them by our constitutions. And these prerogatives are limited by the terms of the grants, without any regard to the extent of similar prerogatives under monarchical or despotic governments. 28. The only rules of interpretation, so far as I know, that have ever been laid down for determining whether a power granted to Congress is to be held by them exclusively or only concurrently with the states or people are those laid down by Hamilton and Madison, who above all other men were the fathers of the Constitution. Those rules are given by them in the Federalist and are there treated by them as being infallible criteria by which all questions of this nature may be settled. The essays of the Federalist have ever, from the adoption of the Constitution, been considered the very highest authority on questions of constitutional law, next to the decisions of the Supreme Court of the United States. And these particular rules of interpretation are constantly cited in discussions before that tribunal and have never, so far as I am aware, been overruled by them. Judge Story emphatically affirmed them in the case of Houston versus Moore, and said he did, quote, not know that they had ever been seriously doubted, end quote. 5 Wheaton, 48-50. The rules are these: that none of the powers granted to Congress are held by them exclusively, except in these three cases. First, where an exclusive authority is, in express terms, granted to the Union. The grant of exclusive legislation over the seat of government is an instance of this kind. Or, second, where a particular authority is granted to the Union and the exercise of a like authority is prohibited to the states. An instance of this kind is furnished in the grant to Congress of the power to coin money, and the collateral prohibition, no state shall coin money. Or third, where an authority is granted to the Union with which a similar authority in the states would be utterly incompatible. The power to pass uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States is an instance of this kind. Bankrupt laws by the states would necessarily destroy the uniformity of the laws on this subject, and hence would be incompatible with the power given to Congress to establish uniformity. Tried by these rules, the power, quote, to establish post offices and post roads, end quote, has not a shadow of claim to be considered an exclusive one. The terms of the grant are not exclusive. The states or people are not prohibited by any clause from exercising a similar power. There is no incompatibility in the simultaneous exercise of such a power by each of the governments and by individuals. The rules of interpretation here stated are treated at length in the Federalist in connection with the power of taxation and the judicial power, and it is mainly, if not solely, by the application of them in construing the Constitution that the authority of Congress to prohibit all state taxes is controverted. The power of taxation, except upon exports, is granted to Congress not only in as ample terms, but in precisely the same terms as the power to establish post offices and post roads. The taxation of the states may often interfere with the taxes of Congress, by rendering them less fertile or more difficult of collection, and hence it was argued by the opponents of the Constitution that Congress might assume to forbid the states to collect their taxes. But the authors of the Federalist replied that although inconveniences and interferences of policy might possibly arise from this rival taxation, yet, inasmuch as the power of taxation had not been granted to Congress in exclusive terms, and the exercise of a similar power had not been prohibited to the states, and there was no incompatibility or necessary conflict in the coexistence of such a power in each of the governments, therefore it could not be considered an exclusive one in Congress, and that Congress could therefore no more prohibit the state taxes than the states could prohibit the taxes of Congress. That each government must submit to the competition of the other as best it might. Such were the opinions of these fathers of the Constitution, and unless these principles are correct, every tax that has been levied for the support of the state governments since the adoption of the Constitution has been unconstitutional, as infringing the exclusive authority of Congress. Footnote. See the Federalist, numbers 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, and 72. End footnote. If, then, the power of taxation is not an exclusive one, the power of establishing post offices and post roads clearly is not. For both powers are granted in precisely the same terms. The words of the grant are simply, quote, "The Congress shall have powers to lay taxes, to establish post offices," end quote, etc. Neither power is granted to Congress in exclusive terms, neither is prohibited to the states, nor is there any incompatibility in the existence of such powers in different governments at the same time. The operations of rival males do not necessarily conflict, but only compete with each other. If there be any powers whatever granted to the general government, and yet held by it concurrently either with the states or individuals, the power of establishing males is one of them, according to every principle of interpretation that has ever been laid down by any respectable authority. And those who hold that this power is not held concurrently, either with the states or individuals, or both, must hold that Congress holds no power concurrently, either with the states or individuals. Again, the 42nd number of the Federalist specially notices the post office power, and notices it in such language as to show conclusively that the authors considered it a concurrent but not an exclusive power. They say, quote, "The power of establishing post roads must, in every view, be a harmless power, and may perhaps by judicious management become productive of great public conveniency. Nothing which tends to facilitate the intercourse between the states can be deemed unworthy of the public care." End quote. And this is all they say on the subject. Now mark his language. Quote, "Nothing that tends to facilitate the intercourse between the states can be deemed unworthy of the public care. It may perhaps by judicious management become productive of great public conveniency. It must in every view be a harmless power." End quote. All this language evidently refers to the power that might, if judiciously managed, add to existing facilities, but which at any rate could not do harm by taking those facilities away. It applies therefore to a concurrent and not to an exclusive power. But mark again the strength of this expression, quote, "It must in every view," that is, in a political as well as practical one, "be a harmless power." End quote. Did not Mr. Madison and Mr. Hamilton know the despotic purposes to which an exclusive power over the transmission of all commercial, social, and political intelligence might be applied? That it was capable of being made one of the most powerful engines of police? As efficient for purposes of despotism as a standing army? Certainly they did. Are they then chargeable with the effrontery of telling the people of this country that an exclusive power of this sort, quote, "must in every view be a harmless power"? End quote. No. Their characters forbid such an idea, and they had no motive for such a deception. The conclusion then is inevitable, that they did not consider it an exclusive one. Moreover, if any of the opponents of the Constitution, by whom the lurking dangers to liberty were hunted through every line and word of the instrument, had considered this power an exclusive one, they would have exposed it, and the authors of the Federalist would not then have treated it in this manner, but would have obviated the objection by showing that the power was only a concurrent one. They would have shown this by the same rules of interpretation by which the power of taxation and certain judicial powers are shown to be concurrent. But that it was merely a concurrent power seems to have been taken for granted, both by the advocates and opponents of the Constitution. But if all the preceding considerations have failed of establishing the unconstitutionality of the laws against private males, there is still another which alone would be decisive. The first article of amendment to the Constitution declares that, quote, "Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press." End quote. The freedom of speech which is here forbidden to be abridged is the natural freedom, or that freedom to which a man is entitled of natural right. And the word speech does not mean simply utterance with voice, but the communication of ideas. And the right of speech includes a right to communicate ideas in any of the various modes in which ideas may be conveyed. A man has the same natural right to speak to another on paper as viva voce, and to speak to a person 1,000 miles distant as to one who is present. Any law which compels a man to pay a certain sum of money to the government for the privilege of speaking to a distant individual, or which debars him of the right of employing such a messenger as he prefers to entrust with his communications, abridges his freedom of speech. The freedom of the press, too, which is forbidden to be abridged, is not the freedom of barely printing books and papers, for that kind of freedom alone would be of no value either to the printer or the public, but it includes the freedom of selling and circulating. And the freedom of selling and circulating involves the right of conveying them to purchasers by such messengers as one pleases to employ. If anyone is disposed to deny that manuscript correspondence comes under the denomination of speech, as that term is used in the Constitution, he must adopt the alternative of including it in the term the press, for it certainly must be embraced by one or the other. Finally, if the Constitution had intended to give Congress the exclusive right of establishing mails, it would have prescribed some rules for the government of them, so as to have secured their privacy, safety, cheapness, and the right of the people to send what information they should please through them. But the Constitution has done nothing of this kind. On the contrary, the grant is entirely unqualified, and it has made the power of Congress over such mails as they do establish entirely absolute. They may say what shall go in them and what shall not, whether they will carry sealed papers or only open ones, and even whether sealed papers, deposited in their offices, shall be sacred from the espionage of the government. Their power over their own mails is unqualified in every respect. And if the people have no power to establish mails of their own, their whole rights, both of private correspondence and of transmitting printed intelligence, are at the feet of the government. If this power, so absolute over its own mails, were also an exclusive one over all mails, it would be incomparably the most tyrannical, if not the only purely tyrannical feature of the government. The other despotic powers, such as those of unlimited taxation and unlimited military establishments, may be perverted to purposes of oppression, yet it was necessary that the powers should be entrusted to the government for the defense of the nation. But an exclusive and unqualified power over the transmission of intelligence has no such apology. It has no adaptation to facilitate anything but the operations of tyranny. It has no aspect whatever that is favorable either to the liberty or the interests of the people. It is a power that is impossible to be exercised at all without being exerted unjustifiably. The very maintenance of the exclusive principle involves a tyranny and a destruction of individual rights that are now, as ever must be, felt through every ramification of society. The power is already exerted to the great obstruction of commercial intelligence and nearly to the destruction of all social correspondence, except among the wealthy. But that we are accustomed to such fetters, we would not submit to them for a moment. To what further extent of tyranny and mischief this power, in the future growth of the country, may be exerted, we cannot foresee. But the only absolute constitutional guarantee that the people have against all these evils and dangers is to be found in the principle that they have the right, at pleasure, to establish mails of their own. And if the people should now surrender this principle, they would thereby prove that their minds are most happily adapted to the degradation of slavery. The Postmaster General's argument. The argument of the Postmaster General is as follows. Quote, "This grant of power, that is, to establish post offices and post roads, is found in the same clause, should be section, and is expressed in the same words and language of the grants of power to coin money, to regulate commerce, declare war, etc." End quote. No argument in favor of the exclusiveness of the power can be drawn from the fact here stated. Nearly all the powers granted to Congress are included in the same section, but who before ever argued that all the powers mentioned in that section were therefore exclusive? The power, "to lay and collect taxes," and the power to borrow money are found in the same clause section, and expressed substantially in the same words and language of the grants to coin money, to declare war, etc. But the powers to borrow money and to lay and collect taxes are not therefore exclusive. The Postmaster General is certainly very unfortunate in his analogies. The exclusiveness of the powers to coin money and to declare war does not result from the terms of the grants, as his argument supposes, but from the special prohibitions in another section, to wit, "No state shall coin money," and "No state shall declare war." But for these express prohibitions upon the states, the powers to coin money and declare war would have been concurrent powers, else why were these prohibitions inserted? There being no such prohibition in regard to establishing post offices and post roads, that power is concurrent, as those would have been but for the prohibitions. Besides, there is no analogy in principle between the exclusive power to declare war or to coin money and an exclusive power to establish post offices and post roads, because an individual has a natural power and right to establish post offices and post roads, but he has no natural power or right to declare public war. He has power only to speak and act for himself. Neither has he any natural power or right to coin money, because to coin signifies, according to lexicographers, an act of government, as distinguished from the acts of individuals. But the powers of Congress to declare war and to coin money are in reality exclusive only as against the state governments. They are not exclusive of any natural rights on the parts of individuals. The constitutional prohibition upon individuals to coin money extends no farther than to prohibitions upon counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. Provided individuals do not counterfeit or imitate the securities or current coin of the United States, they have a perfect right, and Congress have no power to prohibit them, to weigh and assay pieces of gold and silver, mark upon them their weight and fineness, and sell them for whatever they will bring, in competition with the coin of the United States. It was stated in Congress a few years since by Mr. Rainier, I think of North Carolina, that in some parts of the gold region of that state, a considerable portion of their local currency consisted of pieces of gold, weighed, assayed, and marked by an individual in whom the public had confidence. And this practice was as unquestionably legal as the sale of gold in any other way. It was no infringement of the rights of Congress. The same is true in regard to war. Individuals have no natural power to declare public war, but the natural right of individuals to make private war is secured to them by that clause of the Constitution that secures to them the right to keep and bear arms. It is true, the natural right of individuals to make war extends no farther than is necessary for the purposes of defense. Their natural power, however, goes beyond this limit, and if an individual were to exercise his natural power for making war for other purposes than defense, he would be punished only as a murderer or a pirate, and solely on the ground of having transcended his natural right, certainly not on the ground of his having infringed the exclusive power of Congress. The power of Congress to regulate commerce, which is quoted by the Postmaster General as a parallel case to the post office power, is held to be exclusive solely on the ground of the unity of the subject. In the case of Gibbons versus Ogden, 9 Wheaton, Mr. Webster's argument in favor of the exclusive power of Congress over commerce was this, that commerce was a unit, and that regulations by the states, operating upon the identical thing that was under the regulation of Congress, would necessarily conflict with the regulations of Congress, because, he said, the regulations of Congress may consist as much in leaving some parts free as in regulating others, and the court concurred in this opinion. That commerce is a unit is obvious. There is but one commerce with foreign nations, into however many parts and varieties it may be subdivided. Commerce is a word that has no plural. It embraces every variety, part, and parcel of all the different kinds of commerce that are carried on by individuals. But there is no unity in the term post offices, or post roads any more than there is in the term stagecoaches or steamboats. Suppose the Constitution had said that, quote, Congress shall have the power to establish stagecoaches and steamboats, end quote. Would anyone have imagined that Congress had thereby acquired the exclusive right of establishing stagecoaches and steamboats? But there is a lack of analogy in another particular between the powers to regulate commerce and the power to establish post offices and post roads. The power to regulate and the power to establish are in their nature very different powers. No power is granted to Congress to carry on or establish commerce on their own account, but only to regulate that which is carried on by others. Their post office power is directly the reverse of this. It is the power to establish post offices of their own, but not to regulate the offices or business of others. But the Postmaster General says further that the grant of power to establish post offices and post roads is ample, full, and consequently exclusive. According to this reasoning, the power of Congress to borrow money is exclusive, for it is both ample and full, precisely as ample and full as the power to establish post offices and post roads. The power of taxation, except upon exports, is also ample, full, and according to the argument of the Postmaster General, consequently exclusive. Such are the absurdities into which men are obliged to run in order to find apologies for claiming that a simple power to establish post offices and post roads is an exclusive one. But the Postmaster General says further, quote, if a doubt could exist as to the exclusiveness of this grant, that doubt must vanish upon the reference to the 10th article of the amendments to the Constitution, which declares, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the States, are reserved to the States respectively, or to the people. The power to establish post offices and post roads is plainly and distinctly delegated to the United States. It is, therefore, not a power reserved to the States respectively or to the people. This implication is as unfounded as it is far-fetched and unnatural. The language quoted by the Postmaster General is not contained in the original Constitution, but constitutes an amendment that was subsequently adopted. It is one of the 10 amendments that were adopted soon after the original Constitution had gone into operation. These amendments were all adopted for the avowed purpose of quieting the fears of those who thought that too great powers had already been given to the government. Not one of the whole 10 purports to grant any new power to Congress or to enlarge any of the powers that had been previously granted. On the contrary, every one of them, without an exception, purports either to prohibit Congress from stretching their powers beyond the terms of the original grants, or to secure some principle of civil liberty against all pretenses of power on the part of Congress. And the very amendment quoted by the Postmaster General was obviously designed, and designed solely, as a prohibition upon the usurpation of any power not previously granted. Yet now the Postmaster General, by a backhanded and unnatural implication, would draw from a simple amendatory prohibition of this kind a warrant for enlarging all the original powers and making those exclusive and despotic which were before harmless and concurrent. But again, the language of this amendment is simply that, quote, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, as distinct from the amendments, nor prohibited by it to the States, are reserved to the States respectively, or to the people, end quote. Now the inference of the Postmaster General from this language might, safely to the argument, be admitted to be correct, if it were also considered what kind of a power, on the subject of post offices and post roads, had really been delegated to the United States by the Constitution. What was that power? It was, as has been shown, merely a power concurrent with that of the States and the people to establish post offices and post roads. Only a concurrent power then having been delegated, and a like power not having been prohibited to the States or people, it necessarily follows from the terms of the amendment itself that a concurrent power to establish them is reserved to the States respectively, or to the people, or to both. But the Postmaster General reasons as if none but exclusive powers had been either delegated or reserved. His whole argument hangs upon this idea. He cannot conceive of concurrent powers. It is probably a mystery to him how even two individuals can have concurrent rights to establish business of any kind in competition with each other. If the implications of the Postmaster General were correct, the powers of Congress to lay and collect taxes and to borrow money are now exclusive powers, for they are plainly and distinctly delegated to the United States, and therefore, according to his argument, are not reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Nearly all the plausibility of the Postmaster General's argument, if it have any plausibility, is derived from the unauthorized use of the article "the." He says "the power," as if there were or could be but one power of the kind in the country, is plainly and distinctly delegated to the United States, and then infers that it cannot, of course, be reserved to the states or people, because that would involve an impossibility. Now, it happens that the power delegated to the United States on this subject is not described in the Constitution as the power, meaning thereby a sole power, but it is described simply as power. The Constitution does not say that Congress shall have the power, but only that they shall have power, that is, a power, or, more properly still, sufficient power to establish post offices and post roads. He might with the same propriety have said that the power, instead of a power to borrow money, had been delegated to the United States, and that therefore no similar power could be reserved to the states or people, as if there were or could be but one power in the whole country constitutionally capable of borrowing money. Or he might with the same propriety have said that the power of taxation, instead of a power of taxation, had been delegated to Congress, and that therefore no similar power had been reserved to the states or people. When, in common parlance, we use the article "the" in connection with a power granted to Congress, as for instance in the expression "the power of Congress to borrow money," or "the power of Congress to lay and collect taxes," or "the power of Congress to establish post offices and post roads," we do not use it to designate certain sole powers or units, but to designate the powers existing in Congress, as distinguished from similar or other powers existing in the states or individuals. But the Postmaster General has not only substituted the language of common parlance for the language of the Constitution, but has also given to it a different meaning from what, even in common parlance, is attached to it. The whole argument of the Postmaster General, as has already been said, rests upon the assumption that there is or can be but one power of any one kind in the whole country, and that if this one power be granted to Congress, it cannot, of course, remain with the states or people. If this doctrine is correct, all the powers granted to Congress would necessarily have been exclusive, without any express prohibitions either upon the states or individuals, and consequently all the express prohibitions in the Constitution would have been mere surplusage. But there is still another oversight in the argument of the Postmaster General. A simple power to establish post offices and post roads, and the power of prohibiting similar establishments by others, are in their nature distinct powers. The former alone having been delegated to Congress, the latter necessarily remains, and is declared, by the amendment cited, to remain with the states or the people. Neither the states nor the people have seen fit to exercise this prohibitory power that is thus reserved to them, and they probably never will. They cannot exercise it without abridging the freedom of speech and the press, and infringing a fundamental principle of civil liberty. Still further, no implication, natural or unnatural, logical or illogical, necessary or unnecessary, can prevail against an express provision. The provision is express, that Congress shall make no law, post office law or any other, abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. The power of Congress, then, on this subject is just what it would have been, and only what it would have been, if the two clauses had stood in connection in this wise. Congress shall have power to establish post offices and post roads, but shall make no law abridging freedom of speech or of the press. Expediency. The whole argument of expediency in favor of maintaining an exclusive power in the government over mails may be summed up in this. It enables the government to throw upon those who live in the populous portions of the country and who have been at the expense of constructing extraordinary facilities for transportation the burden of all the government postage, and the portion of the expense of carrying mails to those who have voluntarily gone beyond the reach of those facilities and who have no more claim that their letters shall be carried to them at the expense of other people than that their food and clothing shall be. Palpably unjust and tyrannical as are these objects of the law, they are in reality the only arguments that can be invented in support of it. The policy of the law is on a par with its morality. A law for defraying expenses of government by a tax upon and consequently by obstructing the dissemination of commercial, social, and political information probably combines as many of the elements of barbarism as any law that perverted ingenuity or political depravity has ever devised. The extortion also of money from individuals in the populous portions of the country in order to support the present expensive mode of carrying mails to the less populous portions is in one respect like filching from one his good name. It is robbing one without enriching another. If the business were open to free competition, there probably is not a man who lives fairly within the limits of civilization that would not receive his letters at less cost than he now pays. And if any man has chosen to go beyond those limits, he certainly has no right to claim that we who remain behind shall be taxed to carry civilization to him. If, however, the government chooses to pursue such men with its generosity, it should at least have the decency to be generous with means honestly obtained, instead of obtaining them by so unequal and mischievous a tax as upon the diffusion of knowledge. The progress of the whole civilized portion of the country certainly ought not to be retarded in order that the government may show its partiality for those few individuals who, by going beyond the limits of civilization, give strong evidence that they do not appreciate its benefits. But, in reality, the inmates of the farthest cabins on our frontier are interested in free competition as a constitutional principle, for even if they should not at once, under that system, although they probably would soon, have as good facilities as they now enjoy, it will yet be but a few years before these same cabins will be in the midst of a numerous population, all of whom will be benefited by the free principle. The inhabitants of the frontier are also, for their posterity if not for themselves, equally interested with other portions of the country in maintaining the freedom of speech and the press, and the free principles generally of our Constitution. The present expensive, dilatory, and exclusive system of mails is a great national nuisance, commercially, morally, and socially. Its immense patronage and power, used as they always will be, corruptly, make it also a very great political evil. The moral, social, and political evils of the system are of a nature not to be estimated in money. The commercial ones, although incapable of any accurate estimate, are yet of a nature more susceptible of calculation. Let us look at them for a moment. The importance of dispatch in commercial correspondence may be in some measure conceived of when it is considered that every day's and hour's delay in the sale and transmission of merchandise, whose sale and transmission wait on correspondence, involves a loss, during the time of such delay, of the interest, insurance, and storage of such merchandise, and also a lapse in part of the season when particular kinds of merchandise are most valuable to consumers, and of course command the best prices in the hands of the merchant. Delays in business correspondence of all other kinds, as well as that strictly commercial, are also attended with losses more or less important. Suppose now that on an average throughout the whole country, 1/5 of the time that is now occupied in the transmission of commercial and other letters should be saved by opening the business to competition, what would be the aggregate saving in dollars and cents to the whole country? Is not $12,000 a day a moderate estimate? Undoubtedly, I think the real savings would be very much, probably several times greater than this sum. But I have mentioned this amount because it is, in round numbers, the actual expenses of the present establishment. If, then, this sum only could be saved by opening the business to competition, the country as a whole could actually afford, as a matter of mere dollars and cents, to let the present establishment retire upon an annual pension equal in amount to the whole of its present receipt, as a compensation for its simply getting out of the way of private enterprise. In other words, the country could afford to support the establishment in idleness for the sake of getting rid of its services. We should also gain in the bargain the social benefits of cheap postage and the political benefits of a very material purification of the government. The question then is, would 1/5 of the time now occupied in the transmission of letters be saved by a system of free competition? There can be but one answer to this question. That amount of saving might not be accomplished at the outset, but it speedily would be. Universal experience attests that government establishments cannot keep pace with private enterprise in matters of business, and the transmission of letters is a mere matter of business. Private enterprise has always the most active physical powers and the most ingenious mental ones. It is constantly increasing its speed and simplifying and cheapening its operations. But government functionaries, secure in the enjoyment of warm nests, large salaries, official honors and power, and presidential smiles, all of which they are sure of so long as they are the partisans of the president, feel few quickening impulses to labor, and are altogether too independent and dignified personages to move at the speed that commercial interests require. They take office to enjoy its honors and emoluments, not to get their living by the sweat of their brows. They are too well satisfied with their own conditions to trouble their heads with plans for improving the accustomed modes of doing the business of their departments, too wise in their own estimation, or too jealous of their assumed superiority, to adopt the suggestions of others, too cowardly to innovate, and too selfish to part with any of their power or to reform the abuses on which they thrive. The consequence is, as we now see, that when a cumbrous, clumsy, expensive, and dilatory government system is once established, it is nearly impossible to modify or materially improve it. Opening the business to rivalry and free competition is the only way to get rid of the nuisance. But even if the government were to continue its operations, competition is still an important principle to its utility, for it is the only principle that can always compel it to adapt its speed and prices to the convenience of the public. End of the Unconstitutionality of the Laws of Congress Prohibiting Private Mail by Lysander Spooner.
William Tecumseh Sherman by Elbridge S. Brooks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. William Tecumseh Sherman by Elbridge S. Brooks. 1820 to 1891. Achievement wins applause, and when the steps toward achievement are tinged with mystery, romance, or daring, the applause is irresistible and continuous. So it has come to pass that by the side of Xenophon's masterly retreat of the 10,000, of Cortez's burning his ships at Vera Cruz, and of Marlborough's bold march through the heart of Germany to the victory at Blenheim, stands Sherman's March to the Sea, and his Christmas gift of captured Savannah. And yet this brilliant leader of men had never seen a hostile shot fired until he was 41, and his first battle was the defeat at Bull Run. The March to the Sea, upon which Sherman's fame as a soldier so largely rests, was by no means the greatest or most significant of his many achievements. His record as a soldier is filled with examples of his courage, his shrewdness, and his tenacity, while his mingling of gentle ways and grim determination of restlessness and calm, of forethought, fearlessness, and frankness, make him at once a unique and central figure in the decade of war and Reconstruction that forms so important a chapter in the story of the United States of America. William Tecumseh Sherman was born on February 8, 1820, in the town of Lancaster, the county seat of that fair and fertile section known as Fairfield County, in the southern part of the state of Ohio, the busy commonwealth that furnished 300,000 men to the armies of the Union, and gave to the Civil War its three greatest generals; for Grant and Sherman were Ohio born, and Sheridan's boyhood was spent in the same state. But Sherman's ancestors were of stout Puritan stock, dating back almost to the days of the Mayflower. His first American forebear was a Puritan minister, Rev. John Sherman, an emigrant to the Connecticut colony from Essex in England. Of one of the collateral branches was Roger Sherman, drafter and signer of the Declaration of Independence. The father of the soldier was Judge Sherman, of the Ohio Supreme Court. His mother was a Hoyt of New England. William Tecumseh Sherman was the sixth of 11 children, a younger brother being the lad who, later, became Senator John Sherman of Ohio. Judge Sherman, the father of the boys, died in 1829, and William was adopted into the family of Senator Thomas Ewing, of Ohio, a resident of Lancaster and a notable figure in American history, for he was senator and cabinet minister for nearly 40 years. Sherman's training was that of a soldier from boyhood. At 16 he was entered as a cadet at the Military Academy at West Point, from which he graduated in 1840, standing sixth in a class of 42. Engineering was his favorite study, but devotion to his books seems not to have kept him out of mischief. He was not, he himself admitted later, a Sunday school cadet, his record for behavior being 124 in the Academy standard, not so very far from the foot; but Grant, it must be remembered, ranked even lower in his behavior record, standing at 149. The 20 years that followed Sherman's graduation from West Point were variously spent. He was commissioned second lieutenant in the 3rd Artillery, July 1, 1840, and ordered to Florida to face the hostile Seminoles. He was promoted to be first lieutenant November 30, 1841, and in 1842 was ordered to Fort Morgan in Alabama. From 1843 to 1846 he was stationed at Fort Moultrie in Charleston Harbor, where the afterward famous Major Robert Anderson was his superior officer; at Bellefontaine, Alabama, and at Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, on recruiting service. When the war with Mexico was declared, Lieutenant Sherman was sent to California, then a debatable land. He reached Monterey Bay, by way of the Horn, in January 1847, and spent 3 years in California, returning East as bearer of despatches to the War Department in 1850. In May 1850 he married Miss Ellen Ewing, daughter of Senator Ewing, then Secretary of the Interior under President Taylor, and in September following he was commissioned as captain and sent to St. Louis. It was at this time, so Sherman notes in his memoirs, that he felt a great disappointment to think that the war with Mexico was fought to a finish without his having been in it. And, he adds, "Of course, I thought it was the last and only chance in my day, and that my career as a soldier was at an end." It was at an end for a time, for after garrison duty at St. Louis and New Orleans he resigned from the army, and in 1853 sought to make his fortune in business. He went to California as manager of the San Francisco branch of a St. Louis bank, but the ill success of the enterprise drove him East again in 1857, when he engaged in the banking business in New York City. To this enterprise, however, The famous panic of 1857 put an early end, and in 1858 he was embarked in the law, with an office at Leavenworth, Kansas. This, too, failing to supply sufficient bread and butter, he tried farming in Ohio for a while, and then applied for a government position in Washington. Instead of this, however, he secured an appointment as superintendent and professor of engineering in a new military college just started at Alexandria, in Louisiana. He entered upon the duties of his position on the 1st of January, 1860, when the mutterings of rebellion were already abroad. And just as he had put the academy into good working order, the war cloud became so black that Sherman, in a manly letter to Governor Moore of Louisiana, declared his intention of maintaining his allegiance to "the old Constitution as long as a fragment of it survives," resigned his office, and returned to Ohio. In April, 1861, he accepted the presidency of a St. Louis street railway company. Then Sumter was fired on, the war fever filled the land, troops were hurried to the front, and Sherman signified to the Secretary of War his desire to serve his country, "in the capacity for which I was trained." On May 14, 1861, he was appointed colonel of the 13th United States Infantry, and assigned to inspection duty in Washington under General Scott, the commander in chief. And then the real story of his life began. At first, fate seemed to be against him. He was too outspoken and hard-headed to suit the reckless and effusive boasters of those early days of the war, which he insisted would be long and bloody unless the whole military power of the Republic was put into the field to crush the rebellion before it could grow into a revolution. He was as disgusted as Washington had been in Revolutionary times with short service enlistments, and refused point blank to go to Ohio to enlist 3 months' men, saying in his blunt way, "You might as well try to put out fire with a squirt gun as expect to put down this rebellion with 3 months' troops." He was assigned to the command of the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Division of McDowell's army, and had his baptism of fire upon the disastrous field of Bull Run, which he has characterized as "one of the best planned and worst fought battles of the war." That famous "skedaddle," as it was the fashion to call it, he frankly admitted, in his official report, began among the men of his brigade, and the disorderly retreat speedily became a humiliating rout, which only a few cool-headed officers, such as Colonel Sherman, could check or control. The chagrin over the stampede at Bull Run was so great that the more conscientious Union officers expected to be held responsible for it and duly court-martialed. But to Colonel Sherman's surprise, his superiors saw beyond the demoralization of the moment, and in August, 1861, he was made Brigadier General of Volunteers, and transferred to the Department of the Cumberland, with headquarters at Louisville, Kentucky. From thenceforth all his fighting and all his fame was associated with the armies of the West. At once he saw the desperate condition of affairs in Kentucky, a border state, only to be held for the Union by prompt and decisive measures. He called for reinforcements frequently and emphatically. And when the Secretary of War visited him on a tour of inspection, and asked his views on the situation, Sherman paralyzed him by asserting that for the defense of Kentucky 60,000 men were needed at once, and that 200,000 would be necessary there before the war in that state could be ended. This was so out of proportion to the Secretary's estimate that Sherman was declared crazy. He was deprived of his command at the front and relegated to a camp of instruction near St. Louis. But so shrewd and correct an observer, so energetic a leader, and so determined a fighter, could not long be left in retirement. and in February, 1862, General Sherman was ordered to assume command of the forces at Paducah, Kentucky. Desperate fighting soon followed. The Battle of Shiloh, sometimes called Pittsburgh Landing, showed of what stuff the "crazy Sherman," as the newspapers had called him, was made, and from Shiloh's bloody field in 1862 to Johnston's surrender at Raleigh in 1865, Sherman's fame rose steadily, until it left him one of the three greatest generals of the Civil War and one of the famous commanders of the century. From Shiloh to Raleigh, Sherman stood, in a measure, as Grant's right hand; for, even when Grant was hammering away in Virginia, Sherman, by his strategy, shrewdness, and daring in the West, was giving him material support and help. In the 3 years of fighting, from 1862 to 1865, these events stand prominently out in Sherman's military record. The tenacity with which he held the right of the line at Shiloh, the faithful service he rendered as commander of the left before Vicksburg, his rapid relief on Knoxville, his brilliant capture of Atlanta, his daring and famous march to the sea and the capture of Savannah, his equally daring march through the Carolinas to the help of Grant, and his final capture of Johnston's army, which was the real close of the war. In all these events, the peculiar traits of character that made Sherman so conspicuous a success stood out in bold relief. His coolness in danger, his bravery in action, his daring in devices, his readiness of invention, his electric surprises, his scientific strategy, his ruthlessness in destruction, his courtesy to the conquered, his devotion to his soldiers, his loyalty to his superior in command, his restlessness, his energy, his determination to succeed, these all contributed to the result that made Sherman's army famous the world over, and stamped him as the hero of a campaign that, according to military critics, stands alone in the history of modern warfare. His scientific fencing with General Joseph E. Johnston, the Confederate leader, was as masterly as it was effective. He forced his rival from the stand he had taken as warder of the gateways to the South's supply land, fighting him step by step from Dalton backward to Atlanta, and capturing that stronghold of the Confederacy by persistent and desperate fighting. Then, when Atlanta was won, Sherman's ability to cut the Gordian knot, as no other man dared, was displayed with especial force. Instead of frittering away his precious time by simply holding Atlanta, or wasting strength unnecessarily by hunting up a baffled and elusive foe, or devoting all his energy to keeping open his long line of communication and supply, he determined to strike a disastrous blow at the Confederacy. Swiftly and unexpectedly, cutting loose from his connection with the West, he would live on the enemy and lay waste the storehouse of the Confederacy, or, as he expressed it, in outlining his plans to General Grant, move through Georgia, smashing things to the sea. The boldness of this desperate measure at first attracted, as it afterward alarmed, the authorities at Washington. Consent was given and then recalled. But, before the recall could reach him, Sherman had acted quickly, fearing this same countermand. Upon receipt of the order consenting to his march, he cut the telegraph wires to the north, then he burned his bridges, tore up the railroad that connected him with the West, and with his army reduced to its actual available fighting strength of 60,000 men, with banners streaming, gun barrels glistening in the sun, bands playing, and the men singing lustily, "Glory, glory, hallelujah," Atlanta was left behind, and Sherman's army set its face eastward and commenced its memorable march to the sea. In two parallel columns, the army of invasion and destruction moved through the fertile land, cutting a swath of desolation 40 miles wide, and crippling the Confederacy by dissipating its most cherished resources. For fully a month the army was practically lost, so far as communication with the North was concerned. Then it struck the sea at Savannah, captured that beautiful city, and, in the celebrated dispatch which actually reached President Lincoln on Christmas Eve, General Sherman presented to the President and the country the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift. Savannah taken, the more difficult march northward was determined upon, so as to make a junction with Grant before Richmond, and end the war by one final and tremendous stroke. The Campaign of the Carolinas, as this northward march was called, was a really greater achievement than the march to the sea, for it was against more formidable natural odds, and was done in midwinter. The distance covered from Savannah to Goldsboro, in North Carolina, was 425 miles. 5 large rivers were crossed, 3 important cities were captured, and the Stars and Stripes were once more flung to the breeze above the ruins of Fort Sumter. And yet, in 50 days from the start, the army reached Goldsboro in superb order, and concluded what Sherman himself designates as one of the longest and most important marches ever made by an organized army in a civilized country. It was a great achievement, but it was without the novelty, the mystery, and the dramatic qualities of the earlier cross-country campaign, and so it has come to pass that the first has been the most famous, and Sherman's march to the sea has gone into history as one of the romances and glories of the War of the Rebellion. The campaign of the Carolinas fitly ended, as had the march to the sea, in victory, and the successes at Averysboro and Burtonville culminated on April 26, 1865, in the surrender, near Raleigh, of Johnston and the last organized army of the Confederacy. The war was over. Sherman's army marched northward to Washington, where, on May 24, 1865, on the second day of the famous Grand Review, General Sherman and his victorious army marched past the presidential reviewing stand. 65,000 men, says General Sherman, in splendid physique, who had just completed a march of nearly 2,000 miles in a hostile country. Then came the disbandment. Sherman bade his boys good bye in a ringing farewell order. The men departed to their waiting homes, and the splendid Army of the West was a thing of the past. After the conclusion of the war, General Sherman was, for 4 years, stationed at St. Louis as commander of the military division of the Mississippi. He was a notable public character, with a reputation for bravery that none dare assail, and a record as a soldier that made him one of the nation's heroes. He stood next to Grant in position, merit, and popularity, and when, in 1869, General Grant was elected to the presidency, Sherman, who had been named lieutenant general in 1866, was promoted to the vacant post as general of the army, with headquarters at Washington. He visited Europe in 1871 72, and both because of his own brilliant record and his official position as head of the American army, he was everywhere received with honor and distinction. Returning home, he wrote his memoirs. They were published in 1875, and stamped him, in the opinion of critics, as by far the ablest writer among America's military men. On February 8, 1884, he was placed upon the retired list, "turned out to grass," as he expressed it, and told I could spend the rest of my days in peace and retirement. As an especial mark of the nation's pride in his record, he was, as the order stated, placed upon the retired list of the army, without reduction in his current pay and allowances; and the President in the same order publicly put on record the gratitude of the American people "for the services of incalculable value rendered by General Sherman in the war for the Union, which his great military genius and daring did so much to end." It was a fitting tribute to the man who had worn the uniform of his country for 40 years, faithful to every trust and equal to every emergency, and who had risen through every grade from a cadetship and a lieutenancy to the proud eminence of General of the Armies of the United States. The 26 years that were his after the close of the great struggle, in which he had been one of the central figures, were filled with a quiet enjoyment of life and of wide personal popularity. Wherever he went he was a living hero, welcomed and honored as such by the people who owed so much to his wise brain and his unsheathed sword. He could have been President of the United States, had he been willing to accept the nomination that was offered him. Instead, he declined with peremptory and characteristic bluntness, and he is, it is believed, the only man who ever did refuse that high office. After his retirement he made his home, first in St. Louis and then in New York, where the last 5 years of his life were passed, and where he speedily became one of the great city's familiar, honored, and notable figures. Here, too, the final call came to him. On February 14, 1891, when he had just passed his 71st birthday, sounded the order, "Parade is dismissed," and Sherman died in his own home in West 71st Street, mourned by an entire nation. He was buried in St. Louis by the side of his wife, who had died in 1890. William Tecumseh Sherman was, in the strictest sense of the word, a soldier. His bearing and presence told of camp and uniform. With a military education and military environments, he could not understand, and could not calmly brook, the cautious conservatism of the civilian, which would often temporize when swift, determined action seemed necessary, and which was often boastful at home and timorous in the field. Able in action, fierce in assault, unerring in judgment, watchful in detail with a sagacity and foresight that amounted almost to genius, and a memory that was marvelous, General Sherman was a great military leader, and one who, when the opportunity came, rode straight into fame and reputation. As determined as he was daring, as magnanimous as he was impulsive, as clear-headed as he was energetic, and as gentle-hearted in peace as he was ruthless in war, he was indeed a unique figure in America's history, and as time goes on, his name will stand as that of one of the great republic's most famous men and most cherished memories. End of William Tecumseh Sherman, by Elbridge S. Brooks.
Winter Expedition Over the Rocky Mountains, 1857, by Randolph B. Marcy, from his 30 Years of Army Life on the Border. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. During the month of November 1857, while our troops were encamped at Fort Bridger in Utah Territory, I was ordered, with a command of 40 enlisted men, to cross the mountains by the most direct route into New Mexico and procure supplies. As but little, if anything, is known to the public about this expedition, and as a great deal has been written and said concerning others of a similar character, which perhaps were of no more importance in their results than this, I trust that a brief account of some of the most prominent incidents connected with that journey will not prove uninteresting. The objects of this march are set forth in the following extracts from the report of the Secretary of War for 1858. He says, quote, "The destruction of our trains by the Mormons, and the disasters which necessarily flowed from it, drove General Johnston to the necessity of sending a detachment of men to New Mexico for supplies essential to enable him to prosecute his march with all practicable dispatch." This expedition was entrusted to Captain R.B. Marcy of the 5th Infantry, and without intending to make an invidious comparison between the services of officers where all are meritorious, it is but just to bring the conduct of this officer and his command to your special notice. It may be safely affirmed that in the whole catalogue of hazardous expeditions scattered so thickly through the history of our border warfare, filled as many of them are with appalling tales of privation, hardship, and suffering, not one surpasses this, and in some particulars it has been hardly equaled by any. Captain Marcy left Fort Bridger on the 24th day of November, 1857, with a command of 40 enlisted men and 25 mountain men, besides packers and guides. Their course lay through an almost trackless wilderness, over lofty and rugged mountains, without a pathway or human habitation to guide or direct, in the very depth of winter, through snows for many miles together, reaching to the depth of 5 feet. Their beasts of burden were rapidly perished until very few were left. Their supplies gave out. Their luggage was abandoned. They were driven to subsist upon the carcasses of their dead horses and mules. All the men became greatly emaciated, and some were frostbitten. Yet not one murmur of discontent escaped the lips of a single man. Their mission was one of extreme importance to the movements of the army, and great disaster might befall the command if these devoted men failed to bring succor to the camp. They had, one and all, volunteered for this service, and although they might freeze or die, yet they would not complain. After a march of 51 days, they emerged from the forests and found themselves at Fort Massachusetts in New Mexico. During their whole march, Captain Marcy shared all the privations of the common soldier, marching, sleeping, and eating as they did." After my return to Fort Bridger, I had the honor of receiving the following letter: "Headquarters of the Army, New York, May 29th, 1858. Sir, I am instructed by the General-in-Chief to say to you, in reply to your letter of the 29th of March, reporting my movements, that the unconquerable energy, patience, and devotedness to duty displayed by yourself and the command entrusted to your skillful guidance and direction have been highly appreciated by himself, and the unusual sufferings and hard labor to which the troops were exposed in accomplishing their arduous march in the depth of winter has been made known to the whole country by the public press. The General-in-Chief will not fail to commend your admirable conduct to the special notice of the War Department. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, (Signed) George W. Lay, Lieutenant Colonel and Acting Division Commander. To Captain R.B. Marcy, 5th Infantry." When we left Fort Bridger, there were only 6 inches of snow on the ground, and my guides, as well as other mountain men, were of opinion that we should not, at that early season, find over 2 feet of snow upon the summit of the mountains. They also believed that we could make the trip to Fort Massachusetts, New Mexico, in 25 days. But to make sure of having enough provisions, I deemed it wise to take 30 days' supply, which, with our luggage, was packed upon 66 mules. After bidding adieu to our friends at Fort Bridger, we proceeded down Henry's Fork to its confluence with Greene River, where we forded the latter stream and followed a trail that led us to the foot of the mountain dividing Greene from Grand River. Here we found 3 lodges of Digger Utes, and engaged one of them to act as guide over the mountain. Our first day's march from here up a very circuitous canyon brought us to the top of this mountain, where we found the snow nearly 2 feet in depth. We encamped at the head of the canyon, and after supper our Indian guide came to me and expressed some doubt as to whether we were in possession of the articles he had been promised for his services, and Jim Baker, the interpreter, advised that they should be shown to him. Accordingly, the knife, powder, lead, and paint were spread out before him, and although I rather disapproved the proceeding, Baker allowed him to take possession of them. Before I lay down for the night, I posted sentinels around the camp, and directed the guard to keep careful watch upon the Indian. About midnight I was awakened by the sergeant of the guard, who reported that he believed our Indian guide intended deserting, as he had placed his rifle and all his other effects in such a position that he could seize them instantly, and he appeared to be watching for an opportunity to break away. I repeated to the sergeant the order to guard him closely, and directed him, if he made any attempt at deserting us, to seize and tie him. In the course of an hour the sergeant returned with the intelligence that, in spite of all his vigilance, the fellow had broken away from the guard and escaped. I regretted this, because we wanted his services to pilot us across the summit of the mountain on the following day. We were obliged, however, to set out without him, and shortly after emerging from the canyon, found ourselves upon a level plateau about 10 miles wide. Our track led us across the elevated tableland, which we found terminating in a towering and almost perpendicular cliff or bluff bordering the valley of Grand River, and some 2,000 feet above it. On reaching this lofty escarpment, it did not seem possible that our mules could descend it, and indeed I had been previously told that there was but one place for 50 miles along this cliff where the declivity was practicable for animals, and this was at a point where the Indians had cut out a narrow path along the face of the bluff, winding around over rocks and along the brinks of deep chasms. We bivouacked in the snow directly upon the verge of this precipice, where we had a magnificent view of the valley of Grand River and the Rocky Mountains beyond. Immediately after we halted, I sent out Baker to search for the trail leading into the valley, and it was not until late at night that he discovered it. In the morning we entered the tortuous defile and commenced the descent, which we found exceedingly precipitous and slippery. Our pack mules had great difficulty in keeping their footing. Occasionally one of them would fall, and with his pack roll over and over for 30 or 40 feet down the rocks, until he was brought up by a tree or projecting crag. At length, however, after numerous tumbles and somersaults, we reached the valley at the base, and to our surprise found the grass green and not a particle of snow upon the ground, while, as I said before, directly over our heads, upon the summit of the plateau, it lay 2 feet deep. We discovered at this place a naturally enclosed pasture, containing about 200 acres, surrounded by an almost perpendicular trap wall, some 200 feet in height, and with but one opening of not more than 100 yards wide. Our animals were all turned into this natural corral, and a herdsman stationed at the opening secured them as perfectly as if they had been shut up in a stable. We picked up a horse here that had become very fat upon the rich bunch grass. He had probably been lost or abandoned by the Indians. We appropriated the animal, and subsequently used him for food in the mountains. On the 8th of December we struck Grand River near the confluence of its 2 principal branches, the Uncompadre and the Buncara. We forded them, but with much difficulty, as the water was deep and rapid and filled with floating ice, and encamped at the base of Elk Mountain, near the remains of an old Indian trading establishment which had formerly been occupied by a man named Robideau of St. Louis, who wandered out into this remote wilderness many years ago, but was subsequently driven away and his buildings burned by the Indians. We were at this point within a few miles from the western base of the Rocky Mountains, which rose in formidable proportions in front of us, and appeared covered with a heavy coating of snow. Thus far our journey had been pleasant, and we had encountered no serious obstacles. Our animals had found abundance of grass and were in fair condition. But as the guides informed me that we were about to enter the mountains at this point, their appearance gave me serious apprehensions for the future. We here fell in with a large band of Digger Ute Indians, who were subsisting upon rabbits, bugs, crickets, etc. They came flocking around us as soon as we arrived, examining everything, and begging for such articles as happened to take their fancy. They were a ragged, villainous-looking set, and we had our hands full in keeping the women from stealing everything that came in their way. They had a good many ponies, but although we offered large prices for some of them, we could not induce them to part with a single one. Their curiosity appeared a good deal exercised to ascertain our business in their country, and when we informed them that we were bound for New Mexico, they expressed great astonishment, and would point to the mountains and shiver as if with cold. I endeavored to persuade the chief to accompany us as guide to the summit of the mountains, and offered him the value of 3 horses in goods, but he peremptorily refused, saying that he was not yet ready to die, and that unless we turned back or stopped and passed the winter with them, we would all inevitably perish. My interpreter asked him if he took us for a set of old women who would be intimidated by a little snow, and added that he had always before taken him for a warrior and a man, but now he had discovered his mistake, and he would advise him to go back to his lodge, cover up warm, and assist his squaw in tending the babies, that we were of the masculine gender. We had started to cross the mountains into New Mexico, and were going to accomplish it at all hazards, and if he did not feel disposed to go, we could dispense with his services. This taunt had no effect on him, however. He persisted in refusing to go with us, saying that all we had would not be sufficient to induce him to attempt the journey. I then asked him how much snow he supposed we would find in the mountains. He replied that he was not positive as to the exact depth, but that he had crossed over the same route we proposed to travel in the autumn, when the leaves were commencing to fall, and that he had then found about 1 foot upon the summit, that there had been a great deal of rain in the valley since that time, which he presumed had its equivalent in snow upon the mountains, and he was of opinion that we might encounter from 4 to 5 feet, and perhaps even more than that. He concluded by saying, "You may think I do not tell the truth, but if you will only cast your eyes toward the mountains, you can see for yourselves that the snow is there." On the following morning, the 11th day of December, in spite of the gloomy and discouraging prospects held out to us by the Digger chief, we packed up our mules and commenced the ascent of the western slope of the Rocky Mountains. We had proceeded but a few miles when the snow began very seriously to impede our progress. On the second day it became still deeper, with a crust upon the surface which cut the legs of our animals seriously, and caused some of them to refuse their work. We, however, pushed on, until at length we found the snow so deep that they would no longer force their way through it, and I was now obliged to resort to a new order of march. Up to this time we had, for the security of our animals, adopted the plan of marching with an advanced guard, immediately followed by the pack mules, with the main party in rear. I now placed the greater part of the command in front, in single rank, so as to break a track for the animals. This was, of course, very hard work upon a few of the leading men, and in order to equalize the labor as much as possible, I directed that every man, as he came in front, should retain that position a certain length of time, after which he was permitted to turn out of the track and allow all the others to pass him, taking his place in rear. By these alternations the work was very much lightened, and after all the party had passed, a good track was left for the animals. And they really required all our care, as from the time we entered the mountains they received no other sustenance than what they derived from the bitter pine leaves. The effects of this novel and unwholesome forage soon began to manifest itself upon them. They became weak and exhausted, and at length began to give out and die. I was then obliged to cache or hide all our surplus luggage, which reduced the weight of the packs very considerably. Notwithstanding this, they continued to perish. One day we lost 5, and another day as many as 8 died out of our little stock. This gave me very serious uneasiness, as our supply of provisions was becoming very small, and I knew after these were gone our only dependence for subsistence must be upon our famished animals. Our beef cattle had nearly all been consumed, and our stock of bread was very limited. I felt the necessity of husbanding the strength of my men and animals as much as possible. I therefore ordered the command to throw away every article of baggage they had remaining, excepting 1 blanket each, and their arms and ammunition. They cheerfully complied with the order, and we thus made another very material reduction in the weight of our packs, which enabled our enfeebled animals to proceed with more ease. The snow increased day after day as we ascended, until it was 4 feet deep, and was so dry and light that the men, walking in an upright position, would sink to their waists and could not move. One of the guides made a pair of snowshoes and attempted to walk upon them, but they sank so deep in the soft snow that it was impossible to use them. Our only alternative now, in the deepest snow, was for the 3 or 4 leading men of the party to lie down and crawl upon their hands and feet, each man following in the tracks of the leader, and all placing their hands and feet in the same holes. This method packed the snow so that after a few men had passed it bore up the others and was sufficiently firm to sustain the mules after all the men had traversed it. The leading man was generally able to go about 50 yards before he became exhausted, but I had one soldier named McLeod of the 10th Infantry, whose powers of endurance exceeded those of any other man I have ever known. He would generally, when his turn came to lead the party, make about 4 times the distance of any other man. He was always in good spirits, and never became weary or discouraged, and his example had a most cheering effect upon his comrades. One bitter cold day, after having labored very hard, we halted for a few moments, and made fires to warm our feet. While standing over the fire, I took out my pipe, and cutting a little tobacco from a small piece I had remaining, indulged myself in a smoke, the men having used their last tobacco some 10 days before. McLeod was standing near me at the time, and being desirous of doing something to show my appreciation of his valuable service, I handed him the precious morsel of tobacco, and asked him if he would not like to smoke. He replied, "No, I thank you, Captain, I never smoke." I suggested that he was very fortunate in not being addicted to the habit, at a time when tobacco was so very scarce. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I sometimes take a chew," when I told him to help himself, which he did, and immediately exclaimed, I never tasted anything so good in my life. I would have given $10 for that, Captain. Notwithstanding I reduced the rations one half, our provisions were all consumed long before we reached the top of the mountains, and we were then entirely dependent upon our famished animals for food. Our first repast upon the novel regime was from a colt belonging to Tim Goodale's Indian wife, who accompanied us and underwent the hardships of the trip with astonishing patience and fortitude. She cried very bitterly when the colt was killed, as it had always been her pet, but she realized the necessity of the sacrifice, and was consoled upon my promising her another on our arrival in New Mexico. We found the meat well flavored, tender, and palatable. Our next meal was from a very old, lean, and tough mare, which had given out and could perform no further service. This we found anything but a bonne bouche. We were, however, very hungry, and ate it. After this, our only diet for 12 days consisted of starved mules, as they became exhausted and could go no further. 12 of my men had frozen their feet so badly as to be unable to walk, and we were obliged to appropriate all our serviceable animals to carry them. I had given up my own horse to one of these men, and took his place in the snow with the others. We had not a single morsel of anything left to eat except these animals. If we had had some salt, we would have done better, but that was all gone. I was in the habit of sprinkling a little gunpowder upon my mule steaks, and it did not then require a very extensive stretch of the imagination to fancy the presence of both pepper and salt. This lean meat did not, however, by any means satisfy the cravings of the appetite, and we were continually longing for fat meat. Although we consumed large quantities of the mule meat, yet within half an hour from the time we had finished our meals, we would feel as hungry as before we had eaten. One day, as we were making our weary way through the deepest snow near the summit of the mountains, and when we were suffering severely from the intense cold and the piercing winds which sweep over those high altitudes, my guide, Tim Goodale, called out to me from the front, and pointing toward a snowbank, said there were some birds he had never but once before seen. I cast my eyes in the direction indicated, but could discern nothing until the birds rose up and flew away. We subsequently killed 2 of them, and upon examination found them about the size of the partridge of the north or the pheasant of the south. They were as white as the snow itself, without a single colored feather, and their method of flying, and their appearance in other respects, was very similar to that of the grouse. I was quite confident we had discovered a new variety of that species of bird, until 2 specimens, which were sent to Professor Baird of the Smithsonian Institute, showed them to be the Sagopus locurus, or white-tailed ptarmigan, a species of which but 2 or 3 specimens are said to be found in any ornithological collections, and those are in Europe. This beautiful bird, which in its winter plumage is as white as the snow upon which we invariably found them, was before supposed to be confined to that part of the Rocky Mountain chain north of latitude 54 north. The specimens sent to Professor Baird are said by him to be the first indications of their occurrence within the limits of our possessions, and it extends their supposed range about 1,000 miles to the south. These birds were the only glimpses of animal life that we had met with outside of our own party during 30 days that we were struggling through the deep snow. The following is an extract from my journal, written on the evening of the 1st of January. Quote, "This morning dawned upon us with gloomy auspices. far from promising to us a happy New Year. We have been engaged since daylight this morning in wallowing along through snow at least 5 feet deep, and have only succeeded by the severest toil in making about 2 miles during the entire day. From our bivouac tonight we can see the fires of last night, and in the darkness they do not appear over a rifle shot distant. The leading men have been obliged to crawl upon their hands and knees to prevent sinking to their necks, and could only go a few yards at a time before they were compelled, in a state of complete exhaustion, to throw themselves down and let others take their places. Gallant fellows! Many of them are almost barefooted, and several whose feet have been frozen have suffered intensely from pain and cold. Yet every soldier, without a single exception, has performed everything I required of him cheerfully and manfully. They have never faltered or uttered a murmur of complaint. I feel for them from the bottom of my heart, and I should be recreant to my duty as their commander if I neglected to give expression to my profound gratitude for the almost superhuman efforts put forth by them to extricate the party from our perilous position." End quote. At one period of this toilsome journey, while we were ascending the Eagle Tail River, a branch of the Grand River, my guide made a mistake and took the wrong direction for the Cochetope Pass, the point at which we were aiming, and which was, as I was well aware, the only place where it was possible for us to cross the summit of the chain, as on the north and south of this passway the mountains were much more elevated, and the snow so deep at that season that it would have been utterly impossible for us, in our enfeebled and famished condition, to have forced our way through it. It was only 50 miles south of the Cochetope Pass that General Fremont attempted to penetrate these mountains from New Mexico, and encountered so much snow that all his animals perished, and he was forced to turn back, with the loss of several of his men, before the party was extricated from their perilous position. We traveled the greatest part of the day in the wrong direction, and after we had bivouacked for the night, one of my employees, a Mexican by the name of Miguel Alona, came to me and told me that we had left the right direction in the morning, and pointing toward a depression in the mountains at right angles to the course we had taken, some 30 miles distant, said that was Cochetope Pass. I asked him how it happened that he knew anything about the country. He replied that he had been there before, and that he knew it well. Whereupon I called up the guide, and upon questioning him in regard to it, he admitted that the face of the country, buried as it was in deep snow, presented so different an appearance from what it did in the summer season when he had traversed it before, that it was possible he might have been mistaken. But still he believed he was right. I did not blame him, as this might have occurred with anyone, but this first exhibition of doubt on his part caused me great uneasiness, and I now regarded our situation as involving us in imminent peril. We had advanced too far to retrace our steps, and the only alternative left us was to go forward, and I asked the Mexican if he was willing to act as guide, telling him I would, in addition to his regular pay, make him a handsome present for his services, provided he conducted us in safety to New Mexico. But I also informed him that if at any time I discovered he was leading us in a wrong direction, I should hang him to the first tree. He was quite displeased at this, saying that he was sorry I should think he would attempt to deceive me. I told him all I required was for him to be sure he was right, and to think over the matter deliberately, and come back and let me know if he was willing to enter into the agreement upon the terms proposed by me. He returned in a short time and said, "I'll risk my neck on it, Captain." "Very well," I replied, "you are guide." From this time the uncertainty of our position, and the knowledge of the fact that if we failed to strike the Cochetope Pass we must all inevitably perish, gave me great anxiety, and prevented me from sleeping for several nights. There was not the slightest sign of a road, trail, or footmark to guide us. All was one vast, illimitable expanse of snow as far as the eye could penetrate, and the mountains rose before us, peak upon peak, until they were lost in the clouds. Not a living animal outside of our own party was seen for many, many long days. All was dreary, desolate solitude, but my noble soldiers struggled manfully ahead, and not a single murmur or complaint ever was heard to come from them. On the contrary, they endeavored to give me encouragement, and requested the senior sergeant to inform me that they had observed for a few days past that I looked melancholy, and they desired him to say to me that they were willing to eat mule meat, or to undergo any other privations that I might think necessary, and that they would work for me as long as they could stand upon their legs. As before stated, I had already required them to throw away all their personal baggage except one blanket each, and the poor fellows were extremely destitute of everything. They had worn out their shoes, and had patched them with mule hides as long as they would hang together, when some of them were obliged to wrap their feet in pieces of blankets or of their coat tails to keep them from freezing. Many of them had worn out their pants, and their legs were greatly exposed. The dazzling reflection of the sun's rays from the snow was very painful, and made several of the men snowblind, but we found a remedy for this by blacking our faces with powder or charcoal. The greatest deprivation we experienced, however, and the one which caused more suffering among the men than any other, was the want of tobacco. All our tobacco was consumed long before we reached the summit of the mountains, and no one who has not been accustomed to the use of the weed can imagine the intense longing produced by being suddenly deprived of it. An incident occurred while we were in the mountains which struck me at the time as being one of the most remarkable and touching evidences of devotion that I have ever known evinced among the brute creation. On leaving Fort Leavenworth with the army for Utah the previous summer, one of the officers rode a small mule, whose kind and gentle disposition soon caused him to become a favorite among the soldiers, and they named him Billy. As this officer and myself were often thrown together upon the march, the mule, in the course of a few days, evinced a growing attachment for a mare that I rode. The sentiment was not, however, reciprocated on her part, and she intimated as much by the reversed position of her ears and the free exercise of her feet and teeth whenever Billy came within her reach. But these signal marks of displeasure, instead of discouraging, rather seemed to increase his devotion, and whenever at liberty he invariably sought to get near her, and appeared much distressed when not permitted to follow her. On leaving Camp Scott for New Mexico, Billy was among the number of mules selected for the expedition. During the march I was in the habit, when starting out from camp in the morning, of leading off the party and directing the packmen to hold the mule until I should get so far in advance with the mare that he could not see us. But the moment he was released, he would, in spite of all the efforts of the packers, start off at a most furious pace, and never stop or cease braying until he reached the mare's side. We soon found it impossible to keep him with the other mules, and he was finally permitted to have his own way. In the course of time we encountered the deep snows in the Rocky Mountains, where the animals could get no forage, and Billy, in common with the others, at length became so weak and jaded that he was unable any longer to leave his place in the caravan and break a track through the snow around to the front. He made frequent attempts to turn out and force his way ahead, but after numerous unsuccessful efforts he would fall down exhausted and set up a most mournful braying. The other mules soon began to fail, and to be left worn and famished to die by the wayside. It was not, however, for some time that Billy showed symptoms of becoming one of the victims, until one evening, after our arrival at camp, I was informed that he had dropped down and been left upon the road during the day. The men all deplored his loss exceedingly, as his devotion to the mare had touched their kind hearts, and many expressions of sympathy were uttered around their bivouac fires on that evening. Much to our surprise, however, about 10 o'clock, just as we were about going to sleep, we heard a mule braying about half a mile to the rear upon our trail. Sure enough, it proved to be Billy, who, after having rested, had followed upon our track and overtaken us. As soon as he reached the side of the mare, he lay down and seemed perfectly contented. The next day I relieved him from his pack and allowed him to run loose, but during the march he gave out and was again abandoned to his fate, and this time we certainly never expected to see him more. To our great astonishment, however, about 12 o'clock that night, the sonorous but not very musical notes of Billy in the distance aroused us from our slumbers and again announced his approach. In an instant the men were upon their feet, gave him 3 hearty cheers, and rushed out in a body to meet and escort him into camp. But this well-meant ovation elicited no response from him. He came reeling and floundering along through the deep snow, perfectly regardless of these honors, pushing aside all those who occupied the trail or interrupted his progress in the least, wandering about until he found the mare, dropped down by her side, and remained until morning. When we resumed our march on the following day, he made another desperate effort to proceed, but soon fell down exhausted, when we reluctantly abandoned him and saw him no more. Alas, poor Billy, your constancy deserved a better fate. You may, indeed, be said to have been a victim to unrequited affection. The method of constructing our bivouac was for each set of 2 or 3 men to dig a hole about 7 or 8 feet square down through the snow to the ground, where a bed was made of soft pine twigs, over which a blanket was spread. 2 forked sticks were then set upright in the snow to the windward of the center, and across them a horizontal pole was laid, and extending from this to the snow, a thick covering of pine bushes was placed, forming a sort of roof that shielded us perfectly from the wind. This arrangement, with good fires at the bottom of the pits, enabled us to keep tolerably warm during the coldest nights. We suffered more from the cold during the daytime, and it was while marching that the men froze their feet. From some cause or other which was incomprehensible to me, the men were often attacked with violent cramps in the stomach even before they commenced eating mule meat, and the symptoms in all cases were nearly the same. I invariably administered for it a dose of about 20 grains of blue mass, which afforded temporary relief, but on the 2nd or 3rd day following, the complaint generally returned in a more aggravated form than at first, and I then gave another dose of about 30 grains of the same medicine, which never failed to effect a permanent cure. After I had placed Michele in the position of guide, we struggled along up the western slope of the mountains as rapidly as the snow and our exhausted condition would permit, and at the expiration of 10 days found ourselves upon the summit of a mountain which the guide pronounced the long-looked-for Cochetope Pass, that Mecca of our most ardent aspirations. Although I was by no means certain he was right, yet I was much rejoiced, and I now felt in a great measure relieved from the burden of responsibility which had given me such anxiety and distress of mind during the last 20 days and nights. From the crest of the great continental vertebral column of the Rocky Mountain chain, with one foot standing upon the earth drained by the waters of the Pacific, and the other upon that from which flowed a tributary to the Atlantic, we could see in the east, stretching off from the foot of the mountains, a vast plain, extending to the south as far as the eye could reach. This, the guide informed me, was the valley of the Rio del Norte, and a mountain which we could discern on the opposite side of this valley, apparently 100 miles distant, he said was near Fort Massachusetts. As we still had 3 good mules remaining, I determined to send forward Mariano and Michele to Fort Massachusetts to bring us back supplies, as we were now reduced to a state bordering on starvation. Accordingly, I wrote a letter to the commanding officer, telling him our situation and requesting him to forward us succor as soon as possible. These men took the good mules and started, and we followed on their tracks, expecting they would return to us with the supplies in about 6 or 7 days. But we continued on the trail until finally the snow had covered it up so that we could no longer see it, and at length, after 10 days, as the men did not return, we concluded they must have perished or been lost. On the 11th day, we reached the extended valley at the base of the mountains, and for the first time in 30 days found a little dry grass appearing above the snow. As our few remaining mules were greatly famished, I concluded to make a halt for a day at this place and let them graze. We had not yet seen a human being outside of our own party since we left Grand River 31 days before, and we were all anxiously looking out for the return of our messengers from Fort Massachusetts. Nothing appeared, however, until near sunset, when one of the soldiers, upon an elevation near camp, cried out, "There comes 2 men on horseback," and sure enough, in a few moments, up galloped our long absent companions upon fresh horses, firing their revolvers, and making other demonstrations of joy. We knew from their fresh horses that they had reached the fort, and that we were now saved, and the exhibition of joy manifest among the command exceeded anything of the kind ever beheld. Some of the men laughed, danced, and screamed with delight, while others, and I must confess I was not one of the former, cried like children. I had not slept half an hour at a time for 20 days and nights, and was reduced from 170 to 131 pounds in weight, and of course my nervous system was not at that juncture under very good control. My joy was too great under the circumstances to find utterance in noise or levity. On the contrary, I mentally offered up sincere thanks to the Almighty for delivering us from the horrible death of starvation. The mere accident of Michele's happening to be with us, without any doubt, saved our lives, as without him we would never have found the pass, and must have perished in the mountains. As soon as Mariano arrived, he was surrounded by the men eagerly entreating him for tobacco, when he produced a large plug of Cavendish and threw it among them. It was in an instant torn to pieces and distributed, but one man had been omitted in the division, and I heard him offer $10 or a month's pay for a quid. Mariano informed me that he had delivered my letter to Captain Bowman, the commanding officer at Fort Massachusetts, who at once dispatched 3 wagons with supplies for us, that these wagons left the fort with him, and were then probably about 50 miles back, as he had come very rapidly. I at once turned him back with an order for the man in charge to drive night and day until he met us, and early on the following morning we resumed our march, and had not gone over 10 miles when, much to our delight, we met the wagons, and immediately went into camp. I was obliged to guard them very closely to prevent the men from getting at the provisions, as I was fully aware of the danger of overeating after long abstinence. Among other things which Captain Bowman had kindly sent me was a jug of brandy, and as I thought this a proper occasion to indulge my men in the good cheer that they had been so long deprived of, I issued to each of them a moderate drink of the liquor, but, much to my astonishment, in a short time many of them were very much under the influence of it, and some even crazy drunk. It had acted upon their empty stomachs much more potently than I had anticipated, but I felt no inclination to censure them for this. On the contrary, I entertained a feeling somewhat similar to that of General Jackson, when a charge of drunkenness was made to him against an officer who had rendered conspicuous services in the War of 1812, and he replied that Colonel C's gallant conduct in battle authorized him to continue drunk during the remainder of his life if he thought proper. I conceived that my men had a perfect right to get drunk after what they had endured. We had a most luxurious supper, and all enjoyed it hugely, but during the night several of the men, not feeling satisfied with the soup I had thought it wise to confine them to, had gone to the wagons and prevailed upon the sentinels to allow them to take enough to gorge themselves, so much that the next morning found them suffering most excruciating torture, and one of the poor fellows died the next day. On the 4th day after this, we marched into Fort Massachusetts, and were most hospitably received by the officers and soldiers of the garrison, who supplied us with clothing, provisions, and everything else we needed. As we approached the fort, one of the officers complimented us by saying that he took us for a band of prairie Indians. Not more than 1/2 of the men had any caps, and but few had any remains of trousers below the knees. Their feet were tied up with mule hides, pieces of blankets, coat tails, etc., and they certainly were rough and ragged-looking specimens of United States soldiers. As for myself, I am confident my own wife would not have recognized me. I had set out from Fort Bridger with a wardrobe of stout material suited to the rough work which I expected to encounter, but I had divided this among my destitute men until I was myself reduced to a scanty allowance. Among other garments I had remaining was a soldier's overcoat, from the skirts of which I was in the habit of cutting off pieces to patch my pants and stockings, and as rents in these were of everyday occurrence, by the time I reached the fort there was but very little left of my original coat tails. Mariano and Michele, whom I had sent forward with the message to the commanding officer, had experienced great suffering from hunger on their trip, and had been obliged to kill one of their mules for food before they arrived at the fort. Mariano took lodgings with a Mexican living in the fort, and immediately ordered a bountiful supper, which he said he devoured with exceeding gusto, and called for more. After this had been disposed of, he says he smoked his pipe and related incidents of his journey to the family until about 9 o'clock, when he began to feel hungry again, and offered the hostess $2 if she would cook him another supper, which she willingly did, and he again did ample justice to its merits. This he thought would suffice him until morning. Accordingly he lay down and went to sleep, but during the night he awoke, and to his surprise found himself again very hungry. The family were all abed and asleep at this time, the fire was out, and he was loath to disturb them, and he endured the cravings of his appetite for some time, but at length, not being able to stand it any longer, he called out to the woman of the house, telling her if she would be so kind as to get up and cook him one more supper, he would give her $5. This tempting offer had the effect he desired, and he ate the fourth repast, which he smilingly informed me enabled him to worry through the remainder of the night. Some of my readers may be incredulous regarding the powers of Mariano for accomplishing such gastronomic feats, but when it is considered that he was a half-breed Indian and had been trained to their habits from infancy, it will not appear at all surprising to those who are familiar with Indian life. From Fort Massachusetts we marched to Taos, New Mexico, where I paid off the citizens of my party, and of these Mariano received some $500 for his arduous and valuable services, which I thought would prove sufficient to supply all his wants for a long period. But my credulity was greatly taxed on the following morning, when he told me his money was all gone, and asked me for a loan of $5. I said to him, "Is it possible you have been robbed?" He replied, "No, but me lose all at Monte, monsieur." I gave him the modest loan he solicited, accompanied with an injunction against visiting the Monte bank again. He thanked me for the advice, but at the same time observed, raising his eyes and shrugging his shoulders, "Maybe sometime me win, monsieur." A few days after this I dispatched him back to Fort Bridger via the South Pass, with a letter to General Johnston reporting our arrival in New Mexico. The return journey he accomplished successfully, and was handsomely rewarded by the general for his services. As it may be a subject of some interest to those who should ever have occasion to travel through deep snow, to know the relative qualities of different animals and their powers of endurance in this description of work, I will remark that I set out upon this journey with horses, mules, and oxen, the latter to be used as food. I found as soon as we struck snow 3 feet deep that the mules directly became disheartened, laid down, and would not exert themselves. The horses seemed more ambitious, and would push their way through the snow as long as possible, but they soon became weary and gave out from exhaustion, while the oxen slowly and deliberately plowed their way through the deep snow for a long time without becoming jaded. Moreover, they seemed to derive much better sustenance from the pine leaves and from browsing upon other trees than the horses and mules. I am so well satisfied upon this subject that if I was ever obliged to make another journey over the mountains in winter, which God forbid, I would take no other animals but oxen. They could be packed with luggage and used as beef when required. There is also less danger of their stampeding or being stolen by Indians than with horses or mules. End of Winter Expedition over the Rocky Mountains, 1857, by Randolph B. Marcy, from his 30 Years of Army Life on the Border. Read by Sue Anderson.